Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy had advanced Haki instinct? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 2 years before the beginning. Zoro wandered through the city thinking. Waking up on a strange island wasn't new. Not being able to find his nakama and hearing that he was several days from a port city, that was unusual. Finding his scars gone and I returned, that was very new. It didn't take long to figure out what happened. Time had moved. He should have suspected this kind of thing was possible when he heard about samurai traveling forward in time. He knew that streets sometimes moved around and that sometimes north and south would switch places. It never occurred to him that time could move around like that. It was tricky. It took him a while to find a newspaper with the date. Zoro swallowed hard. At this time he still had years to go before he'd meet his captain. That was unacceptable. He would have to go and collect his crew sooner than that. He needed to keep them safe. Something about that was nagging him. Who was unsafe? Luffy would be on his island. The cook safe in his floating restaurant. Chopper was learning to be a doctor. Brook was shadowless and alone but not in any physical danger. Franky had his own street gang at his back. Jim was still a warlord and Robin was probably working for Crocodile. Nami. Alarm bells began ringing. Nami was working for Arlong. Nami was threatened and hurt by Arlong. Zoro felt his rage build as he fingered the swords at his side. These blades were not his usual weapons, but they would do. He would get to Nami and gut that fishman. Zoro suspected his captain would have the same idea. Assuming his captain was his captain. No one hurts their nakama. With his goal in mind he began to plan. He had a few stops to make but with any luck he could have Nami safe within a month. He just had to figure out where that DMN dock disappeared to. XXX. Luffy woke inside a strangely familiar hut. It wasn't the Sunny though he was certain he'd gone to sleep in his hammock bed. He blinked at the ceiling as he let his Haki observe the area for threats, reaching out and checking the intent of the lifeforms nearby. There was a group of people and plenty of wild predators but no one of any real power near. He sat up looking around in curiosity. It didn't take long to identify his childhood country. Luffy peeked out and spotted the bandit hut. Ah, a dream. With that he climbed to his feet to go hunting. He always found the best foods hunting in dreams. Looking at his smaller hands he decided to hunt the old way and grabbed the pipe by the doorway. It wasn't the first time he dreamed of his childhood home. Usually in these dreams Ace and Sabo were here though. A quick search revealed no brothers. Disappointed he wandered towards the river. He hadn't eaten crocodile in a while, and he was hungry. XXX. Sanji woke at the usual hour and rolled out of his hammock to make breakfast. He almost immediately tripped over a pair of boots. The fall was shorter and more painful than he expected. In the dark he couldn't see his own hands, but they didn't feel right. Trying to shake off the odd sensation of not fitting in his own skin, Sanji stood up and almost fell over again. He wasn't on the Sunny. This looked like it couldn't be the Baratai. The chorus of snoring chefs told him otherwise. It was familiar and nostalgic. He hadn't missed the noise, but he could never mistake it. He tugged at his hair as he tried to wrap his mind around the situation. He shuffled to the bathroom. His appearance in the mirror was both shocking and unsurprising at once. He was his younger self. He hadn't realized how much muscle he'd gained in his upper body over the last years? With the straw hats. Sanji was well aware of how far he'd come in the strength and speed of his kicks. How much he'd lost in this strange regression. He thought about handstand kicks and platters of meat he now juggled with ease and could see how he must have built himself up without noticing. It was a strange realization to have. Sanji stood there, taking it in, until a banging on the door reminded him the other chefs would be preparing for breakfast as well. I'll be out in a DMN minute. Uncertain if this was some kind of time travel or just a mind trick, he decided to just pretend it was a normal day. He spent the morning in a haze. He moved through the kitchen absently. He was well used to the movements and motions of the restaurant. Even years at sea couldn't make him forget a decade of experience. Sanji shuffled around the kitchen trying to muster his usual enthusiasm. He took plates to tables as directed and managed polite smiles. He ducked a kick absently and moved to wash the dishes he'd bust. Zeff was worried. Sanji wasn't acting like himself. The brat was unfocused and distracted. He'd been ignoring or just not noticing the insults tossed his way instead of returning the verbal assault. Zeff watched as Sanji casually spked the butternut soup with a combination he could have sworn the brat hadn't figured out yet much less perfected. Even more concerning was the way his boy would just stop and tug at his hair. It was a habit Zeff hadn't seen since Sanji was a boy. Many of the cooks that had been with them from the beginning had already approached to express concern. Zeff didn't know what to tell them. As far as he knew, nothing was different. There had been no incident or trigger. He hadn't even heard of a nightmare from any of the men in the brat's bunk. It was a slow day in the restaurant. Zeff watched as Sanji approached a table of only female pirates. The brat greeted and took orders and didn't once flail or flirt or proposition a single one of them. Zeff watched with growing concern as Sanji returned with drinks and moved on to the next table without any lingering or hesitation. He looked over at the half-dozen cooks watching from various outlooks. This was very wrong. Sanji made it 2 days. 2 days of evading questions and trying to remember how he could have ended up back in time. 2 days of pretending not to notice Zeff's worried looks or pointed comments. 2 days of taking on random tasks and finding things to clean or organize so he was never free to talk when the other cooks hovered. It was 2 days before Zeff put a hand on his shoulder and gave him the look. Sanji crumpled like an overbaked souffle. He let Zeff guide him out of the kitchen and up to the head chef's room. "Sanji, are you okay, eggplant?" Zeff, his voice was off, like he was about to cry or something stupid. Sanji cleared his throat and made the mistake of looking up at his father figure. Instead of talking, he collapsed forward and let the old man wrap him in a hug. "DMN shitty old geezer. What are you even worrying about me for? You're making the food sour with all your moping around." Zeff lied, running his fingers through blonde hair. "You burned the soup too." "I never." Sanji snarled. If he tightened his grip on the old man, it was because he was planning to strangle him slowly, that's all. "Huh? You think I have no taste at all? Are you calling me a liar? Impudent brat." Zeff pulled him a few more steps so the old man could drop into a chair. Sanji moved with him, sinking to the ground with his head in the geezer's lap. He let himself flop there, taking in the smell of skis and fish and sweat, so familiar. He'd missed the old man. Sanji never had a reason to regret his decision, but he missed the restaurant some days. He took a deep breath. "So, I think I time traveled." "What?" Zeff sounded flat in a way that told Sanji he was repressing whatever emotion he was feeling. Sanji tensed and started to pull away, but Zeff laid one big hand on his back. Sanji let himself sigh and settle against the man's good knee. "I don't remember how or why, but 3 days ago I was traveling on a pirate ship in the New World, and 2 days ago I woke up to find myself here, 5 years earlier." "The New World?" Zeff sounded neutral, but when he looked up the old man had his eyebrows raised and his mouth open. "On a pirate ship?" Sanji grinned brightly. "Oh Zeff. I found the most amazing nakama. Captain Luffy is going to be king of the pirates someday." He looked harder at the older chef. "You believe me? Tell me more about your nakama, eggplant, but start at the beginning." "The beginning. 3 years ago, or 2 years from now, this kid accidentally bounces a cannonball through the restaurant, and while he's working off the repairs decides he wants me to be his cook. He would not give up." Sanji laughed. Kneeling at Zeff's feet, he tried to explain the whole mess with Luffy, the Don Krieg pirates, Hawkeyes and Zoro, and deciding to go find the All Blue. He described the beautiful navigator Nami, who was mapping the world and could read the weather the way Zeff could read a kitchen. He sighed over the mysterious Robin, who was an archaeologist with a dark sense of humor and a brilliant mind. He gestured wildly as he spoke of their fantastic Dr. Chopper, who was also a reindeer and who had unlocked his Zoan Devil Fruit power to have 9 forms instead of the usual 3. And he's not even the oddest one in the bunch. Luffy has an eye for finding the best at everything, but almost all of us are freaks or monsters. We have an actual living skeleton for our musician. Brook's devil fruit let him come back to life, but he grinned, launching into the tale of lost souls and missing shadows. He leaned forward in excitement as he shared tales of living with an actual cyborg as a shipwright and waved dismissively about the moss-head swordsman who would probably be the world's best someday but would always be a lazy idiot with no sense of direction. He explained about their sniper Usopp, who was a liar and a coward but lied most often to himself because everyone could see how brave he was to face his fears over and over for his nakama. He explained how they recently recruited a helmsman who used to be one of the warlords and working for an emperor, but Luffy convinced him to join the crew. How Jim was an honorable man and powerful but also had a wicked sense of humor that he enjoyed surprising people with. It wasn't all good things, of course. He picked at Zeff's pant leg. Our enemies got more powerful and we got our butts kicked. Often. But we got up and kept going. Over and over. We came out on top over impossible odds. We felt invincible. Until we weren't. Until we were forced apart and, well, so much happened, I couldn't even begin to explain that whole DMN mess. People died. We were really lucky it was none of our crew. Friends though, we lost those. Luffy's brother. We lost allies. Pecoms and Pedro both dying to rescue him. I have scars, had scars, from so many fights and close calls. No regrets. My crew, I would die for them, no question. Our captain hates when we say things like that though. He'd insist that we live for them instead. Ch. He grinned through watery eyes. Someone must be massacring onions downstairs, and looked up at the old man. He would not hesitate to ask us to put our lives on the line, but he would never let anyone give their life cheaply. Tell me about your captain. Luffy? He's an idiot. And the absolute best. He can see right to the heart of things. He is selfish and spoiled and will ask for everything you have to give. And in return he will give you the world. He makes miracles happen and then acts like it was nothing. He would burn the world down, challenge the world government or punch a celestial dragon for a friend. Luffy once infiltrated Impel Down and walked back out with over 200 escapees at his back. He just does the impossible. He says he will be king of the pirates because that man will be the freest man alive, and I believe him. He'll truly do it one day. Our crew shouldn't fit together. We're a bunch of misfits with different dreams and dark histories. We should have nothing tying us together. But we are nakama. We would drop anything to help each other, and we have gone to ridiculous extremes doing so. Somehow we became a family, and Luffy was never surprised about any of that. There was so much to tell. He wanted to share stories of Cloud Islands and mermaids, of NS Lobby and Okama Hell, of walking on the sky and kicks so powerful he was literally on fire. Instead he blinked in the darkness of the room as both their stomachs growled. Sorry. Sanji. Zeff combed back his hair to look him in the eyes. You believe me, right? His voice cracked embarrassingly. Of course I do. There is no way you dreamed that all up. Did you forget I traveled the Grand Line? A bit of time travel, well, it was bound to happen to somebody. The old man clicked his tongue. We should eat. Then you can tell me more stories. No sense in going hungry. Yes, Owner Zeff. He smiled and stood, shaking the stiffness from his limbs. Maybe we shouldn't tell everybody about this though. I am still not sure I should have said anything at all. Pa, you should have come to me first thing, brat. Saved everyone a lot of moping and worrying. He stomped to the door, peg leg tapping heavily. We can keep this private though, just us. Thanks. Sanji could feel a tension drop when Zeff entered the dining room with him and snapped that everything was fine. Cooks offered relieved smiles and questioning looks. He hadn't noticed how everyone was tiptoeing around him. He gave apologetic glances and let Zeff take the lead as he gathered plates and moved to the staff dining hall. XXXXXX. Usopp wasn't sure how he traveled through time to be back at Syrup, but he hated it. It wasn't the village itself. Honestly, it was wonderful to see some of those familiar places and people. It was just that he'd made it so far following his dream. He was a New World pirate, not quite a brave warrior of the sea, but getting there. He was God Usopp with a terrifyingly high bounty. He was Sogekking the sniper. He was a Straw Hat. He spent 2 painstaking years on an island that wanted to eat him and come out confident and competent. He worked hard to get physically fit so he could keep up with his monster crewmates. He'd collected seeds, dials, and inventions. Now he was back to square one. His own body felt foreign to him. He'd nearly fallen thrice this morning, overreaching for things just a bit too high or too far from him. Usopp could not believe how weak he was. His routine of push-ups and sit-ups was cut pathetically short and he couldn't even manage a plank. He was hopeful his running would be better. From the start he'd been a quick runner. He was one of the most agile of his crew, good at climbing trees and jumping rocks. Usopp sighed. He knew he'd have to leave the house soon. He just didn't know how to behave. Did he keep pretending to be Kid Usopp? Run through the village screaming about pirates again while waiting for someone on the crew to come for him? Did he dare train publicly or try to hide it? His small crew were expecting their captain. Kaya was expecting her storyteller. Usopp didn't know how much to give away. They were his friends, but not his nakama. At the very least he had to figure out this weird, young body. His coordination was all off. It was unacceptable for a sniper. He couldn't work like this. He couldn't protect anyone. Making connections. Patty answered the transponder snail with a cheerful, "You've reached the DMN restaurant, would you like to make a reservation?" Not today. I'm looking for Sanji, a woman replied in a sugary tone. Can you fetch him for me? The transponder snail was not exactly private. Head swiveled at Sanji's name and Patty shared baffled looks with Carne and Mince. A girl calling for Sanji? Sanji, he managed to reply. He's a cook. She snapped impatiently. Sanji. Blonde, likes to smoke, snappy dresser, lovesick idiot, kicks like a bull. Yeah, he's here. Stunned he stuck his head in the kitchen door. Sanji, you sheet, you have a girl calling. Sound in the kitchen stopped. Eyes turned to Sanji, who looked just as stunned, nearly losing his cigarette before he darted forward. A girl? Who? What? Hello? Sanji? Half the kitchen was hanging out the doors and serving window and the customers were ignored. Nami I swan. Sanji twirled in a circle, obviously recognizing the voice. Get a hold of yourself, the mysterious Nami snapped. Just a minute, my fair flower. He picked up the snail. Back to work, you lazy BSTRDS. Patty protested as Sanji scampered upstairs to the private quarters, taking the transponder with him. Did Sanji just get a call from a girl? That really happened, right? Who's Nami? Carne added. Was she a customer? She definitely knows who he is. What's all this? Zeff stormed over. Who's watching the grill? If you burn that asparagus, I will burn you. A few of the cooks scrambled back to work, but most lingered shamelessly. Owner Zeff. Sanji got a call from a girl. Patty explained. A girl? Our Sanji. Zeff gaped as a dozen cooks nodded and tried to speak. Where is he? Fingers pointed. Then get back to work, you lazy BSTRDS. He aimed a sweeping kick at the gathering of cooks. Patty ducked the blow and grinned at those stupid enough to go flying. Then he watched as Zeff stormed upstairs after Sanji, his steps getting softer and sneaky. Owner Zeff would share the gossip. The old man was reliable for that kind of thing. He went back to work. Nami was relieved to find the Baratai was a listed transponder number. The snail change operator was able to make the transponder connection without questions and only a 3-berry charge. It was worth it to hear the instant recognition from Sanji. Okay, I have some privacy. Thank goodness, Sanji. I was so scared I was the only one. Nami fought tears, clutching the receiver. When I woke up in that place. Oh, Nami. Do you need me to come rescue you? I would have come in an instant, but... No, Sanji. You did exactly right. The restaurant is the easiest place to get in touch with. You should stay there. Have you heard from any of the others? No, not yet. It's been less than a week. Those idiots wouldn't think to call. At least not right away. He leaned against the bedroom wall and pulled out a cigarette. How are you holding up? I'm doing okay. I just got away to do some thieving and stopped in a port town to try and call. I couldn't find Usopp's number, but I got you. I am so relieved. This means the others are probably back too, right? I don't remember how we got here. We were at sea last, I remember. Yeah. That's my last recollection. After Wano, all of us together. Yeah. So, what's the plan? I don't like leaving you with that BSTRD. I don't like it either. Still, I know I can hold on. I'd rather wait for Luffy before making any big moves. I'm really out of shape, and without my climatact I feel naked. Sanji swooned for a moment at the thought of Nami naked. He'd been so focused on connecting with his nakama that he'd forgotten he was speaking to such a lovely Sanji, you pervert, she shouted at him, the snail growing teeth. Stop drooling and focus. I'm going to bill you for this call. Sorry, Nami Swan. Forgive me. I'm focused. He pulled his attention back to the plan. So you want to wait it out? Just for, I don't know, a season? 3 months, and if we haven't heard anything, we make our own move. 3 months sounded like forever. Nami was the one who would hurt the most though, so he bit his tongue. I'm doing what I can here. Morning runs and evening swims to get back in form. When can I expect to hear from you? How long will you be trapped and alone? I usually get to do some treasure hunting once a month. I get to visit my sister more often, but I don't dare make a call from that island. I wouldn't risk it being intercepted or overheard. I understand. You stay safe there. Keep your head down and wait for backup. We'll come for you. 3 months on the outside, and you know our crew, Luffy's probably already on his way. Yeah, and lost. She laughed. So, lost. He agreed. He's probably in some dinky sailboat going in circles and starting fights. He'll turn up riding a bird or something and claim he was trying to recreate how he met Zoro. Nami groaned. That was after he met Zoro. The two of them were just as hopeless together as separate. 3 months is starting to sound like a reasonable timeline. We may be overestimating them. Never. She agreed with a happy sigh. I'll start planning the reunion feast part 1. Any requests? Roast duck? With the orange sauce? Yes, please. Anything for you, he enthused. I should go soon. They're charging by the minute to use this snail and you should be careful with your money. Sanji sighed. Farewell then, sweet Nami-san. I will see you soon. Soon, Sanji. Gotcha. The snail drooped into sleepy hibernation. Sanji leaned against the wall and sked in a lungful for smoke. Soon. We can set sail and collect the others and get back on track. We will take the world by storm. We could never do anything less. He let himself think about what it meant that Nami was back. Allowed himself to feel the hope for seeing the others. Sanji had managed to avoid the thoughts of what he'd do if he were the only one who remembered. With Nami's call he let himself hope. XXXXXX. Go. Usopp called to his small crew. I'll cover you. To the fort. They darted through the woods, jumping over trees and rocks. Usopp pushed himself to keep moving even as he fired at target after target. He'd set up over 100 on this path last night, planning this little adventure for his 3 followers. He needed to be fast and accurate. 2 weeks ago, running and firing at still targets would have been a cakewalk. He was hoping to hit 60% today with maybe 50% bullseye accuracy. Monster! Carrot cried, spotting one of his cutouts. Usopp peppered it with paint shots. Keep moving, we're almost there, he called as Onion slowed, breathing hard. Instead of picking up the pace, the boy stopped, hands on his knees. Usopp resisted the urge to curse. He dropped to one knee as he reached Onion. Climb on. Let's go. He fired another round at a target and took off running after the other 2 boys. He was nearly caught up to them despite their head start. Running with a clinging child was surprisingly difficult. Trying to use a slingshot made it even harder. Having that child shouting in his ear the whole time. Okay, so it was actually pretty fun. Usopp enjoyed inventing these games. It was like playing with Chopper and Luffy, except that he was the captain. He ran and jumped and fired off paintball. Finally, he climbed into their tree fort. Time, he called. 14 minutes and 11 seconds. Carrot called, checking the watch. The boys cheered. They needed to beat 15 minutes to escape the magic cage, which in no way resembled a certain birdcage death trap, and take shelter. Sorry, Captain Usopp? Thanks for helping me. I'll do better next time. Onion promised. It's no problem. It is a captain's duty to make sure all his crew stay safe. The great Captain Usopp could do no less. He struck a pose as the kids cheered. Now we celebrate our victory with a party. Like true pirates. Rigsby-sama paid me for my last job. Who wants ice cream? Do you think we should bring some for Kaya? Usopp let the boys scream and dance for a bit before giving them water and leading them back towards the town. Taking the shortcut, it was a half-hour walk. The boys did very well, running 3 miles, and the sweet reward would make them more willing to do similar games with him in the future. The Usopp pirates weren't up for his full workout routine, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon them completely. Their little crew had only been active for a few months, and the boys were so much smaller than he remembered. He wasn't sure how much longer he'd be in syrup, but he would make sure these boys had fun memories and good self-defense tricks before he moved on. XXXXXX. Luffy was starting to think this might not be a dream. Having Dayton force him into a bath was a big clue. He never needed a bath in a dream before. It wasn't fun. So, if he wasn't dreaming, and he was back in Gao as a kid, it was a mystery. Luffy shook the water from his hair and sighed. He wasn't going to figure anything out here. The best thing to do would be to find his crew. If he was somehow a kid again, then they probably were too. Luffy did some hard thinking. He'd made promises. He promised Ace that he would wait until he was 17 to set sail. Really, he had done that already, so that promise shouldn't count. He was older than 17 right now. He nodded to himself. He made promises to his crew. Nami wasn't supposed to be hurt by that fishman ever again. Brook wasn't supposed to be alone. Robin was supposed to live without hiding or tricking. He didn't like all these broken promises. He didn't like being separated from his crew. It was too much like Sabaody. His chest felt tight and his throat was really dry. Heaving breaths, he ran his knuckles over the sharp rock he was sitting on until the sting of it was enough to focus. Sweaty now, Luffy began pacing while he thought. He would go and get them all. It's decided. He slapped a fist into the other palm. What's decided? Luffy spun quickly, alarmed. Gramps. He took off running into the forest. No way was he getting punched today. Gramps hollered after him and slammed through the forest on his heels. XXXXXX. Zoro growled a curse as he fought to get his breathing under control. There was no reason to be winded after taking down this pack of weak losers. Sure, he could have used less speed. There was no need to take out 12 men in under 3 minutes, but how was he going to get stronger if he didn't challenge himself? Unsatisfied with his performance, he grumbled softly and began checking the unconscious men. Only the captain of this bunch had a bounty. He'd leave the rest to the villagers to deal with. On second thought, maybe this was one of those towns where the mayor would pay the bounty and get reimbursed by the Marines. If he could get paid now? Oi, he called to one of the cowards hiding in the doorways nearby. Who pays the bounties around here? He considered asking for rope too, but one of the pirates was conveniently carrying cord. He tied them tightly, absently looting the bodies and stripping them of their weapons. It was only when he had a small pile of swords, guns, and daggers beside a bundle of unconscious pirates that he realized no one had answered. Eh? Did you not hear me? He frowned at them. The villagers jumped. Ugh. This is why Nami deals with the money. He didn't even kill anyone. There was only a little blood and that guy probably wouldn't lose the leg if a doctor showed up. These guys should focus. Look. I just want to collect my bounty, drink some sake, and move on. I have places to be, you know. Okay. No problem, sir. I'll go get someone. A man behind a fish cart took off running down the street. Here. A man approached from a restaurant. On the house. He handed over a bottle of sake, the good stuff too. Thanks, good mood returned. Zoro offered a smile to the old man. I'm Zoro, what's your name, old man? It's no trouble, you saved my daughter and our business from those pirates. I am Hugh. Did you say Zoro? He eyed the swords. Are you pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? I've been called that. He confirmed. For some reason that invited the villagers to stop being cowards and talk. Zoro nodded and made noises as they all flocked around and began thanking him. He sipped his sake and tried not to growl that he was a pirate, not a hero. He wasn't a pirate right now. He had to collect his bounty and get someone to take him to Nami. He sipped the sake and waited. He would have to train harder. He was still too slow. XXXXXX. Jinbe took in the sights of water. It really was a beautiful place. The island had come far from its days as a rowdy slum. The puffing Tom train had revitalized the economy and the people here had taken every advantage to build more for themselves. The architecture was beautiful and he had to resist the urge to swim the canals. This was exactly the kind of place he wanted for his people, the kind of place Queen Otoheim dreamed of for them. When the fishmen are granted their petition to live under the sun, Jinbe would like to point to Water 7 as a design template. Their use of waterways was remarkably similar to the familiar water roads on Fishman Island. It made him miss his homeland. Strolling through town, he considered how to approach Franky. He didn't know a lot about the current situation on Water 7, but he'd heard stories. He knew that the Buster Call on NS Lobby had started with an encounter on this island between CP9 and Nico Robin. From the reports he'd seen, CP9 was already present undercover when the Straw Hats arrived. The reports had of course been censored, so the warlord didn't know how long they were there undercover or what for. He did know that for some reason the cyborg Franky was involved in CP9's mission. The last thing he, or any of them, needs right now is the attention of a cipher pole unit. He needed to make contact discreetly and catch up. 5 years was a long time to be dragged backwards. As a warlord he tended to do a lot of political jockeying. He needed to stay on top of the major players in the world government, to know the movements of the Marines, and to know the prominent pirate groups and where they are. None of the rookies from 5 years ago stood out as anything special. After Firefist dueled him for 5 days, he remembered having a handful of punk challengers who assumed he was growing weak. That duel should have been about 5 months back. Some of those challengers might still be on their way to seek him out. He couldn't remember enough detail and he was scrambling for information while trying to keep his ignorance hidden. He needed a chance to see Whitebeard and to check in with the king before he made any big moves. No doubt Captain Luffy would be reclaiming his crew. He didn't want to ask his captain to wait again. He might. He didn't want to do that though. He heaved a sigh and followed the scent of food. Perhaps a cup of tea would help soothe his anxiety. There was no sense rushing forward like a fool. Patience. Always patience. Serene, he sipped his rooibos and hummed. The gentle sound of moving water and sea birds offset by the bustle of a busy trade port. Jinbe waited and listened. He watched the flow of people moving in and around the city. He noted the tendency towards masks and wondered if it was an indicator of some holiday festival or a fashion accessory. It didn't seem to be a status symbol. Old, young, rich, poor, he could see all types beneath the masks however they tried to hide. It was common or expected enough that the locals didn't look twice at a mask. Jinbe suspected CP9 enjoyed this strange custom, perhaps encouraged it. He could see the advantages for a spy. As someone avoiding those spies, it was twice the frustration. Jinbe sipped his tea and focused. Like ripples in the water, he let his haki flow, pinging back to him when it touched a big fish. He took his time, sipping his tea. He focused on the ebb and flow of the island around him. There were 25 potential threats in terms of pure fighting spirit. 3 of them were certainly part of CP9 given the tightly coiled danger he found to be distinctive of Rokushiki techniques. Finishing the pot of tea, he allowed himself to relax. He didn't know that any of the 25 corresponded to Franky. For all that the young man was bold and a force to be reckoned with, he wasn't sure how much of that was natural talent versus robotic enhancement. The flamboyant cyborg had brains, talent, and plenty of fight. Jinbe was embarrassed to realize he knew so little about the shipwright's corps that he didn't know where the man stood in terms of strength of spirit. He could guess. Captain Luffy pieced together an amazing crew of talented individuals. If he had to guess, Franky would probably be radiating power the same as most of his crew. The question then became if it was potential power or active. Jinbe pushed the puzzle aside. He wasn't getting answers today. Shouts and curses startled him from his musings as he paid the waiter. Two ladies with square hair framed an awfully familiar blue-haired man. They were playing music and dancing, completely ignoring the negative reaction of the crowd. Jinbe watched as they moved down the street towards him. They bumped and grabbed at random passers-by, generally harassing people and possibly lifting wallets. Franky didn't make eye contact, but the firm press of paper to his palm was one of the smoothest handoffs he'd ever experienced. Jinbe waited carefully before allowing himself to pocket the note. He forced himself to finish his walk and even purchased a book before going back to his ship. The privacy of the captain's quarters was exactly what he needed. The note wasn't as short as he'd expected. Franky had taken the time to name all the CP9 agents and their target, the mayor, who was apparently Franky's foster brother. Jinbe took a moment to be grateful his ship was being repaired at Dock 2. He read the instructions for rendezvous and the contact information if he couldn't make the meeting. Jinbe committed it to memory and then burned the note. Franky grinned as Jinbe entered the hidden space. In another life he held Usopp hostage here with the Mary. He'd bonded with the sniper and his capture afterwards led him to the Straw Hats. It seemed an appropriate meeting place. Jinbe bro. Lookin' good. Franky cooin'. You look younger. Franky grinned knowingly, fewer upgrades since our last, for sure. Jinbe laughed and in a surprising move, pulled him into a hug. Franky hadn't expected the fishman to be the hugging type. Franky was definitely not crying as he returned the hug fiercely. When he finally got all the dust from his eyes, he leaned back to look at the helmsman. Everything okay, bro? Of course. I'm only glad to know that you're not the only one to remember? Yeah. So there myself. You're the only one I could reach. Jinbe explained. Even this was a risk. Robin is in Crocodile's territory. Brook is in Moria's. Everyone else is too far into Paradise or the East Blue. I usually stay between Fishman Island and Whitebeard's territory in the New World. I had to force some damage to my ship and make accusations of sabotage. The Galley Law Company is famous enough even in the New World to justify the trip. Oi! You damaged your ship? A cracked rudder is all. I have the workers here giving her a full detailing to apologize. She's getting some new finishings and a new paint job. The old girl will be the prettiest thing on the water when we set out. Jinbe assured him. Well, I'm glad to have you here, bro. Hopefully we'll hear from the others soon. Have you seen Zoro bro in the papers? I wasn't sure if I was imagining his name getting bigger. I had the same thought myself. Pirate Hunter Zoro was famous before Luffy, but I didn't recall him going on a spree like this. 10 bounties in 2 weeks? It must be him. And if you're back and he's back, I have to believe that everyone is. Good. Then I have some work to do preparing to quit as a warlord. I'll need to make arrangements with my crew and king. A mighty task. Franky struck a pose in respect. I'm working on plans for our new ship. Tell me, Jinbe, how do you feel about hammock bunks and what is your favorite color? He passed the helmsman a cup of tea and grabbed a cola. They could talk about easier things. It looked like the crew might be able to come back together after all. Chapter 3 Coming together slowly. Luffy leaned into Garp, tucked securely under one arm. They were sitting on the cliffside overlooking the ocean. He was out of breath from running and wrestling all day but took some pride in the fact that his Gramps was just as dirty and sweaty as himself. Luffy knew he must be stronger and faster than he had been, or at least Haki made a huge difference. I'm setting sail. Like hell. Garp responded quickly. No, I am. When you go, I am setting out. I'll be king of the pirates. Just watch me. It's time to get my crew. No. You're going to be a Marine DMN it. Gramps rubbed Haki-covered knuckles over his scalp. What happened to waiting until you are 17? You can't just take off like that. I'm a pirate. I do what I want, he argued back, squirming. I'm never gonna be a Marine, shitty Gramps. No way. Why not? Because I'm going to be free. Bah. Where did I go wrong with you boys? You'd make great Marines, he lamented, throwing his arms up dramatically. You never lied to us. Luffy answered bluntly as he smoothed his hair back down. What? Gramps looked honestly stunned and Luffy didn't understand why. You never lied to us. He repeated slowly as he pointed out the obvious. We said it, over and over. We want to be pirates to be free on the sea. And you never once lied and said Marines are free too. You never tried to tell us that we could be freer working for the government than sailing as pirates. You never lied about that. Garp stared at him mouth open. I couldn't ever do it. Work for the world government. Be a Marine. Sabo sailed away at 10 to escape being a noble. After the fire, after everything that happened, Luffy stopped because he couldn't lie about his brother being dead when he knew different, and he couldn't say how Sabo joined the revolutionaries to save people. Those celestial dragons. He stopped again because he shouldn't know anything about slaves, much less have a friend who was nearly sold. My brother. He made a noise of frustration, eyes tearing because that hadn't happened and Ace was alive. Oh Luffy. Gigi pulled him into a hug, obviously getting the wrong message. I know you like being a Marine. I'm glad there are Marines like you with a good sense of justice, not just the kill them all sense of justice. His fists clenched and he pulled away from the hug to look his Gramps in the eyes. It is not my dream. I'm going to be king of the pirates and be the freest person in the whole world. No one can stop me. Not you and not the government. That's a promise. Luffy remembered Marineford and this man declaring himself an enemy. Remembered him demanding he be strong enough to avoid capture at water. Luffy would be strong. He would get even stronger and he would never let himself be in a position where Gigi had to watch him fall. Not like before, with Ace. Can't you wait at least? Give this old man 2 more years? You told me you were going to stay here and get stronger when Ace left. No way, geezer. I'm leaving. It's decided. Decided by who? I say no. I'm the captain. I decide. Huh? Captain of what? You don't have a ship. I'll get one. He clenched his fists, leaning towards the old man. Like hell you will. You're staying right here. Gramps growled, all teeth, and leaned in as well, pushing his forehead into Luffy's own. Nope. Luffy pushed back with his own growl. Yes. No. I'm setting sail. You are not. Yes. No. Shut up, old man. It's not old man, that's grandpa to you. He slammed a fist of love down. Stupid Gramps. Luffy rubbed his head, grumbling. I'm still going. Instead of throwing his own punch or taking off for another run, he leaned back into his Gramps for a side hug. The old man pulled him close and held him tightly. 2 years isn't so long. You can use it to get strong. Luffy remembered another 2-year break where he did get really strong. 2 years could make a huge difference. He couldn't explain the time travel and how his crew were waiting. He couldn't explain the need to reach Nami and free her, or how Ace was in trouble and Sabo couldn't remember. Instead he leaned into the old man until the tightness in his chest loosened and he could breathe again. Let's eat. He offered instead of resuming the argument. Have any alligator? We can catch some. I bet Dayton can cook it while we eat whatever is already cooked. Let's go. XXXXXX. Zoro finally found the right house backed by tangerine trees. He recognized the porch from their short visit, probably. He gave a quick knock and signaled to the guys to wait. He stretched his observational Haki and found that no one was near. With a shrug he let himself in. The house was small but definitely Nami's. He found pictures of a young redhead alongside a blue-haired girl in one of the bedrooms. I'll stay here. Can you two go fetch the rest of this? He set down his 3 sake crates by the window. Sure thing, big bro. Johnny and Yasaku replied in sync. Zoro set about brightening up the house and making himself comfortable. He found a linen closet and pulled out a stack of blankets to make into beds for his 2 companions. It could be a couple days before Nami dropped in. That settled, he pulled out a bottle of sake and sat at the table. He heard the approach long before the door slammed open and he was faced with a branch-wielding woman. Nami's blue-haired sister looked angry. It was a good look on her. Who are you? What do you think you're doing in my house? Relax. I'm a friend of Nami. Zoro didn't move from his position with his feet up on the table. I thought we'd crash here until her next visit. Any idea when that will be? I don't know you. You can't stay here. Get out of my house. She raised the branch higher. No, Zoro answered simply. He took a casual sip of his sake, watching as she got more riled up. What do you mean, no? The blue-haired woman stomped 1 foot. Get out of here. Big bro? Johnny questioned from the doorway. Nami's sister, what was her name? Spun around, swinging the stick at the other bounty hunters, short blue hair flaring about her face. Whoa! Bring that in. Zoro ordered the other 2. He stood up and quickly disarmed the woman, tossing the branch out into the yard. That was fast. Yeah, the boat was actually really close by. Yasaku explained. It moved? Zoro frowned. He was certain he'd tied it securely. No, the dock is actually just over that hill. The whole dock moved. Zoro nodded. It figured that the island would move around after it took an hour to walk here. No, Yasaku started, but Johnny interrupted. Sure bro. That's possible too. So who's the lady? This is Nami's sister. He tilted his head to avoid a punch. She lives here. We're going to stay with her for a bit until Nami comes by. No. You're not. I don't think she likes that idea, big bro. Johnny set down the 3 crates he carried. Eh? She'll get over it. It's fine. It's not fine. I made up some beds if you're tired. He pointed. Did you just make yourself at home here? What is wrong with you? Nami's sister was starting to sound like angry Nami. What? What do you mean what? You break into my house and act like you can just stay here. I told you. We're friends of Nami's. Or I am. They don't know her. That doesn't explain it. I thought it did. And Nami doesn't have friends. So, whoever you are, just beat it. Eh? Oh right. I'm Zoro. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your hospitality. That's not, she had a strange twitch. I'm sorry. Did you say Zoro? Her voice had the same sugary tone Nami had around people with money. Yeah. This is Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, my bro Johnny, and I'm Yasaku. The 2 of us are traveling with him as sort of companions so we can learn from him. Big bro says he doesn't take students so we just, work with him. The blue-haired girl was pale. She looked between the 3 men and at their swords. You're here for my sister? We're friends. Zoro repeated. You can't be here. If Arlong or his men come by, they won't find us here. We just need to hang around until Nami comes by. Are you expecting her soon? The girl made a wounded noise. Well, whatever. We can wait. He put his feet back up on the table and pointed to the room. Beds are that way. I'm pretty sure that's the front door. Yasaku replied. We can figure it out though, bro. Eh? Did it move? What? Are you stupid? The rooms don't just move. Don't worry about it, ma'am. Johnny smiled. Zoro and directions don't mix. I didn't get your name before. Nojiko. Thanks, Nojiko. I promise we won't be any trouble. Nami's sister was making that noise again. He offered her some sake. She started chugging the bottle. He should have expected she could drink. Nami could certainly drink. She stopped arguing though, so he decided it was okay if she finished the bottle this once. He grabbed another bottle. Cups? No. He shrugged and took a sip, passing the bottle when she stared at him with big dark eyes. XXXXXX. Usopp sat in his favorite tree weaving a tale about great Captain Usopp and his crew. He gestured wildly as he described the brilliant linguist Rowan who spoke 100 languages, including beast languages, and was able to convince animals to help them on their travels. He explained Stormchaser Shamey who lived on a cloud island before joining his crew and could make her own lightning. Usopp loved the way she lit up when he included the females. His current story was about a young princess who was tricked by his butler who wanted to steal his fortune. He was just getting to the part where the princess begged Captain Usopp for help when he spotted a motion in the nearby window. He swallowed. Kuro. Ah, but look at the time. Oh, Usopp. I have to know what happens. Not to worry, Kaya. Brave Captain Usopp will be back tomorrow. It wouldn't do to rush the ending. He smiled brightly at her. Be safe. See you soon. He hopped out of the tree and darted quickly across the lawn. He cursed his lack of awareness. He should have been practicing his Haki. Especially here. He'd gotten carried away with his story and let it get too close to the truth. If that man heard anything? Usopp swallowed hard. He didn't think the cat pirate captain would hurt Kaya. Not before he could do something to get her fortune. He would have to be extra vigilant. He was getting a handle on his coordination issues and had his training underway, but he wasn't ready to take on a pirate crew single-handedly. Even one as weak as this. Where is everybody? Why haven't they come? XXXXXX. Nami held her ribs as she walked the long way around the village to Belmar's house. Arlong had been in a nasty mood all week. He'd clashed with the Krieg pirates and come out in a draw. The Arlong pirates were split between swearing revenge and saying that a bunch of weak humans that needed to fight in fleets weren't worth it unless they tried entering their territory again. Arlong hadn't decided either way yet, but Nami had certainly felt his temper. Hatchan had sent her away with instructions to bring back some tangerines for dessert tomorrow. Nami wondered if he was trying to protect her with that order and if she had missed things like that in her past. Had she just not noticed? She probably resented bringing her tangerines back to the men who did this. It's not like he ever stepped in to stop the violence or said a kind word to her, or she forced her mind away from that. She'd made peace with a different Hatchan who had grown from his experiences. She didn't need to excuse or forgive or justify any of what they did. She just needed to keep surviving. She was good at that. She was pleased to see the lights on at the house. She wouldn't have to go searching for Nojiko. She was just pushing in the door when a voice called behind her. Nami, wait. Nami looked behind her to see the frantic look on her sister's face. If Nojiko is there, then who? She turned slowly, scared to see who was in her house. A green-haired swordsman was standing and grinning. Zoro, she launched herself into the house and into the man's arms. Nami, he laughed, catching her easily. Don't spill the sake, you witch. Zoro. He was too skinny and his hair was too short and he still had 2 eyes, but it was him. Zoro's here. Oh. Nojiko was in the doorway looking shocked. You know each other? I told you we were friends. Zoro said bluntly. What are you doing here if she didn't believe you? Nami pulled away, confused. I figured I would wait for you here. He wouldn't leave. They said at the same time. Ah? Nami nodded once. Then she slammed her fist on top of Zoro's head. You idiot. You can't just stay at people's homes uninvited. Oi. It's your home too, right? And anyway, I brought presents. Presents, she beamed. There was only one kind of present she accepted from any of the crew. There. He pointed to the stack of sake crates. Sake, her tone was low and unimpressed. PSH open. He was grinning again, looking young and mischievous but wickedly Zoro. Not the top one. Nami pried open the second crate and gaped. Piles of cash. She opened the next. More cash. Should be about 38 million there plus some small treasures. I kept a log. 38 million? Nojiko looked floored. You had that the whole time? Zoro. This squares our debt. He said firmly. Oh, come here you idiot, she wrapped him in a hug. Where did you get all this? Bounties. He shrugged. I had to get into shape, and I knew you wanted to save up. Yeah. She stared at the money. Arlong would never honor their deal, but Zoro brought her millions to try anyway. Her eyes filled. Hey. Hey, don't. How on earth do you know my sister? Nojiko demanded. People don't just show up with millions of bellies. I met her with my captain. We promised to help her with her dream. He smirked at the older woman. Don't tease. Nami reprimanded gently. Now. Zoro knelt next to her, pushing more of the money into her lap. Tell me who did this. He tucked her orange hair behind her ear and gently touched the bruise on her face. Nami looked down, spotted the money, and gave it a cuddle. She took a moment to silently curse her crew for knowing her so well. It's nothing. No. It's a bruise. On your face. Your ribs too, unless I am very wrong. What it is unacceptable. Now tell me. Zoro. Nami. It's been 3 weeks. You did what you needed. I've got your back now. Let me help. Zoro didn't usually give speeches, but Nami thought this little pep talk was fairly good. He'd probably listened to Luffy one too many times. She gave a little shiver and played with the money. It was Chew and Pizarro. It's not a big deal though. They hurt my crew. I'll cut them to pieces. Zoro, you can't take them alone. I probably can. You can't, she insisted. Luffy's coming. I might have to go back before he gets here. She warned. DMN it, no. Yes. He growled, standing to fetch his sake. Nojiko stared wide-eyed. Guys. It sounds like, her sister swallowed. You can't mean to take on Arlong? Is this enough? He pointed the pile of treasure. Can you buy your time? She thought hard. 38 million plus treasure. I have to count it. Value the treasure. It will be close. I think I need 40.3 million. Let me. When do you need to go back? Nojiko interrupted. Tomorrow evening. I'll need 2 baskets of tangerines too. Nami looked up guilty. I can do the picking. I can help. Don't worry, big sis. Johnny interrupted. We can help, big sis Nojiko. She honestly hadn't noticed the 2 other bounty hunters in the room. Nami blinked at them both and looked at Zoro. The pirate shrugged. Okay. So, I'll count the treasure and you guys get the tangerines and then we can figure out what to do next. Dinner first. Zoro interjected. You look like you could use a meal. It won't take long, and it will keep your strength up. Alright. Nami felt floaty, like this was all a big dream. Zoro stared at her hard, like he was looking right through her. The swordsman gave a little nod and pulled off his bandana. For a minute she thought he was gearing up for a fight, but then he leaned forward and fumbled as he tied it around her head. She blinked at him, then cracked up laughing. He laughed with her. The others stared silently. It's not the same, but No. But thank you. Nami touched the bandana with a soft smile. It did make her feel better. Zoro was useless at anything emotional. He was trying awfully hard to step up without their captain. First with the speech, then with the bandana. He was doing it for her. Curbing his bloodlust because it is what she needs. He was good nakama. XXXXXX. What's on your mind, eggplant? Zeff probed. Just worried about Nami. She's the one who called last week, right? 2 weeks ago now. I know she said it would be a month before I heard more, but I hate that she's there. With Arlong. She's technically part of his crew, but she's treated more like a SLV. He clenched his fists. He'll hurt her. Even if she comes out with no physical wounds, just being back there when she thought she was free, he swallowed against the bile in his throat, not sure why he was so worked up about this. He hated anyone who laid a hand on a lady, but for some reason he couldn't find his rage. He just felt sick thinking of Nami being dragged back there. She shouldn't be forced to face a past she left behind. She shouldn't have to look her abusers in the face and pretend that nothing is wrong. She shouldn't have to accept. Zeff's hand in his hair broke into his destructive thoughts. Sanji realized he was shaking. It must be cold out. I didn't notice. He leaned into Zeff for warmth. I wish someone else would call. I know Nami is the smartest of this bunch, but really, how hard is it to look up a transponder number? If they would call, I could remind them that she's there. If they called, I would know they can help. I would know that they're back. Zeff finished knowingly. I just missed them. 3 weeks. I've been back like this for 3 weeks. I keep expecting them to just show up on the horizon. It's not like we haven't been separated before. It just feels different not knowing why or how long. They will come when they can. I know. It's not like I'm eager to run off on you. I love it here and I missed you. The sea is calling and your nakama is waiting, hurting even. I would give you a boat today if I thought you would leave. Zeff stroked his hair. It's better I stay. Nami will call here in 2 more weeks. One of the others may call soon. And before you know it, you'll be on your way to the All Blue. Yeah. He sighed. I'm sorry about Dash. None of your apologies, brat. You already tried that. I'm leaving you short-handed. And if I get a bounty, my family. I am your family, idiot. Zeff rapped him on the head. Anyone who thinks otherwise can think again. Some North Blue assassins are no match for a good cook, much less a restaurant full. We'll keep a weather eye out for them, but don't you start fussing. As for leaving us short-handed, we're probably better off without you ruining the soup. My soup was perfect, you old geezer. XXXXXX. Zoro watched Nami sleep. She was so young. He was sure when they'd met she was taller and curvier. He knew that she hit a growth spurt over their 2-year training. They all came back looking stronger and better than before. Looking at her now, she was maybe 15, 16 years old. Still a kid. She still had the round cheeks and gangly limbs of someone still growing into their body. His jaw clenched as he examined her bruise in the moonlight. She'd refused to lift her shirt so he could check her ribs. They had all taken turns helping chop her dress wounds before. Nami's refusal had nothing to do with modesty despite what Johnny and Yasuku had to say about perverts. She was probably hiding more than one bruise. Zoro wanted to kill the BSTRDS. He wanted to gather Nami up and take her far away from here. She was too small to be the force of nature he knew she could be. Watching her sleep is creepy. Zoro looked over at the blue-haired sister and shrugged. Seriously, what do you want with my sister? She glared at him. No one just gives away millions of bellies. What price is she going to pay for this? No price. He denied. I told you, we're friends. I owe Nami a lot more than a few million bellies. How? She saved my life. More than once. She navigated us through the Grand Line and predicted weather like she could tell the future. She fought at my side and watched my back. She drank with me and laughed with me. She's my nakama. Our navigator. Not to mention the fact that she charges insane interest on loans. And after? You bring her money and talk like you know her and promise to take on the Arlong pirates. What happens after? That's up to Nami. What choice does she have? She sounded bitter and desperate. What has she promised? She didn't have to promise anything. Nami can do what she wants. I hope what she wants is to come with us. I want her to sail with us around the world and to draw her maps. That's her dream, isn't it? Nojiko just looked at him wide-eyed. Zoro frowned at her. She was irritating, asking the same questions over and over. How long have you known her? She just told you that? Years. He answered absently before he realized. Oh. Her voice was quiet. I'm going to sleep. He said abruptly and pushed himself away from the doorway. It was easier than looking at too young Nami and her blue-haired sister who thought Nami was keeping secret friends. Of ships and thoughts. Luffy sat at the bow of the ship looking over the water. He fidgeted impatiently. He needed to go. He was sure this was the fastest way, but it was still so slow. The old fisherman agreed to take him to Konomi Islands in exchange for protection from pirates and help with the nets. Luffy could usually talk people into what he needed, and this time it was really easy. The old man was captain of a deep-sea fishing vessel that was struggling to make quotas this season. They needed to get into deeper waters, but a sea king had moved into the region and was a danger to crew and ship. It hadn't taken much to convince the old man to let him join. The 6 other fishermen had been skeptical until Luffy had punched the sea king and asked if the cook could make it for supper. Then they were happy to have the teenager on board. For some reason they decided they didn't need help with the nets after all. Luffy wasn't sure why. He thought it was much faster the way he did it. Instead he was asked to be lookout and keep an eye out for trouble. It was boring, and he needed to get to his special people. Luffy sighed loudly. One more day, boy. We are nearly there. You should be able to see the islands just after sunrise. You can get yourself to land before dinner. Yosh. I can't wait. I have things to do and people to find. XXXXXX. Brook sat on the side of the ship, peering into foggy water. It was truly a nightmare he couldn't wake himself from. He screamed into the mist just to hear his own voice echo. His friends, companions, crew, had vanished into nothing. Was it all a dream? The past years of living, adventuring, seeking fame and fortune and battling enemies. Standing beside the man who would be king. Was it all delusion? He stood and leaned against a wall. 45 degrees, he laughed with no audience to hear the desperation. He attempted a more acute angle and slid to the ground. Laying on the gritty deck he sobbed. He called his soul from his body, proving with a skill he mastered in the time that it wasn't all imagined. Shadowless and trapped he may be, but Brook was not mad. Not yet. He pulled back into himself and ran a finger over the wood, scratching at the salty surface. An idea was forming. A beginning of a thought. Brook hummed softly. Yo-ho-ho-ho yo-ho-ho. Ho! XXXXXX. Franky hummed softly as he worked. This is gonna be supper. He sketched and scaled. He would need to design something bigger. But not too much bigger. He would only have access to so much atom wood. Their crew was small but full of specialists. Each would need a space to hone their craft. His heart ached at the memory of the beautiful Thousand Sunny. His beautiful dream ship. He leaned away from the workbench as he sobbed the manly tears she deserved. No two ships could be built exactly the same. Just as he refused to rebuild the Brave Going Merry, he would not, attempt to recreate the Sunny. It would dishonor the memory of the old and impose a heavy burden on the new ship. Instead he started from scratch. He had made thousands of small adjustments to the Sunny, and Usopp's collaborative creations had expanded their arsenal as well. There was no reason not to include those designs from the outset. Not to mention all the super surprises he had in store for the crew. Franky dreamed up a beauty of a ship. He made lists for each of his nakama and doodled details that would make each of them smile. He sketched and scrapped dozens of figureheads as he tried to imagine how to top the king of beasts for their future king of pirates. None of the lions he tried seemed right. It was too much like the Sunny. He heard the rustle of clothes and quiet whispers as some of his crew peeked in on him. Franky didn't mind an audience. He made it clear that this was his private thinking space and his bros respected that. As long as they kept their distance, they could totally check in on him. He had a lot of work to do getting the Franky family settled here on Water 7 without him. XXXXXX. Nami gathered her baskets of tangerines and looked over at the people gathered on her porch. Zoro was polishing a sword aggressively. It was strange to see the unfamiliar blade and even stranger to see him looking so slender and wiry. Nojiko was looking so hopeful with the treasure displayed in neat piles on the table and kitchen counters, sorted and organized to display for whoever would come and appraise or collect it. The bounty hunter duo were sharpening their blades and watching Zoro with worshipful gazes. Half the town was on her lawn. When she announced that they were 800,000 bellies short of the total, her sister had gone for a walk. Nami hadn't thought much of it until neighbors began knocking. Neighbors bringing belly. 100 here, 2,000 there, each offering pressed into her hand with a thank you. Looking over the treasure she had now, it was overwhelming. 100,002,150 belly by her best guess in coins, stacks of cash, gems, and treasure. 6 years of thieving, a dozen bounties, and the life savings of her neighbors. She would get to tell Arlong she had the money. She would get to tell him that it was here. She swallowed. You should let us come with you. If something goes wrong, Zoro spoke low, cautious of the positive atmosphere. Her village was on the verge of celebration. You need to hide. Whatever happens, they will want to look at the treasure. Someone will have to come here. Weapons are not allowed in the village. Nami. Just let this play out. We know how it's going to go, but it could go worse. Last time he pulled a dirty trick, this time you actually have all the money. I'd feel better about this if you dash. Boat, someone called from the hill. Coming in fast. Fishmen? Hide. Nojiko called to the bounty hunters. Zoro stood quickly, but he was grinning. How does he do that? Zoro laughed. Lucky BSTRD. Is it? Nami started to smile, looking hopeful. Luffy. Nami laughed, grabbed his hands, and spun them both in a circle. Zoro grumbled but allowed the manhandling, still grinning. What are you two going on about? Nojiko hollered. Chapter 5 Freeing Nami. And how exactly did you manage to get the full sum? I know we haven't been paying you that much. Has our little thief been skimming the treasury? Arlong asked with a snarl. What? No. Nami went pale at the thought. You know I haven't. She brought her hands up, palms open. A mark brought me some cash recently. He was convinced I needed the money to escape a bad marriage. He thought I would run away with him if he could give me enough bellies. Nami explained quickly, thinking of a certain geisha in Wano. You expect me to believe that? Arlong lashed out with a punch. Nami felt the world fuzz around her at the blow. Spots danced before her eyes and the left side of her face burned. She could taste blood and could feel more dripping down her face. You specialize in betrayal, human. Did you not think we would be prepared if you tried to betray us? But I didn't, she protested. She never had. Not then and not now. She dealt with Arlong and his men honestly. She worked hard, often until her fingers bled. She diligently collected every bit of treasure she could and gave Arlong his cut in exchange. Okay, she may have tried to kill Arlong a time or two, but she'd never cheated or stolen from him. The last time they had done this, she only turned to Luffy after Arlong turned on her first and betrayed the spirit of their agreement, if not the letter. This time around, even knowing that possibility, she wanted to make the offer and have a chance at a clean break. There is no way you could have collected 100 million berries in 6 years. Do you think I'm stupid? Chu, check our treasury. Raider, take some men and go collect our treasure. And when he tells you nothing is missing, she challenged. He hit her again. She found herself on the ground, her head pounding. Nami expected her plan to fail. There was no way Arlong was going to give up his navigator. She hadn't expected to be accused of stealing from the Arlong pirates or to be punched in the face. Blinking back to consciousness, she listened as Arlong ordered men to find out what she'd stolen from them. Someone was going to her house in the village. She had a feeling anyone who went to do so would find themselves with a lot more trouble than gold. XXXXXX. The fishmen coming into the small cottage weren't unexpected. Having them confiscate the treasure because of Nami's betrayal had Nojiko shouting protests. Zoro stopped their retaliation with prejudice, jumping between Nojiko and the aggressive fishmen. Luffy watched as he moved swiftly and knocked out the others in the party. Less killing Zoro. Luffy chided absently as his swordsman wiped blood from his blade. The other 2 bounty hunters were tying up the 3 living fishmen. Captain. I didn't like that guy is all, and he pulled a knife on Nojiko. Alright, let's go. He got to his feet and pulled his hat low over his eyes. He moved down the path and Zoro fell into step behind him. Jimmy and Yogurt hurried to follow. Just like that? Nojiko called. Nami's in trouble. I'm done waiting. Luffy didn't raise his voice or stop walking. She ran after them, stopping only to grab a branch from the yard. Villagers began following as well with makeshift weapons. Luffy didn't care. They could do what they wanted, as long as they stayed out of his way. Luffy smashed his way through the entrance with the casualness of experience. The large metal door gave out with a single punch, the stone around it shattering with a spray of dust and debris. He scanned Arlong Park, taking note of the pirates spread around. There were a lot more than he remembered. Several dozen, maybe 100 fishmen, most of them armed. Arlong himself was seated in the throne-like chair by the water. Nami was sitting at his feet, her nose and lip bleeding. She was blinking in a way that screamed concussion. Luffy strode up boldly, stopping just before the saw-nosed fishman. Arlong. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will be king of pirates. I have just one question for you before we start. Luffy held up a single finger to emphasize his point. King of the pirates? Arlong laughed loudly. Human scum like you? Go on then, fool, what's your question? Why don't you have a Ferris wheel? He asked severely. Nami facebombed while Zoro and the villagers drooped in the way that told Luffy none of them understood and they thought he was being stupid. Sometimes his crew was a little slow. Arlong stopped laughing and narrowed his eyes. What? His voice low and threatening, the blue captain sat up in his chair looking down his saw nose at them. I've been to Zebedee Park. That's what this place is supposed to be like, right? But they had a really cool wheel that was fun to ride. And good food stands with meat and cotton candy. Luffy licked his lips in remembrance. It was such a neat place. Why didn't you build a Ferris wheel like that if you wanted this place to look like Zebedee? He tipped his head to one side in question. Zebedee is a pit trap. It may look beautiful to a human like you, but underneath it is nothing but rot and greed, he snarled back, gnashing his teeth in anger. I know. Luffy agreed simply. It's full of slavers and cowards and filthy celestial dragons. At least it had cool rides. A friend of mine called her visit the best day of her life, and she was kidnapped and hurt bad that day. I can understand you wanting a better park, but where's your Ferris wheel? If you wanted to do it right, you could have made it better. You could have built something great. Nami listened as her captain's voice took on a petulant whine. You could have built something great. She wondered if Luffy understood the double meaning in his words. Luffy has always been smarter than he gets credit for and able to see the heart of a matter quicker than anyone she'd ever met. That didn't mean she understood him. Knowing what they did about Fisher Tiger and the prejudices against fishmen, Luffy could be getting at something very deep. Or he could be simply wondering about a fun ride. Luffy had a streak of simple selfishness that he fully owned up to. He was a pirate to the core, and it was entirely possible that the absence of a Ferris wheel offended him in an entirely irrational but perfectly Luffy way. Silence hung in the air for a full minute as the surrounding pirates gaped at the Straw Hat captain. Instead, Luffy narrowed his eyes and his voice rose with an edge of anger. You chose to hurt Nami. She's my nakama. I will not forgive you. Prepare yourself, Arlong. I'm gonna kick your butt. Luffy lifted his fists, shifted into second gear, and then charged. A sound like an explosion startled the fishmen of Arlong Park. Captain Arlong himself stared at the dusty cloud where his gate used to be infuriated. A small human child, skinny with dark hair and a stupid hat stormed in as if he were something to fear. I will teach him to fear. A few swordsmen were spread behind him, blades at the ready, and a crowd lingered behind the rubble with typical human cowardice. The snot-nosed brat had the audacity to glare at him and give him a lecture about Sebedi. As if he had any right to comment on the affairs of his betters. The sniveling trash turned pink and disappeared. Arlong felt the force of the punch like a blow from a sea king. His chair, rock solid, shattered with the force as he was knocked back. Zoro, can you take the others? My pleasure, Captain. The green-haired swordsman moved in a blur and Arlong watched as his men began dropping with no discernible cause. Clearly this man was the reason his door was in rubble. The green-haired man began barking out commands to the others and Arlong tuned him out. He pushed himself to his feet. Do you know the difference between us? He asked the little one. Wait, I remember this, the boy appeared to be thinking. Was it the nose? No, webbing? Species. Ah. The brat punched a fist into palm, nodding like an idiot. Fishmen are a superior race. We are faster, tougher, stronger, and better than you pathetic land dwellers. Witness dash. Are you just going to talk? This is boring. Let's go. The human launched forward, landing a series of blows that he was unprepared for. How are you doing that? You weak creatures cannot possibly stand up to my. Ugh, are you still talking? At least try to land a punch. You're just a coward. You had no trouble trying to punch my nakama. I'm going to kick your butt for laying a finger on Nami. Then I am going to kick it again for being a boring disappointment. Reeling from the previous blows, Arlong dashed forward trying to drag the boy back towards the water. Instead the brat dodged, which was fine because it put him next to the water. With a smirk he produced water blades and began flinging them. He would not go down so easily. Nakama, nakama. I'll rip you to pieces. Water shot. Zoro took out the first round of weaklings in a single pass as he did a quick threat assessment and searched for the 4 he knew would be trouble. 20 men down and he had a fairly good lay of the land. Johnny, Yusaku, I want you to stay there as guardians. No one gets past you. I'll send fighters your way. You call if it gets to be too many. Nojiko, I want you and the other villagers on cleanup. Focus on tying up anyone who gets knocked out. Hit them over the head again if it looks like they'll wake up. Everyone should stay out of the battlefield. Luffy and I can take these guys, but it may get messy. Luffy punched Arlong into a wall, knocking chunks of concrete around and perfectly emphasizing his point. Zoro didn't wait for protests or confirmations. He went to work aiming for the martial artist who Sanji defeated previously. The 2 men who jumped into his path were knocked casually towards the entranceway. He landed a bloody slice to the fishman's flank as he dodged and ducked a kick to his head. He could feel the clarity of his observational haki as he moved in a familiar dance of blows. It didn't take long to manage a knockout. Not when he knew what blows were coming and his opponent was still underestimating him. Santoru Dragon Twister, he called, launching the attack to keep 2 of the stronger fighters off his back. Hatchan dodged, but the blue-green fishman Usopp took down was caught in the attack along with a dozen others. They were flung into the air and cut as the spinning attack created a tornado, sweeping them into the air. The spirit dragon accompanying the move flashed its eyes and roared silently. Zoro ignored the screams and watched the swordsman in front of him. His focus remained split amongst the remainder of the fighters, and a flying slash cut down 3 that were attempting to flank the villagers. Mind your fight, Johnny. Sorry bro. We're on it. Onigiri, he darted forward using the horizontal strike and taking down the octopus fishman to his own surprise. He'd expected the other to hold out a little longer. Surveying the battlefield, he ignored the brutal battle between Luffy and Arlong, instead tallying up the different fighters remaining. There were 3 moderately strong opponents that seemed to be gathering for a joint attack. Most of the others were holding back or preparing to flee. There was a small pile of fishmen being guarded by the villagers. He gave Nojiko a smile when he realized she was sitting on top of most of them. The blue-haired woman grinned back, looking vicious in the setting sunlight. "Yusaku, watch for those men to the east, don't let them escape that way or they may try to flank you." With that he launched back into the fight, adrenaline surging as he darted and danced between enemies. He manifested tigers and bulls as he rampaged through the park. None would escape their wrath. No one heard a straw hat and walked away from it. His swords hummed through the air, slashing and striking. He focused on using the blunt of the blade on these underlings. He could afford to be generous in victory. These men didn't stand a chance. XXXXXX. Luffy easily dodged the projectiles. He found this fight surprisingly easy. He remembered Arlong as a challenging opponent, but he was just angry and strong. There was little skill or talent in the fishman captain. With Haki and speed on his side, Luffy was clearly whining. He gave a sigh and tossed Arlong into another wall. Luffy watched as the man came up with a set of teeth in each hand, launching them. He started to dodge, then cursed. One of the jaws clamped to his left calf. He looked behind himself at Nami. "You should go collect your treasure or move to Mr. Pinwheel," he directed gently as he blocked a punch without looking. The force of the blow had him sliding backwards, but Luffy maintained his footing. Nami blinked up at him slowly and staggered to her feet. She made it 3 steps before stopping to vomit. Luffy turned furious eyes to the saw-nosed fishman, glaring upwards past the brim of his hat. "I'm done playing." He launched himself at the captain of the Arlong pirates and pounded him with Haki-covered Gatling punches. The blows were fast and furious. Luffy could feel bones break and see blood fly. Hyper-aware, he could feel the moment the other went unconscious as the body in front of him stopped resisting and went limp. He let the blue-skinned man flop to the ground. His saw nose was broken again. Another look at Nami showed she was nearly to the villagers and 2 men were already moving to help her get the rest of the way. He let his eyes scan the crowd, finding one of the fishmen beside the water readying an attack against the villagers. It was barely a thought as he blurred into motion and reappeared by the man, knocking him unconscious with a single punch. He watched as Zoro moved at similar speed, knocking out 2 more with the blunt of his blades. They shared a look. To an outside observer it would seem like the remaining men just dropped. Moving at high speeds, the 2 straw hats slammed through the remaining fishmen. The entire fight was less than 15 minutes. "You're bleeding," Zoro noted, surprised. He aimed for Nami at the end. "There. Bstrd. It's nothing." Cheers went up from the villagers. Both men scowled. Not heroes. They turned to face the approaching well-wishers. "Arlong has fallen. Let's make sure you get everyone secured before you start with that." Luffy waved them away. "I need to check on Nami and then we can eat. You can probably find chains inside to tie them up with." Zoro added helpfully. "I'll take care of Arlong myself." Luffy pushed through the people who were trying to thank him and found his navigator with her sister and the doctor. Nojiko was sitting on a pile of fishmen. Luffy laughed, feeling lighthearted for the first time since he stepped foot on the island. The sun was nearly down, and someone had the foresight to begin lighting torches. Nami was sitting in the orange light, her face clean of blood, drinking something the doctor gave her. "Nami!" "Luffy," she launched herself into his arms and groaned a moment later. "Nami," concerned and alarmed, he turned to the doctor. "Is she okay?" "She has a concussion. I'd like to monitor her tonight, but she should be fine." "Nami," he swallowed, gently stroking her hair. "Luffy, I'm fine." She pulled back enough to smile at him. It didn't help because this close he could see the way her face was turning purple and the way her eyes were 2 different sizes. He could remember Chopper lecturing Zoro about head injuries and brain damage. Nami was more breakable than Zoro. She was tough in many ways, but injuries seemed to hurt her worse. She could see it on his face because she hit him lightly. "I need you to go get my charts. I'm not supposed to go up the stairs." Grateful for a task, he gave her a loose hug, careful not to squeeze. "Okay, Nami. I'll bring it all." He bounced away from her. "Zoro, let's go." Zoro looked up from where he was chaining fishmen to a pillar. "What are you getting?" Nojiko asked, a step behind him. Nami decided to keep her sea charts instead of destroying them. "Luffy, do me a favor?" "Anything. If it comes to a fight, don't destroy my room this time." "No. Last time around, I needed that. I needed a fresh start. Everything they forced from me, everything that room held, represented what they took. It was a chain, and you gave me my freedom." She paused, looking uncertain. "Not anymore?" "Now. Right now, at least, I can see the use. Coming back here and seeing it again, I could see all the blood, sweat and tears that went into those maps. I want to reclaim it." To make it mine, not his. I don't know. I might change my mind. I could just burn them all tomorrow or sell them maybe. Luffy put a hand on her shoulder. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I will save your maps, Nami. If we end up having a bonfire, that's fun too. No regrets. Let's just live today. Today you want to keep it, so we will. He smiled at her as if it were just that simple. Thanks, Luffy. Oi, Nami. Yeah? After, can we still smash the building, or you want to leave that standing too? She laughed and didn't answer, scooping up her tangerine baskets and heading down the path towards Arlong Park. He pouted. Zoro accepted another stack of books in a pillowcase to bring downstairs. Several villagers had figured out they were helping Nami and joined in. He suspected others may be looting other rooms of the stronghold. Instead, he and Luffy were hauling down heavy loads while the volunteers managed the sorting and packing under Nojiko's stern supervision. He grabbed another armload of tubes as well before heading for the stairs. This way, Zoro-san. A man directed from the doorway. He thought it was kind of silly to have people assigned to give directions, but supposed they had enough volunteers with nothing better to do. Nojiko had insisted and he didn't want to argue with her about it. It was past dark now. He could still hear people shouting in the streets and the laughter of the growing crowd as other villages were informed and people came to see for themselves. He knew the mayor was arranging for the partying to begin on the other side of the island. Kokoyashi village would be celebrating tomorrow out of respect for Nami's headache and because they had taken responsibility for the prisoners. Even so, the smell of barbecue would lure the captain sooner than later. Someone had made the call to the Marines and they were expected to show up whenever. Zoro hoped they listened to Nami and they were able to lock up the dirty Marines involved in Arlong's operation, but he didn't hold much hope. The Navy liked to cover that kind of thing up. Oi, Pinwheel. My name is Sheriff Genzo. He corrected again. I wanted to get everything we are taking onto a boat before everyone starts celebrating. We might have to leave quick when the Marines show up. I have a little skiff and Luffy had a rowboat. They should both be at the dock by Nami's hill if they haven't moved. Can we get a cart or something to get this all back there? We're almost finished getting everything out. I'll take care of it. You boys have helped enough. We can get your ship set. It might take some arranging. He explained with a frown. Our ship is waiting for us on another island. What we have with us is small. We can figure something out. Right. He turned to go back inside and suddenly a villager was at his elbow showing him a different path to the building. Zoro looked up and realized the building had moved again. With a noise of frustration, he turned and allowed the villager to show him to the staircase. Maybe guides weren't a bad idea if the area was going to keep shifting around. XXXXXX. I still can't believe you guys are pirates, one of the villagers shouted over the music as he passed Luffy some melonham. Yup. I'm going to be Pirate King, he laughed as the man made silly gasping noises. But you're just leaving us all the treasure. What pirates leave behind treasure, he protested. Ah, but you guys need that here to rebuild. And anyways the Marines are probably going to try to take it, so you're going to lose some to them. Nami got her maps and we got Nami to be our navigator, that's more than enough treasure. He held up his treat. And free food. Shishishi. Luffy spotted a man roasting drumsticks and hurried over to claim a share, ditching the weird guy. This party was even better than the last with games and food and juice on every corner. Music was playing loudly and even if it wasn't as good as Brooks, Luffy had found plenty of people to dance with. Nami was feeling much better this morning and no more vomiting, which was good. She'd talked to a lot of people who didn't believe she wanted to be a pirate. It made his heart happy every time she explained that the Straw Hats were good and she was joining them because they would help her achieve her dreams. He snatched a caramel apple, stretching his arm across the street and whipping it back over heads as people stared. The sun was shining, and he had gathered 2 of his crew. Nami would be able to get her new tattoo tonight and then off to gather his men. Usopp first, then Sanji. Or maybe the other way. Sanji hadn't seen Syrup the first time. He might like to see Usopp's home? XXXXXX. Zoro? Nami sounded surprised. I thought you guys were still partying. We are. He gave her a nod as he finished adjusting his boot. What are you doing? She stopped as the sound of a shower started. Zoro. Yeah? Did you sleep with my sister? Eh? What are you yelling for? We had a great. He dodged a fist with a curse. Crazy witch. What is wrong with you? Wrong with me? You. Ugh. He dodged out the door and headed for the music. He would never understand women. Behind him Nami hollered threats and slammed the door. Chapter 6 wrapping up and moving on. Usopp hummed in satisfaction as he set the final trap. This time he would show them what the great Captain Usopp could do. His boys gave each other high fives and looked proud of their work. The forest was a maze of non-lethal traps and tricks. Usopp needed to practice his stealth maneuvers and the young pirates needed to add to their arsenal. At this rate, his crew alone might be able to handle the cat grunts. He still needed at least one of his monster crewmates to handle the hypnotist and captain. He took a moment to fantasize about finding the two meeting on the beach and taking both out with fireball stars before they even realized he was there. He could tie them up, leave them stranded in a pit trap and call in a tip to the Marines. The great Captain Usopp single-handedly taking out the cat pirates. Captain. We finished the perimeter defense. The forest territory is secure, sir. Good work, crew, he praised. You left the secret passages clear, right? Yes, Captain Usopp. And you put the secret signs, so you can remember? Yes, yes. Danger signs and all clear signs both. Onion held up the little carved markers they'd been using. Excellent. So professional, he took a wide stance. I will now inspect the forest and ensure that no dangers have escaped our notice. What will my brave crew of Usopp pirates do? Go to dinner? Yeah, dinner. Usopp laughed. Off you go then. See you tomorrow after lunch. I'm moving boxes at the grocery tomorrow morning. Okay. See you tomorrow. Usopp waved them off. He did a quick inspection of the traps he hadn't personally helped with. He had to adjust a few wires and retie a few knots, but overall, they did well. He left the forest and moved down to the beach for his jog around the island. He could almost manage the distance without collapsing afterwards, so progress. And hey, who knows when I'll get really lucky and stumble onto a conspiracy. XXXXXX. Marine Lieutenant Kirby was not having a good day. HQ had called him from his region to step in on this island because of a very strange report. The island locals reported not only the capture of a big-name pirate, but they named the local marine unit as accomplices and collaborators. HQ was very interested in finding out what was going on here. The interviews were not going well. Pirates? The marine asked incredulous. That's who came in and left Arlong like this? The Straw Hat Pirates, yes. The sheriff reported. They came in and spoke to us, offered to help. They took out Arlong and his gang and helped chain them all up like this. You just accepted help from pirates? Well, they were very convincing. And it wasn't so much an offer as them telling us their plans. Those Straw Hats were pretty determined. Can you describe these pirates? He made a note in his pad. Well, the captain is a dark-haired teenager. 14 or 15 maybe. He's about shoulder hay on me. Wears a straw hat. I assume that's where they got the name. Dark eyes and a small scar on his face. We might have a picture from the celebration. He could eat like a horse, but he was really skinny. He was amazingly fast and a devil fruit eater. Gum rubber, I think he called it. The other man was Roronoa Zoro. All muscle but lean, slender build. He has green hair and eyes. He fights with 3 swords. Likes to wander around with no shirt. My height. I'm sure the Marines know him. Pirate Hunter Zoro? The Marine rubbed his temples. Oh yes. We had trouble believing it too. He was very insistent that he was a Straw Hat. The captain said he was first mate when we asked about it. Zoro was muttering about getting it tattooed, but I don't know if he actually got one. The sheriff sighed. The 2 bounty hunters that came with them left separately. Right. And the rest? The rest? Of the pirates. How many were in the crew? Just the 2. The Marine stopped writing notes, looking up from his pad of paper. You expect me to believe that 4 men took out the entire Arlong pirate crew? This was a precision strike with minimal casualties. You expect me to believe that such a small group managed to take down the entire crew of fishmen with no fatalities on their side and only 4 dead fishmen? That instead of killing them, these pirates just tied them up and allowed you to call the Marines. Then they just left. No raiding or looting. Actually, it was mostly the 2 pirates. The bounty hunters stayed out of the main fighting and just took out any that aimed for the civilians or that Zoro sent them to handle. Those 6 there actually were their work. Genzo pointed to one group of pirates tied up and looking pitiful. 2 pirates took out most of the crew? I could see Pirate Hunter Zoro taking out Arlong, but how did the other guy handle 52 men? Kirby rubbed his forehead. Oh no, it was the captain who took out Arlong. I'm not sure how they did it, to be honest. They were moving so fast I thought they were just blurs for most of the fight. Sheriff Genzo corrected cheerfully. Right. The 15-year-old just blew up the gate, walked in and beat up Captain Arlong the Sawno's shark fisherman with a 20 million bellies bounty. Then they just beat up everyone else so fast no one saw it happen. The officer was ready to strangle someone. Well, there were no explosives involved. The young captain just punched the gate. Sheriff Genzo demonstrated a wind-up punch. He punched that metal gate. You can see the fist mark if you want to look at it. Later, he agreed, exhausted at the prospect. So, this 15-year-old punched his way in and then he and his one-person crew, the former pirate hunter, wrecked the Arlong pirates with a little help from the 2 bounty hunters who no one can explain. That sounds about right. And this girl, he moved on, the one you say reported Nezumi and the 16th branch, where is she? He held up the rough sketch of the mousy captain. She left to join the Straw Hats. She joined the pirates? Yes. She said that you lot were not likely to believe she was coerced by the Arlong pirates, and if she was going to be called a pirate, she wanted to be on the Straw Hat crew. The Marine looked at him hard. That was the first statement that sounded like a lie. As ridiculous as the rest of it was, he believed it. He didn't believe this answer though. He contemplated calling the man on his lie. Ultimately this girl's reason for joining the pirates didn't change anything though. With a sigh he made a quick note. You believed this girl about the Marines? He asked instead. I know we've seen Marine ships but never received any assistance in the 6 years since our island was taken over. Not once. Someone was accepting bribes. I couldn't say who. Nami could tell you though. She would have been close enough to see people and name names like she did. I'm sure your own patrol records will confirm if that branch has made a regular tour of this area and what concerns, if any, they bothered to report. I assure you, it is being looked into. I'm sure. The amount of sarcasm in that statement could level a small building. So, 2 pirates from a crew no one has heard of just took out the Arlong pirates worth over 42 million total. Then they recruited a 16-year-old girl and then sailed away. I mean, they stayed for the party. Like I said, we might have pictures of them. Right. The Marine put a hand over his face and did some deep breathing exercises. So you're telling me that this island provided hospitality to a pirate crew? Oh no, the sheriff backtracked. They just wouldn't leave. I'm sure you are familiar with pirates enough to know we couldn't just kick them out. We are weak and helpless islanders. That was a bold-faced lie and the sheriff didn't have the decency to pretend otherwise. Pirates are known to party hard. I'm sure you were faced with some drunken rioting? Oh no. The captain doesn't drink. He seemed to enjoy the tangerine juice. Zoro drinks like a fish but he's a sleepy drunk and the biggest problem we had with him was him ending up on the wrong end of the island when he wandered off. The 2 bounty hunters wandered around playing games more than drinking. Kirby felt his eye give a twitch and decided to switch topics. Can you describe their ship? Oh, they weren't in their main ship, they said they had to go get that. Genzo sounded amused again so he didn't want to ask. Nothing good could come from asking. This was clearly a setup. With as much resolution as he could muster, he looked to the sheriff. Can you describe the ship they left in? It was a small raft. You could maybe call it a small sloop. A sloop. You know, a small sloop. 1 sail, tiny doghouse? Small. He held 2 fingers close together. I still think it was more raft than sloop. You know what I'm talking about? I'm familiar. He rubbed his forehead and looked at his notes. Right. Anything else I can help you with, officer? The sheriff looked pleased with himself. Please God, stop helping. He spoke before thinking about it. One of his subordinates choked in a poor attempt to hide laughter. I mean to say, I would appreciate you finding any pictures of this Nami girl and the Straw Hat captain. Kirby didn't think there was any way to regain his dignity but DMN if he wasn't going to try. My pleasure, officer. He looked at the list of witnesses and wondered if any of these interviews would be easy. These islanders really resented the Marines. Silently cursing the 16th branch, Kirby swore to see them all docked in rank even if they weren't outright arrested for collaboration. XXXXXX. You stole a den mushi? Zoro asked raising an eyebrow. Liberated, looted, what do you care? She tossed her orange hair. It was Arlong's. It's not like he needs it now. Be careful with the sea spray. Luffy warned. Who are you to talk about careful? She hollered back even as she clutched the cat-sized snail further from the edge of the tiny boat. Anyhow, have either of you checked in with Sanji? She asked. Eh? With Sanji? I'll take that as a no, she sighed and looked down. Okay then. She dialed the transponder number. You've reached the DMN restaurant. When are you coming? The restaurant. SSSH, Luffy. Sorry, is Sanji in? Oh. Is this Miss Nami? He asked, tone going from bored to hyper. Yes. Sanji, please. Sanji won't tell us anything about you. The Den appeared to pout. Tell me, how did the 2 of you meet? You seem like a nice girl. This nice girl wants to speak to Sanji now. Nami asked again with an edge to her voice. Muffled shouting and banging noises were imitated by the snail. Nami Swan. You called early. 1 minute, shove off you assholes, this is a private conversation. Sorry my dear. You have my undivided attention. Is something wrong? Do I need to come rescue you? Sanji. Luffy interrupted. Luffy. Cook. Marimo. DMN. Oh, you idiots should have rung sooner. There was no bite in his voice. Don't you know how to pick up a snail? Oi, they're not exactly common. Zoro snapped. Sanji, Nami interrupted. Has anyone else called? I spoke to Robin briefly, and a certain helmsman. Both said they wouldn't be able to call again and were just touching base. Our helmsman visited Franky and said all was well there. No news from anyone else. Shishishi, you guys are smart calling each other. Luffy smiled. Nami punched him. Nami-chan, are you okay? I'm fine, Sanji. Can you hold on for a little longer? For you, my sweet, anything. I want to fly our colors at the Baratai. You'll need Usopp for that. Yeah. I'll see you soon? So soon. Yes, Sanji. We won't keep you waiting. Luffy laughed, leaning over Nami to speak into the receiver. Shitty captain. You look after Nami-san, will ya? Yash. I'll take care of her. Be safe, Sanji. You too, Luffy. It's good to hear you. Yeah. Luffy echoed softly. I'm glad you're you, Sanji. Oi, none of that, a-hole. Sanji sniffed. Gonna cry, sheet cook? Zoro teased. F, you moss head. Boys, Nami snapped, not now. XXXXXX. The Gecko Islands were small but closely clustered. Syrup Village was one of only 2 towns on this small but cheerful island in the chain. 2 slopes, one to the north and one to the east of the island, provided the only access to the land, otherwise surrounded by sheer cliffs. Sandy beach between rock walls gave way to a grassy pastures and farmlands. Large oak trees dotted the landscape before clustering into a small forest on the north end of the island. Zoro leaned against the ship rail as he meditated, letting his haki flow outward to examine the island. There didn't seem to be any major predators on the island, and only a single presence in the center of the island seemed to register above normal. We're here. Luffy's exuberant shout broke his concentration and Zoro opened his eyes. He was sweating slightly, which annoyed him. I should be stronger than this. Observational Haki is a mental DSPLN. I should be able to manage the same level of competence as I did before. He grabbed the captain before he could rocket off the ship. Don't capsize us, Luffy. This little ship can't take much rocking. Oh. Right. Sorry. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Just another minute. Nami chided, pulling in smoothly. Zoro, can you dash? He was already pulling off his boots and rolling his pants up. Getting carefully to his feet, he hopped out and pulled the front of the ship further up on shore. He planted a stake in the sand and tied off the boat. Let's take a look around. Usopp has to be here somewhere. Nami fussed with the cabin for a moment, ensuring her precious maps and treasure were secure. She had to race up the slope to catch the 2 boys. Hey! You guys couldn't wait 2 minutes? What's the big idea? She punched each of them in the shoulder. Sorry, Nami, they snickered, not sorry in the least. Zoro smiled as he wandered with his crew towards the sleepy town. It was a blast from the past. Last time it was the 3 of them as well. He laughed as Luffy darted for the restaurant at the edge of the village. This is the same place, isn't it? He asked Nami. Yeah. Wow, this takes me back. She entered Moshi and found Luffy at a booth already chatting with an overwhelmed old man as he ordered what sounded like half the menu. There's my friends. Luffy grinned at them. This old man said Usopp works here sometimes, but he should be off with his friends somewhere. 3 guesses where that might be. Zoro settled into the booth. Onigiri and ramen for me. 3 of each. Oh well, he likes the forest, could be at the east shore, or visiting the Lady Kaya. The old man replied, assuming it was a genuine question. Thank you for your help. Do you have sandwiches? Nami placed her order quickly. Let's eat and go, I'm ready to find Usopp. Yash. I'm just so hungry. Us too, Zoro assured him. We skipped breakfast to dodge that storm and it's late for lunch. Usopp understands the food hierarchy rules. He would expect you to eat. Nami agreed. Food hierarchy? The order of importance for food in relation to other tasks. Nami offered. Luffy looked at her in confusion as they were served the first round of food. Look, Luffy, we all know that food is important, Zoro started. There are very few things more important than food, and those are clearly very important things. Then there are the we have time to grab and eat on the way, and put it in your pocket, food times. Right. Luffy agreed with a nod. The crew figured out a loose system for categorizing emergency versus food. Nami added to clarify. You need a system? Shishishi. I thought it was obvious. He took a large bite of meat, looking between them. No, Zoro bluntly ended the explanation and began shoveling down his noodles. Our point is that Usopp would understand. Nami kept talking because she had to have the last word. Zoro rolled his eyes at the witch but didn't fight her if she wanted to go around stating the obvious. He ate as quickly as the dishes were served, slowing down on his last bowl of ramen so Luffy could get his last 3 helpings and finish together. Stuffed and happy they began the trek towards the big house. Nami was extra clingy, pulling him onto different pathways every few minutes. He let his senses expand, counting the sheep in the fields and finding that one source of threat again. It was difficult with Luffy beside him as a beacon to keep his Haki focused further afield. Zoro could recall his early training with Mihawk and experiencing the same troubles. I shouldn't be back to that square one. He growled softly because that wasn't it either. I didn't have this range when I was first learning or this level of comprehension for what I sensed. It's like I have the techniques but no control. He stopped walking for a minute. The nagging familiarity snapped into place. It was like his sword skills. He retained the knowledge and understanding of all his techniques, but his physical endurance and speed were hindering the execution of certain moves. Did Haki work like a muscle? Did he need to rebuild his spiritual strength as well? Zoro? Nami had her hand on his shoulder. Is something wrong? He looked at her in disgust. Of course something was wrong. Everything is wrong. He was weak and useless like this. He didn't have the physical strength, speed, or endurance to protect his crew. The mental advantage he assumed he had for using Haki was now crippled as well. He'd only needed to use light levels of armament Haki and observational Haki. He hadn't even noticed his own weakness. His chest was tight, and he could feel his rage building. It was a similar feeling to Perona's negative ghost attacks. The thought made it even more difficult to focus. Where was Perona? She wasn't exactly a friend, but he owed her something. He would have to see her to safety too. He was feeling a bit dizzy. Deep breath Zoro, like this. The stupid witch was still babbling. He humored her, mimicking the breathing. It helped, surprisingly. He did it a few more times, centering himself as he did when meditating. That caused his chest to loosen and his shoulders to relax. The anger and frustration melted away as he focused on his goal. He would get stronger. He would be the world's greatest swordsman, however long that took. He would protect his crew. What was that about? She demanded. What? He snapped defensively. You just stopped and freaked out over nothing. What do you call that? You seem upset. Is something wrong? Luffy questioned, looking serious. Zoro stopped walking and wouldn't answer. Just realized something is all. I'm fine now. Obviously. Huh? Luffy nodded once, clearly thinking hard. Well, are you going to share? She demanded again. None of your business. He snapped back and began walking again. Wrong way. Nami looked, said. Whatever. He changed direction so he was on the path again. Not that way either. We just came from there. Well, you're not even walking at all, he shouted back, turning again. Let's go already. Don't worry about him, Nami, Zoro is strong. He wanted to puke because he wasn't, not anymore. It's not about being strong, idiot. Nami punched at the captain, but Luffy dodged with a laugh. Zoro shouldn't worry either. Luffy said loudly, looking towards the sky. Whatever. He focused on the present and staying at Luffy's side as they made their way to Usopp. He hoped the sniper didn't have much to accomplish before they could set sail. He wanted to collect both man and ship and get moving. Sooner was better, although he suspected they would have to spend at least one night here. It was frustrating. 4 of them would still only be 2/5 of the crew. He hated how long this was taking. Focus on the present. Get stronger. Focus on that presence which has started moving. Heads up. He warned. I feel it too. Someone coming? Is it that blade cat, Captain? Dunno. Luffy shrugged, rolling his shoulders with a smile. Zoro dropped his hand to his blades, resting casually rather than any intent to draw. Even if it was an enemy, they weren't approaching with any intent to fight. They came around the hill and had a clear view to the large manor. Headed their way was a boy in brown overalls. He dropped his hand away and grinned. It's Usopp. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy flew away from them without a thought. Usopp. Nami was running. Zoro let her get a head start before pushing his speed. He reached Usopp just in time to catch him as Luffy plowed into him. Good one, Zoro. Luffy acknowledged. You're so fast still. Usopp sounded jealous. Not still, and not fast enough. Zoro disagreed. Cheaters. Nami reached them, out of breath, and wrapped all 3 boys in a group hug. Zoro protested immediately. He did not need to be. Luffy's arms joined Nami's, wrapping the group in a knot. Resigned, he let himself be snuggled into the sweaty, stinking mess of his nakama. They were all awful. He let his cheek rest on top of Usopp's head, noting the full foot of difference in their heights. That would make for great jokes later. For now, he was glad to have them all where he could see them. This was fine. He reached out to check for threats and was unsurprised to find all the potential right in front of him. He should have known from the start. The Straw Hat Sniper was the biggest predator on the island after all. Usopp was strong enough to take out all kinds of threats. You're finally here. I've been waiting. Chapter 7 What Usopp's been up to. Usopp drank some water and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Moving boxes for the grocery was great strength training and he was paid in groceries which put food on the table, but it was sweaty work. Old man Rigsby didn't own a warehouse but instead used an underground root cellar to store his extra inventory. It kept the food fresh but hauling the produce in and out was a young man's job. Usopp checked the position of the sun and debated what story he would have time to tell Kaya today. He didn't quite dare to tell another betrayal story but perhaps one. Like the boy who cried wolf only at sea. Something about cabin boys and sea kings maybe? Only all his tales were about the great Captain Usopp and it would be weird to tell a story about some random cabin boy and too close to the truth to play the liar himself. You seem troubled, son. Usopp jumped guiltily. Sorry, old man. Just daydreaming. It's nothing. I'll get back to work. Rest a moment, it's fine. The old man waved him back down. It's good work you're doing for me and without any complaint. Usopp blushed remembering years where he'd whined and struggled and caught can't move another muscle disease to get out of the hardest bits of work. Old man Rigsby had cursed at him more than once, but the old man never let him go hungry and always found work for him when he dropped by. He dug a toe into the ground and gave a little shrug. Tell me what's on your mind. You looked really upset there, and you're usually so cheerful. I just have a hard decision to make is all. He spoke before thinking and immediately tried to backtrack. Hypothetically. It's nothing really. Part of a game actually. Uh-huh. The man rubbed his balding head and leaned against the crate so Usopp couldn't get back to work. Go on. I promise not to gossip. Look, hypothetically, what would you do if you knew something really bad, a secret? If you tell the secret someone could get hurt, but if you don't tell the secret many people could get hurt. What do you do? Usopp, Rigsby looked alarmed. Are you in some kind of trouble? What? Me? No, of course not, he waved his hand breezily. This is just nothing, a mental exercise. Don't overthink it. Don't even worry about it at all. I'll just get back to. Now, hold on. Let me think here. It's a game, so I'll play. The old man looked very serious and clearly wasn't playing at all. Now tell me, to clarify, these people who might be hurt. Are we talking physical injuries? Yeah. And this person keeping the secret. Would they be doing the hurting? What? No. Okay then. I think the secret should be told. You can't control the actions of others and are not responsible for people this person may or may not hurt. Keeping the secret only gives that person power over you and the situation. If you tell the secret, say to an adult you trust, they can help you and perhaps can help find a way to keep anyone from being hurt. Usopp gave a small nod rubbing his elbows as he thought about it. Am I giving Kuro power here? Usopp? Thanks for the thought, old man. If you have any hypotheticals you want to talk about now. Oh no. It was just, I'm not really, and anyways, Usopp shook his head waving both hands in front of himself. It was just a game. Usopp, if people could get hurt? Look, everyone knows I play games. I would listen to you. Usopp, whatever secret has you so worried, I don't want you in danger over this. Let's just speak a moment. Don't worry about me. The great Captain Usopp can face any challenge. It's not like anyone would be worried about me spilling secrets. I'm the town liar. I'm sure even if I knew something bad no one would worry about it because no one else would believe me. So, it doesn't matter. He gave a smile. Hey, I'm going to have to finish these boxes tomorrow. I just remembered I was going to do some laundry today while it's sunny. Usopp. Got to go. Sorry about this. I'll be back tomorrow. He dashed away before the old man could press any further. I would believe you, he called, getting the last word in. Usopp didn't look back. He couldn't. This whole situation was a mess. He'd been back for less than a month. How had things gotten so complicated? He didn't like making decisions. Every choice held dangers and he had no crew to back him up. How was he going to handle this? He was a good liar but a terrible secret keeper. XXXXXX. You've been telling some interesting tales lately. Clahador likely intended to startle him as he climbed through the foliage. Unfortunately for him, Usopp had plenty of experience detecting half-hidden enemies and had spotted the fake butler before he even reached the hedge. The gold embroidery on his suit eye-catching behind the patchy green leaves. Usopp had time to gauge his threat level and prepare his own response in the 3 steps and short climb. I'm glad you enjoy them. He gave a proud smile and moved his skinny chest out. The adventures of the great Captain Usopp are admired the world over. It's not surprising they caught your interest. He boasted easily, feigning ignorance. Your tales are getting Miss Kaya quite worked up. It's not good for her health, you know. Usopp couldn't help taking that as a threat and his hands fisted, his lip curling in a snarl before he caught the reaction and tried to hide it. I wouldn't do anything to hurt my friend. My stories make her feel better. Clahador had seen something in his reaction. The butler narrowed his eyes and his posture changed to threatening as he reached into his jacket. Usopp reacted immediately, taking a hop away for distance and pulling his slingshot. So you're not just a stupid little boy. The butler stared at him for a long moment before finishing the movement and drawing a knife. His feet started to move in an odd dance. Recognizing the beginning of an attack, Usopp launched his pepper star just as the man blurred forward. Usopp was already in motion himself, dodging sideways. A hand grabbed his shoulder and slammed him into the half-wall and hedges. Usopp lost his breath, but he was reacting from experience as he slammed a heel down hard against the other man's foot. The hand released him for a moment and Usopp slipped away, rushing to gain distance as he whirled, lead star ready. The knife was buried into the stonework where he'd been. Usopp swallowed. The other man gave a tug but was unable to pull the knife out. What do you think you know? The man snarled as he smoothed back his hair, tugged his suit, and adjusted his glasses with the heel of his hand. You laugh about me playing pirate, but do you have any idea who I am? Usopp demanded, choosing lie option 12 from his mental list. Are you going to tell me about the great Captain Usopp? He asked in a mocking tone. No, I am going to tell you about the great sniper Usopp, my father. A man who became a pirate and sailed the world. I am going to tell you that my father is a pirate of the Grand Line and that he sails with a Yonko, red-haired Shanks. You can check the wanted posters if you don't believe me. I've tracked his progress and I'm really proud of my old man. You think Daddy can save you here? He'd be lucky to even hear you had an unfortunate accident. Clahador scoffed. I think that I know a lot more about pirates than you. You may be a big name here in the East Blue, but you're hardly a big name in the world. I've been studying pirates and gathering their stories for a long time. So I'm familiar with pirates and their habits. You do that move on your wanted poster, you know. Usopp mimicked the glasses push without releasing his slingshot. Captain Kuro. I'm afraid you are mistaken. Clahador responded primly as the butler he pretends to be. No, I'm not. Completely self-assured in that Usopp didn't relax his stance. Luckily for you I am the town liar and haven't figured out how to get anyone to believe me. Tell me what to do to keep Kaya safe and I will keep my mouth shut. Usopp lied. Stop visiting this place. The pirate demanded instantly. Not an option. You would risk your friend? The greater risk would be to walk away. That would only give you free rein with no way to ensure you keep your promises. He shook his head. Be reasonable, this is obviously a long con. You've been here for over a year. You think you know my plans? I'm sure you want money. You're probably waiting for Kaya to be old enough to access her inheritance. He fibbed. It was close to the truth but implied that Kaya would live through the scheme and Clahador would run off with her money. Now the butler just had to take the bait and try to force his silence. The problem, of course, is that I can't trust you to be silent about this at all, can I? I value my friend's life over her fortune. I know if I cause trouble she could be hurt in the crossfire. You seem like the kind to take everyone down with you. The butler smirked and shrugged. What an interesting theory. Just tell me what you want. Usopp demanded, increasingly worried that the butler wasn't offering threats or bribes. What I want, the man darted forward quickly. Usopp released his projectile and threw himself into a side roll, coming up on one knee and firing a second without missing a beat. It threw off the butler enough to save his life. Clahador dodged the first but stumbled as the second lead star slammed into his shoulder. The knife in his hand skimmed over Usopp's bicep instead of plunging into his chest. Hey! Usopp cried out before a hand clamped over his mouth. Usopp moved to take the knife and was shocked when the disarming maneuver actually sent the knife flying. He bit the hand over his face and pulled a smoke bomb. He was able to untangle himself and lurch away, moving in a swift retreat maneuver and relocating to a treetop before the smoke cleared. He prepared a pepper star and waited to see if he would be spotted. His arm was dripping blood, but he didn't have time to fuss with it. Clahador was looking around cautiously as he covered his face with some kind of handkerchief. Usopp regretted not having the supplies in his arsenal to put the man to sleep or wrap him in a viny cage. His current armament was either the lethal firestar option or some harmless distraction. He cursed as the man began that fancy footwork again. He focused all of his attention on the man and tried to access the observation Haki he'd only just begun to get a handle on. The butler pirate dashed at blurring speeds as he searched the area. Usopp kept his eyes on the man, hoping he could escape unnoticed. His luck was never that good and the man looked upwards, spotting his hiding place. Usopp released his pepper star, catching the other by surprise. Usopp wondered if the man had ever had anyone match his speed before. In the East Blue, men like that were rare. The pepper star caught him in the forehead, stunning him and causing an instant sneezing fit. Usopp watched as the man blinked watery eyes, coughing at the pepper dust. He fired 2 more lead stars aiming for hand and shoulder to disable. Clahador swore and launched himself forward. Usopp jumped from the tree moments before a powerful kick took down the oak. He cried out and took off dashing towards the house. This was not supposed to happen this way. Men were coming around the corner. He dodged another move of a knife and fumbled backwards through the hole still open in the hedge. Usopp ran for the manor. If Clahador wasn't being subtle or trying to keep Usopp quiet, then it was because the schemer had no reason to. Kaya was in danger. He didn't have time to climb a tree, much less go around to a door. Firing carefully aimed lead stars, he shattered the window just before he jumped through it. Usopp darted into the room and slammed through the opposite door. He was surprised to run into Mary, who he rarely interacted with. Grabbing the sheep-like man, Usopp pinned him to the wall. "Mary, I need you to go protect Kaya. Clahador has gone mad and wants to kill her." "Usopp? What are you doing? Don't be ridiculous, stop this now." "There's no time." He could hear someone else coming in through the window and the smash of glass as they ran through the shattered pieces. He grabbed the steward, pushing him towards the stairs. "Please, Mary. Just go in and lock the door. Don't let Clahador in. Listen to me. If I am lying and you believe me, you will lose a couple hours and any goodwill you ever felt towards me. If I am telling the truth and you ignore me, Kaya loses her life." He fisted the front of the butler's jacket, staring him down intensely. "You don't have to believe me. Just please, humor me this once. You have your pistol. Guard her door. Let no one, but especially Clahador, go into her room. Clahador is dangerous and I believe he intends to kidnap or kill Kaya. He could try to hurt you. I don't really believe he is that kind of man." Mary waffled. "Then don't believe it. If he is such a good guy, he will respect that you are willing to protect Kaya even from those she trusts. It's not like I'm asking you to kick him out of the house or fire him. Just go now." He pushed the man up the stair with one hand as he dug for caltrops and tossed them before the door. "Why would he do this?" "Because I know his secret of his and he must assume I have proof. He decided to act and is trying to kill me. I don't believe he will stop or try to run now. I think he is ruthless, vengeful, and will try to hurt all the people involved before he gives up. He's going to come after her next. Please, Mary, go now." The steward hesitated, looking down at the caltrops and Usopp's slingshot. "I'm calling a guard for help." "Thank you," Usopp said gratefully. He pushed the man one more time just as Clahador slammed out of the room, tossing his knife. Usopp didn't hesitate but tossed his bag in the path of the knife. Mary yelled and ran. Usopp threw himself over the side of the rail towards the pirate. He was only a quarter of the way up. It wasn't a difficult landing. He barreled into the man and took them both to the floor. "Worthless little brat," Clahador shouted. The pirate grunted in pain as he stood with the bits of metal stuck to his skin. Usopp made his own noises of pain, not bothering to hide his whimpers and yelps as the prickly weapons dug into his knees, hands, and feet. He pulled his slingshot and fired another lead ball at Clahador. He wasn't surprised when it missed. "I won't let you hurt her. You're a child. Do you really think these toys will stop me?" "Yes." Usopp fired another shot, determination settling into his bones. XXXXXX. The house was smoky. Mary stared as thick clouds of it pushed through the frame of the door. He shook himself as Kaya began coughing. "Come, Miss Kaya, we'll exit out the window. We can get help from there to put out the flames. Let's move swiftly now." He lifted her up and stepped to the wide frame. One hand down assisted the young lady of the house. They stood together looking at the tree out the window. It was close, but a small jump, not a step. She shivered. "I don't think I can do this, Mary. I'm frightened." "You must, Miss Kaya." He laid a hand on one slim shoulder. "Just like those brave ladies in your stories, Rowan and Shamey. A quick jump. I'll be right here. You can do it." "Those stories are just made up," she denied tearfully. "Nonetheless, you can be just as brave. Please, Miss Kaya. On 3. 1, 2, 3. She screamed as she jumped, wavering on the branch a moment before falling against the tree. "Good girl," he congratulated. "Do you have a grip?" At her nod he jumped as well. He maneuvered around her and used the tree as a ladder, climbing down nimbly. He held out his hands and urged her to sit and jump. At 14 she was no longer a small child, but she was delicate and underweight due to her recent illness. Kaya sat on the branch and slid herself down, clinging to the tree until he was able to reach her feet and assure her he would catch her. She fell the last few feet and Mary pulled her away from the house. He could see smoke pouring out of the shattered window as he pulled his young charge towards the front gate. He could hear the scrambling and shouting of guards, housekeepers and gardeners who were already running towards the house. He continued moving, bringing her outside of the gate and to the middle of the road. Villagers were already running their direction. Either the commotion or a runner had summoned help. Some were carrying buckets, others were just running to assist. There's a pump just there, he pointed out the pump the gardeners used in the front. Where is the fire? I'm afraid I don't know. I saw the smoke and had to remove Miss Kaya. He answered. Please be careful, there is a dangerous man inside. He wasn't sure if he was speaking of Usopp or Clahador. It was impossible that either man could do something like this. Mary stood aside with the sobbing Kaya as men and women rushed to find the fire and save the house. From inside he could hear louder shouting and men began rushing out. Doctor? Is the doctor here? Someone summon the doc. Mary watched a young man turn and run back towards the village. He held Kaya and watched. Men began bringing sloshing buckets, but the man at the door refused them, saying something. Many of the people around appeared relieved while others looked even more concerned. He wanted to know what was happening, but Kaya didn't need to be near the danger. The pistol was heavy in his pocket. He'd grabbed it from its place before scrambling to Kaya's room. He hadn't been sure what to tell her except that a man had broken in and may be coming to hurt her. Mary had locked her door and done his best to assure her. The blonde teenager held him and sobbed. When two men came out carrying a bleeding form between them, Mary carefully put one hand on the back of her head and angled their bodies away. He would not let her see this. Two of the men nearby saw his action and came to stand between him and the house as human shields. Mary wished he could see for himself as he listened to the commotion. He could just make out as another bloody figure was brought from the house. Then a third. What is this tragedy? What has happened today? Doctor, a cry went up from the path. Make way, the doctor is here. Let him pass. What's happening to the house? Another called. Do we need more water? It's just smoke bombs. No fire. Someone called back. Waves of relief and chatter went up, but everyone had seen the injured men. Something serious was happening. The villagers were anxious and concerned. What do they mean? What's happening, Mary? Kaya looked up at him with frightened eyes. The young lady was pale and shivering. Without a thought he slipped off his jacket and tucked it around her. The young miss had already been through an ordeal. We will have to wait and see Miss Kaya. Today has been so unexpected I cannot hazard a guess. XXXXXX. The doctor looked down at his youngest patient. Usopp was trying to sit up again, clutching at his bloody shoulder. Wait, Clahador, he's going to kill Kaya. You have to stop him. It's fine, son. No, I'm serious. I'm not lying. We believe you. Clahador was caught. Kaya is safe. Safe? Good. That's good. His eyes rolled up and he slumped down. Doc? Clahador is dead? Yes. He is therefore unable to harm the young lady Kaya. If this young man rips his stitches again, he will be the one harmed. I don't want to have to sedate him. Try to assure him if he wakes without giving away any information. Many people want answers today. Of course, Doc. XXXXXX. Brandon had been working at the manor for over 30 years and never needed to do more than turn away beggars or stop the occasional bit of teenage foolery. The Gecko Islands were peaceful and Syrup, the nearby village, was a sleepy farming village. The wildest thing about the whole island was when Banchina fell for that fisherman from the next isle over and the man chose to run off with a group of pirates. It was scandalous, especially that her husband left her with a young child. The son of a pirate in their little village was truly something to marvel over. The little boy grew to be a troublemaker but was sweet-hearted for all his amateur vandalism and tendency to cause chaos. His own sister allowed her son to run around and play pirates with the teen. She would laugh and call him free childcare for the way he supervised they boys and allowed no harm to come to them. Looking down at the teen covered in blood, he could honestly say he never imagined anything like this in their town. Smashed glass caught his attention immediately and Brandon looked to Greg, who was guarding the gate with him. They took off at a run, making their way around the house just in time to see a man climbing through the window. His long hair reminded him of the butler Clahador, but clearly this man moved like a fighter or a thief. The white cloth wrapped around his face only enhanced that opinion. Stop! Don't move! The man of course didn't stop or turn. With a curse Brandon boosted Greg inside and then climbed in himself. This was not good. He ran over the broken window and nearly ran into Greg when the man stopped short in the doorway, howling in pain. Watch your step? Sure enough, the floor was covered in sharp caltrops. Spiky little things looked vicious. He swept his foot in front of him, sliding a section of them sideways so he could exit the room. Just as he was coming out, two men slammed to the floor in front of him, landing painfully on the sharp objects. Stop there, he shouted again. The two ignored him, launching at each other. Only, one of them was not a man, but a boy. He was too small and skinny to be anything but a child. When the slingshot came up, he recognized young Usopp. What was that kid doing? I won't let you hurt her. His voice was high and defiant. Hurt who? Brandon asked, but he was ignored. You're a child. Do you really think these toys will stop me? The man responded. He really did look like the butler. He also wasn't denying the accusation he was going to hurt someone. Yes. Usopp fired another shot. Brandon watched as the man moved so fast it was almost a blur. The man lunged forward at the boy, fingers curled to scratch at the kid's face. Little Usopp fired his slingshot and missed, but the little ball gave a pop and started spraying a white smoke. DMN. Greg cursed and Brandon remembered to move. He made a lunge for the man and the boy gave a startled noise. The man turned and kicked him in the face so hard Brandon whited out. Greg was limping past him with his heavy club in hand. Little Usopp took advantage of the distraction to fire another round. He's going to attack Kaya. Nonsense. This boy invaded the house and is clearly doing damage. Stop him at once. That prim butler tone might have worked if the a-hole hadn't just broken his nose. How about both of you surrender and we can sort this out? He offered. Sure. No problem. As soon as he surrenders I will too. The kid agreed easily but without lowering his slingshot. Of course, I surrender. The man held up both hands and looked over at them. Is this good? No way. Don't trust him. He's dangerous. Usopp shouted his warning. He's faking. You have to tie him up or something. I'm not the one with the weapon. The man chided as if playing. That's not, the boy looked flustered. It's fine, kid. Brandon assured. Hey Clahador, why don't you put your hands on your head and just have a seat by the wall? Excuse me, his voice was icy. Is that really necessary? Yes. He answered bluntly. Until I get some answers, I think it is. Look out. Greg was pushing him sideways just as the butler lunged with a piece of broken glass. Greg shouted as he was cut. Brandon snarled and tried to tackle the man. He missed. Usopp was cursing and shouting. Lead star, pepper star, lead, pepper, smoke. More smoke appeared and he could hear the shuffling footsteps as the kid tried to find better footing. He coughed at the fumes and moved to catch the other man. He could hear the sneezing from the butler. The man tossed away the now useless cloth. Watch the smoke, kid. Greg shouted. Surrender, Usopp. You are only getting more people involved in your mess. At this rate I'll have to kill the whole household. Keep going and there won't be anyone left alive in the whole village. This is on you. Brandon went cold. Clahador sounded like he was speaking of a tea party rather than a slaughter. If he had any doubts before, he was fully committed now. Clahador had to be stopped. Pepper Star. Don't try to blame this on me, you psychopath. You are responsible for your own actions. Anyways, don't get ahead of yourself. You're not going to hurt anyone. Not in this house and not in my village. So arrogant. Brandon lunged and was immediately blocked with a flurry of blows. He slammed into a wall and collapsed. What's happening here? A chef burst into the room, knife in each hand. Get out of here. Greg warned. Clahador moved at that lightning speed and the chef was collapsing in a spray of blood. DMNU. Usopp cried out, firing another volley of shots. Brandon could hear pinging metal where the ammo actually bounced off the knives. Then Clahador was darting forward and slicing through Greg. Smoke Star. The projectile exploded at his feet just as Brandon saw the butler turn in his direction. Without hesitation he threw himself to the floor and rolled away. The room was filled with smoke now and it was difficult to breathe, but the hacking and sneezing gave away the position of the butler. You think you have the advantage because I can't see? Ha! A meaty thunk followed by a scream. Brandon felt his heart drop. The kid. Did the butler just throw that knife? Who is this guy? Little Usopp, stop trying to play pirate. You know nothing of the real dangers in this world. Clahador was close enough to touch. Moving slowly, Brandon prepared to jump him. Go to hell. There was another meaty thunk and Clahador dropped. Brandon stared at the butler as he choked on his own blood. The knife was lodged deep in his throat and from the spray an artery was hit. Don't think a little cut can stop me, you bstrd. Usopp cried defiantly. Brandon realized that with the smoke, the kid had no idea his shot had hit. I've got him. You check on Greg. What? The kid sounded confused. The other guard, and the chef too. Can you check them out? We need a doctor. Brandon instructed. How bad are you hurt, kid? I'm okay. The kid was shuffling in his direction. He's sneaky. Please be careful. He's unconscious. I'm securing him now. I heard what he said about killing people. I won't let him go. You did well, kid. Now let's get a doctor here to check everybody out. Footsteps pounded and more of the household staff burst into the room. Where's the fire? A bucket of water was emptied carelessly into the room and Brandon cursed as he was soaked. No fire, just smoke. Open the windows and call a doctor. There was an attack and people were injured. He took command, issuing orders and directing people away from the mess. As the smoke began to clear, he looked for the kid. Usopp was helping a young mate apply pressure to Greg's chest wound. The young man was covered in blood. His right shoulder was bleeding freely from a deep wound and smaller cuts littered his body. "You, go help with that man, replace the kid. You, go get that kid moving to the door, he needs a doctor himself." The two gawkers jumped into action. More help was arriving, and Brandon gratefully allowed them to help move the injured out of the smoky space. He made a point of telling many of the staff that Clahador was the villain and responsible for the injured staff. He didn't have all the details, but he didn't want people grieving over that bstrd. Chapter 8: The Mary and the Baratai. Usopp sat back after explaining his tale. "And that's how I accidentally took out the pirate Captain Kuro. I really did mean to wait for you guys. To be honest, I'm a little worried the crew might come here for revenge. And really, all of this, it's not fair. I mean, it's a little cool that I handled things on my own. It's just that last time, I was able to leave here knowing the village was safe and that it would continue on just as it was. It's different now. With everyone knowing about Clahador. It's like it broke something. Everyone is angry or suspicious or sad. It's like my sleepy little village woke up. I just want them to go back to being naive and happy. I feel like it was better last time around. I just made a big mess." Usopp stared at the clouds instead of his friends. He wrapped his arms around one knee, hugging it to his chest. "You did good, Usopp," Zoro declared firmly. "Yeah. I know it didn't go the way you'd like, but changing the future won't always go our way. You saved lives. You saved your friend. Most importantly, you stayed alive. I am so glad that you are here to set sail with me. I'm sorry about your village. I know these people are precious to you." Luffy gripped his unbandaged shoulder. "I'm sorry I underestimated the danger you were in. I should have gotten here sooner. I remember last time you gave up so much to make sure they stayed safe and could go on thinking you were just a liar rather than face the danger they denied. I know what it's like to take on the weight of a village." Nami gave him a half smile. "Things changed in Kokoyashi too. We left Arlong Park standing, although we tore down the sign and had all the crew arrested. It's hard because there are conversations I had last time that I didn't have this time around, and I'm left wondering if the people I love will change for the better or worse. I don't know whether to laugh or cry sometimes." Usopp nodded hard and reached forward to awkwardly pat Nami's knee. He wasn't entirely surprised when Nami launched herself at him. It was strange to realize she was taller than him. Usopp settled back with Nami in his arms and Luffy at his shoulder. He stared at the clouds and pretended that it was the sun making his eyes water. XXXXXX. Luffy hummed to himself as he walked around the small village. The rest of the crew were helping Usopp pack. He'd been kicked out of the house after he dropped a box, shattering the cups. Inside and the box itself. He didn't really mind, packing was boring. He couldn't imagine clinging to so much stuff. First Nami wanted a whole cabin full of important map papers. Now Usopp wanted a whole house full of things. No wonder Usopp had fallen down the slope last time, trying to carry all that stuff. It was a little strange to look at the kitchen plates and realize they were the same pattern he'd seen on the Mary. That was before their first big storm taught them what it really meant to secure their belongings. What a crazy day. They were lucky not to tear the Mary apart, there were so many flying projectiles and shattered parts. Nami had not been pleased with the bill replacing just the essentials had cost them. He was less worried about the work than about not being near his people. He wanted to go back inside and tell them he would behave and help. He just wanted to stay there with them. It wouldn't help though. It would only make everyone more anxious. He walked on, even if the separation made his chest hurt and his breath sound funny. He would make space for Usopp, who was looking sad about his village. He would be strong for Zoro, who was acting stressed the way he acted after every major injury. The swordsman hated being weak in any way, and Luffy knew this situation made them all feel weak. His usual method of having Chopper lecture Zoro into SBMSN would not work with this. Nami was having nightmares and faking more of her smiles than he could ignore. Her still healing bruises were the most obvious of all the ways he'd failed her lately. He was not doing a good job keeping them together. He wanted to punch someone in the face, but there was no enemy to kick around. Punching wouldn't help his crew this time. He hummed softly again and turned down another street. The three shadows followed him. For a moment Luffy almost lashed out and pined the stalkers, but an overloud whisper stopped him. Luffy felt his breath hitch as he realized he'd nearly attacked a bunch of kids. Usopp's little pirates, if he was remembering. The brave, stupid, little boys who challenged Kuro and refused to run away without a direct order from their captain. The little idiots had no concept of danger, and unlike his own brothers who knew when to hit and run, these three had nearly been killed for their bravery before. His palms were sweaty, and he walked for a moment until he could breathe properly again. He made another circle around the block and was impressed that they kept pace. They were terrible at hiding themselves and the littlest one was very loud. He snickered and wondered how long they would follow him in circles. He was on his third circle around the square when one of the shop owners leaned out. "Are you lost, boy?" "Oh no, just playing a game," he assured with a laugh and wide smile. By walking in circles, the man looked skeptical. "It's follow the leader," he explained with a thumb over his shoulder. "Oh no! He spotted us." The little boy with glasses jumped out of their hiding spot looking panicked. The shop owner looked at the three boys jumping around and laughed. "I see. Sorry to spoil your game." "Ah, no problem. It's almost dinner time anyway. I guess I should head back." "Are you staying at Mrs. Mausel's?" the man asked, curious. "Who's that?" "I'm staying with my friend Usopp." The man looked startled, his eyebrows going up. "I didn't realize Usopp had friends his own age. Are you from the city? How did you and Usopp meet?" "His dad sails with my friend Shanks." He proudly remembered one of the knot lies he practiced with Nami. "I came to get Usopp to join my crew. He's going to set sail with me and be a brave warrior of the sea." The three boys stopped their panicked reaction and stared. The shop owner looked shocked, mouth falling open dramatically. Luffy waved his hand in front of the man for a moment. He shrugged and started walking back towards Usopp's house. "Wait a moment, lad. You can't really mean to be pirates." The old man jumped back into motion. "You're much too young and it's extremely dangerous. You don't understand what you're doing." "I understand all right," he said sternly. "I can handle the danger and protect my crew, whatever my age. I'm taking Usopp and setting out to sea. It's decided." He turned and began walking again. He was not going to let some old man tell him he couldn't be a pirate. He'd had plenty of that. And he definitely couldn't tell him to leave Usopp behind. Luffy hummed to tune out the words called after him. He would do what he wanted. He was free. He'd get his crew, and nothing would stop them. XXXXXX. Zeff watched as his little eggplant finished with the transponder. The blonde boy looked both elated and depressed. Having raised the overly emotional brat, Zeff translated his mood easily. "Your crew caught up to the girl?" "Yeah. Luffy and Zoro handled things with Arlong. I'm so glad they're all right and Nami is safe from that fishman BSTRD. But they're not coming here next," he asked knowingly. "It makes sense. They have to go get our ship." Nami made it sound like they were traveling in a rowboat. Sanji answered defensively, shoulders up around his ears. "They would need space and supplies, that's true. I'm sure it's been a challenge so far if they haven't had a proper ship." Zeff soothed. "If I recall, the little carvel you mentioned was a token from a young lady your crew saved. Do you think they would go for the same ship or are they trying to procure a new one?" "There's no replacing the Going Merry," Sanji declared passionately. "Did I tell you how her Clahadorman saved our lives?" "A Clahadorman, truly?" Zeff was shocked. This was not where he'd intended to take this conversation. Sanji was looking at him with bright, rounded eyes and the excited look of mastering a new dish or speaking of the all blue. His boy wore his emotions on his face so easily. Zeff reached out and ruffled his blonde hair. Sanji, naturally, pushed at him and fussed with his hair. "Let's hear the tale." He sat on one of the hammocks to ease the weight off his peg leg and stroked his long mustache, letting it spring back in a way that always made Sanji smile. "Well, we knew she was dying, and it started all kinds of trouble with the crew, but the real problem was the weather and our missing crewmate." He spent hours telling tales about Mary and Robin who they'd challenged the world government for. Zeff had been alarmed and exasperated over that story. Both of them were startled when Patty knocked on the door demanding to know if they were coming down for the dinner rush. Sanji went back to work, throwing himself into the bustle of a busy kitchen. When the restaurant emptied and the guests were cleaned up after, Sanji was shocked to notice the baratai was turning. They usually just floated with the current from one end of the East Blue to the other, only steering to avoid large storms, reefs and to stay in deep waters, not hover close to islands. Every 2 years or so they would get a glimpse of the red line and Zeff would have them turn about and catch the east stream or the west current, so they were pulled in the opposite direction. It made their course predictable enough for customers to find them, but their exact coordinates were largely based on the whims of the ocean. A full turn usually indicated trouble. "Is it a storm?" Sanji asked Carne as the other chef came to restock the produce bins. "Nah. Owner Zeff said something about a special customer. We don't change course for a DMN customer." Sanji replied flatly. "Maybe they're royalty." You don't think we have to host some Tenryubito?" Patty looked terrified at the thought. "Hell no. Zeff discourages that by being so rude." Sanji was a little panicked now. He couldn't recall any circumstances like this in the before time. They couldn't have done anything in the past 3 weeks that would affect the restaurant. Right? He finished mopping the floors in record time. He ran up to the bridge finding Zeff bent over a chart with their navigator. Zeff, he couldn't keep the edge of uncertainty out of his voice and the geezer caught on immediately. Nothing to worry about, Sanji. Carne is spreading rumors about kings or world nobles visiting. He tugged at his hair and wished for a cigarette, but there was no smoking on the bridge. The navigator snickered and Sanji whirled to give him a kick, but Zeff tisked at him, knocking the foot down before he could even land a hit properly. That man is the world's biggest blabbermouth. I can't do anything around here without one of you housewives underfoot, gossiping and starting rumors. Zeff tapped his peg leg against the deck threateningly. Then it's nothing like that? Sanji relaxed and leaned against the doorway. Nah. I just thought we'd head a bit more south, see if we don't run into our special guests a little sooner. Zeff smirked. Special guests? Sanji shifted, confused. The navigator was muffling chuckles and trying to look busy. Sanji looked back and forth between the two men. He clenched his jaw. This isn't a joke. Relax, Sanji. I just wanted a chance to meet your Nami. Zeff smirked again. Sanji swallowed because he could hear the silent. I want to meet your nakama. I want you to get you there as fast as I am able. Shitty old geezer. Are you sure that's worth turning the ship for? You're going to throw off reservations for the next month. Not my problem, the old man lied. It's your business. You will lose a ton of money. Zeff stared him down. Exasperated, he threw his hands in the air and stormed away. He needed a shower. And she's not my Nami. The gathering of chefs blatantly listening in made him blush. He kicked the lot of them down the stairs like bowling pins in retaliation. He could hear the gossip starting as he grabbed his towel. Housewives is right. XXXXXX. Sanji watched the waters with anticipation. Zeff was the absolute best. He couldn't believe they were sailing towards the Gecko Islands. Okay, so they were sailing for the open waters some 50 nautical miles from the coast of the Gecko Islands, but nonetheless, they were going to meet his nakama partway. He didn't even mind getting the waiter shift and serving customers today. They at least had a small handful of actual waiters still working for them. Sanji only beat up half the rude customers when he could reassign actual waiters, not chefs, to those tables. Zeff actually complimented his ability to handle the pirate customers yesterday. Apparently sailing with Luffy had taught him to balance aggression and respect in a way that most of the pirates responded to. Sanji wondered when he had become diplomatic. It was a little terrifying. A delicious lunch and a fresh breeze as they made way to see his crew. Sanji couldn't imagine a better day on the Baratai. Nami would call soon. It was already 2 days since their last call. They would have just arrived at Syrup. It shouldn't take much to handle whatever trouble was there, and then they would call to meet up and he could surprise them. I'm coming, Luffy. Let's do this. XXXXXX. So, with Clahador gone, what does that mean will happen to the Mary? Did Kaya still offer her? Are we buying her? Oh. Do we need to steal her? Luffy looked eager to perform the heist. Sorry, Luffy, I don't think we need to steal her. Kaya and Mary said they owed me and asked what I wanted. It was so strange, because last time they knew you wanted a ship and gave it freely. This time I told them I wanted to set sail to be a pirate and asked if they knew where I could get a ship. It felt so wrong asking for her. Like I was taking advantage by asking for something so big. Usopp looked uncomfortable and frowned at them. They showed me the Mary and Mary, a steward Mary, he said it would be ready for me whenever I wanted to go. I could tell he wanted me to wait a few years. If I were actually 15, I might really have procrastinated and just practiced sailing around the island maybe. I didn't have the heart to tell anyone I might leave any day now. It will be fine, Usopp. We'll give you time to say goodbyes. I'm sure that Kaya is fine giving you the Mary. She would want you to chase your dream. I remember she was very generous and wished you well last time. Nami encouraged. I hope so. I just feel a bit scummy about it anyhow. I didn't save her for the reward. Mary is our ship though, our nakama. We can't just take a different ship. Definitely not. Luffy declared, slapping fist to palm. If you didn't ask, we would have taken her some other way. Kaya might like it a lot less if we sailed off with her ship without asking. That's true. Usopp confirmed. And stop implying you want to steal the ship. But it's Mary. Kaya already said we can have her. I just meant if we needed to do it, we would. We don't need to, you idiot. Don't be stupid. I didn't say we needed to. Knock it off. Nami shouted at them. Sorry, Nami, they apologized in sync. Do you idiots think we should go and visit Kaya this morning? You're packed and we can bring the ship around to stock it while you say all your goodbyes. Yeah. Yes, let's do that. Usopp looked uncertain, so Luffy hopped up. Let's go. To get the Mary, he cheered with a wide smile. Usopp could only smile back. It sounded like an adventure. Luffy could make a walk up the hill sound like an epic quest. Although now that he thought about it like that, he was a little worried this might turn out like some of Luffy's other impossible adventures. He didn't think he could handle any unexpected trouble right now. He glanced over at Nami and Zoro, who had identical looks of enthusiasm. They pumped fists and got to their feet, heading out of town. Usopp absently reached to pull Zoro in the correct direction and cringed a bit as his stitches pulled. The swordsman was at his side instantly, running practiced fingers over his bandages and silently assessing his injuries even as they walked. Zoro gave a few small tugs to his wraps and it actually felt a lot better. "Thanks," he quietly acknowledged, not wanting to draw Luffy and Nami's attention. "It was twisted and putting pressure wrong. We'll rewrap it when we get back to your place, yeah?" "Sure. Sounds good. Thanks." "Eh?" Zoro gave a little shrug and looked away. Luffy let Zoro attend to Usopp. He felt a little shaky at the realization no one had checked on Usopp's injuries. He was used to Chopper being with them. Their reindeer doctor was so attentive to every small injury that Luffy was comfortable just continuing as normal unless someone told him they couldn't do tasks. Chopper was very upfront about any injuries that would hinder one of the crew in a fight or just playing on deck. Everyone knew Luffy had trouble judging normal limits. It was like Nami's fever all over again. He was neglecting his crew and they were hurting for it. He needed to do better. Luffy tried to regain his positivity. He was going to get the going merry. They would have their ship and Usopp would paint their flag and they would be the Straw Hats again. He could set sail for Sanji and the Grand Line. "I am the man who will be king of the pirates. I have the best crew in the world, here and waiting for me." He turned to Nami, who was also pretending not to notice their friends. He reached out and pulled her close. "We're going to be sailing free. The freest crew in the world," he promised her. Naturally. Nami leaned into him and reached back. Usopp grabbed her hand immediately and pulled Zoro along so they were walking four across and tangled in each other. "We're going to trip," Zoro protested. "This is not comfortable." "Well, if you're so clumsy," Nami challenged. "I'll show you clumsy. I can manage just fine. I just don't want to fall on my face when you bring down the whole line." "Me," she shouted back at him. Luffy laughed, clear and bright. His nakama were so funny. He looked to the bright blue sky as the gentle weather called him to the sea. It would be a good day to be on the water. His heart soared and he just couldn't wait to see full sails and bright decks. "Let's go!" He released Nami and took off at a slow run, bouncing back to his friends and swinging off trees as he tried to be conscious of the injured members of their party. Zoro understood him perfectly and set a casual run pace that stayed steady as Nami raced ahead and fell behind and Usopp stayed close to the swordsman. Luffy grinned and tried not to stray or push. He stopped to pet some goats and considered riding one, but Usopp was telling him to leave the animals alone. They made it to the manor quickly and Usopp was welcomed at the gate. The small sniper blushed and fidgeted under the attention of the two guards. They were letting the group inside before Usopp even finished explaining. The gardener waved shears at them and someone was there to open the door at their approach. Luffy approved. His sniper deserved the recognition and should be praised for his efforts. They were guided to a small sitting area with pretty furniture that was stiff and not comfortable at all. Nami was looking around with barely contained money eyes. He wasn't worried, she only liked stealing from bad guys and rude people, like Marines and some pirates. Zoro looked tired and uncomfortable in the little chair. Thankfully, a blonde girl entered quickly. "Usopp. Kaya. Is it true? You're really setting out with these strangers?" She looked teary-eyed. "Where did you hear that?" Usopp looked shocked. Gregson said that his brother heard from his neighbor that Pepper-chan came home talking about how his captain was leaving the island and already had a crew. "Wow. You guys sure know how to spread news," Nami commented. "Nosy," Zoro muttered. "But where did Pepper hear that? I didn't see him at all yesterday." Usopp protested, arms waving. "It's not true then?" she asked hopeful. Well, actually, it's a fairly accurate description." Usopp looked thoughtful. "Pepper is the little one," he indicated someone ankle-tall and made finger glasses. "No, he's the one with green hair, kind of pointy at the top." Usopp corrected absently. "But where did he—" "Wait a minute. Luffy. What did you do?" "What?" He sat back against the couch, confused. "I did something? I don't think I did." "Luffy," Nami started in her danger-sweet voice, "what did you do on your walk yesterday?" "I walked," he was sweating a bit, suddenly uncertain. "And did you see or talk to anyone?" she asked. Sure. I played follow the leader with some kids, but this old guy thought I was lost and tried to send me to some lady's house. Then I told him I was staying with you and that you were going to sail with me." Luffy, his crew all despaired. "You didn't think that was important to mention?" Nami questioned. What for? Luffy tipped his head in confusion. You already knew I wanted Usopp to leave with us and you were staying at his house too. I think she means how you went and told people. Usopp used his explaining voice. I don't get it. His eyebrows came together as he tried to understand what the problem was. Kaya giggled at their antics, breaking the Straw Hats out of their fight. Luffy smiled widely at her. Just like Usopp, she was littler than he remembered. This girl was responsible for giving them the Mary and for being Usopp's friend for many years. She was a special person. She blinked at him a moment, then gave a smile of her own, soft like Makino. Hi. My name is Monkey D. Luffy and I'm going to be king of the pirates. Usopp is my sniper. He is going to join my crew and be the bravest warrior on the sea. He explained easily. Oh. She stared at him with big eyes for a moment. That's wonderful. Yeah. But, what part exactly? He asked a bit thrown. All I did was introduce myself. She's supposed to say her name. Did I do it wrong? Don't mind him. Nami cut in. Our captain doesn't really notice when he makes sweeping declarations of loyalty and affection. My name is Nami and this is Zoro. Oh, how rude of me. I'm Kaya. Wait, did you say Nami? She blinked before looking at Usopp who suddenly looked nervous. You weren't raised on a cloud island by chance? What? No. I was raised in Kokoyashi. Right, of course, sorry, that was silly. Kaya blushed. I traveled on a cloud island for a time though. Why do you ask? Nami pushed. It's just so like the stories. Kaya looked at Usopp who had his face buried. Stormchaser Shamey controlled lightning and could conquer any storm. She was in Usopp's best stories. He'll have to tell me all about those. Nami replied with a dangerous smile. Luffy laughed again. Zoro snorted and smirked at Nami. Kaya looked confused but smiled at them all. Luffy leaned forward with an eager expression. Is it true you're giving us a ship? Luffy. Show more tact. No, it's fine. Kaya assured them. Yes, Usopp saved my life and I promised him a ship when he is ready to set sail. The Going Merry is small but she's a good ship. I can send Mary to bring her around to the North Shore. She looked up at the sheep butler and Luffy watched them nod. At once Miss Kaya. Are you guys really going to set sail now? She questioned suddenly. We would be happy to host you here or to find you a house in the village. You can stay for as long as you like. A few months, years even. It might be a good idea to do some study, or something, before you set out. Luffy watched her blink back tears. Kaya. Usopp took one of her hands. The sea is calling, and we must go. I'm sorry to leave you. I had so many stories to tell. I promise to come back someday. When Luffy is king and we've conquered the Grand Line, I'll come back with stories so wild you'll think they must be lies. Oh Usopp? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about Clahador and how you were hurt. You don't have to leave, she gave a little sob. It's okay Kaya. You have nothing to apologize for. You're my friend. I'm not leaving because of anything that you did or anything that happened. It's just time. I have to follow my dream. With these people? I've never seen them before. I thought you wanted to be the great Captain Usopp? Are you really going to follow this boy instead? Yes. Usopp said simply. Luffy was bouncing with pride. Usopp sounded so resolute. He's going to take this world by storm Kaya and I'm going to be there for it, he grinned. You'll see. Watch the papers. You'll hear wild tales about the brave warrior of the sea, Usopp. You'll be proud to know me. I already am. Ah, Kaya. Usopp looked away with a blush. Anyways, you have to chase your own dream while I'm gone. I know you can be strong. My own dream, she looked thoughtful. For so long I couldn't seem to do much of anything for myself. You were my happiness, Usopp. I don't know how I can brave the days without you here. You're stronger than you know. Usopp encouraged. You can do anything you set your mind to. I'm not sure. Then trust me. Usopp said simply. Trust that I know you can do it. Tell me Kaya, if you could do anything, what would you do? I would. I want. If I could dream it, I would be a doctor, she finally declared. Luffy hooped throwing his hands up. Nami and Zoro joined his cheer as Usopp shouted that they were ruining a moment. Kaya went pink then laughed. Luffy gave her a bright smile and she smiled back. Come. I'll show you to your ship. It's a good day for a walk. Kaya stood, blue dress swaying, and pulled Usopp by the hand. The Straw Hats followed at their heels, thrilled. The Mary. We're going home. The walk was too long and too short. They reached the downward slope, and the anticipation was too much. Luffy wanted to charge ahead but was terrified it wouldn't be the same. He looked and there she was. Mary smiled at them, sheep figurehead proud and unmarred. She was pristine with shining white rails, smooth brown wood, and neatly furled sails. Reverently, Luffy approached and placed his hand on her hull. Hello Mary. I promise, we'll take good care of you. You don't know it yet, but we're going to be family. He whispered softly so only the ship would hear. With the utmost care, he gently stroked the ship's side. He looked to his crew watching him and waiting at the gangway planted in the sand. He gave a little nod and they rushed aboard touching and exclaiming. Usopp pulled Kaya along, letting her share this moment as they took in the ship that was so familiar. Each of them offered her their thanks. Nami listened patiently as the sheep-like butler explained the rigging she was so familiar with. Luffy took a seat in his special spot and looked to the sea. Zoro was the first to wander off the ship. Luffy watched him walk over to their little boat and open the little cabin. His first mate grabbed a stack of Nami's important map boxes and carried it back to the Mary. He grinned. Zoro was so practical. The sheep butler was also watching and moved to make the return trip and help Zoro. Luffy grinned and jumped down. He carefully carried a tangerine tree as the two men grabbed boxes. Usopp, Kaya and Nami were soon helping as well. The little boat was quickly emptied. Is this all you have? Kaya sounded alarmed. Usopp has a bunch of stuff. Luffy waved. And we are going to resupply now that we have a real ship? We need plenty of meat for a long journey, and paint so we can do the Jolly Roger. Not to mention the other essentials. Nami added wryly. We will probably spend the day in the village gathering what we need. You can come if you like. Zoro gave a shrug, his tone indifferent. I'd love that. Kaya insisted. Miss Kaya, please. Let me go fetch a cart. You've been exerting yourself all morning, the butler fussed. I suppose. She looked distraught but also pale. Luffy worried a bit, remembering she was sick or something. Usopp was also looking pale. It would be good for you too, Usopp. Luffy commented bluntly. The others looked at the sniper, obviously also remembering his injuries. Usopp ducked and pulled his hat down. We probably shouldn't have let you two move boxes. Zoro agreed. Thank you for thinking of a cart. Nami latched onto the man. That was very clever of you. No problem at all, miss, he assured, looking nervous. I'll just go do that and we'll get you all sorted. Luffy stretched a long arm to give the ship a pat. He had Usopp and now Mary. Next, Sanji. Chapter 9. Let's get Sanji. Aren't you the pirate hunter Zoro? Another shopkeeper asked. Zoro twitched and growled, not anymore. I'm a pirate. The shopkeeper looked doubtful and edged away from him. She was a middle-aged woman selling leather goods. Luffy needed new sandals and Usopp wanted to get a few pairs of boots in a larger size than he currently wore. Nami was admiring belts. You should be careful with that one, Usopp. He's a bounty hunter. He's turned in dozens of pirates. Are you sure you want to sail with that man? The whisper was not as quiet as she clearly imagined. Reina-sama, it's fine. He's a straw hat and a good guy. Usopp assured quickly. Zoro dropped the shoes he was looking at and walked out with a huff. It seemed like half the town recognized him from the papers. Unlike in Kokoyashi, these people were determined to believe the worst of his character. He'd been accused several times of trying to lure Usopp in or turn them over to the Marines. Pointing out that none of them had bounties did nothing. He was the oldest of the group and a famous swordsman. That seemed to be reason enough to suspect him of devious motives. He leaned against the side of the building, stroking his swords to find his calm. Aren't you that famous pirate hunter? Let's go, Zoro. Luffy was holding his arm and walking away from the shop. He grit his teeth and let his captain take the lead. He was not going to draw his sword here. He was not. Zoro let himself be pulled into the next shop. A shop that appeared to be selling dyes and perfumes. Luffy, he questioned. Nah, Zoro, do you think we could dye Usopp's hair green? That would be so cool. Luffy bounced a little looking around. Our dyes are not intended for use on hair and skin, the shop owner protested. Ugh. How boring. Luffy stuck his tongue out at the man and pulled Zoro back out onto the street and into the next shop. Captain, what are you doing? Zoro asked bemused. Shopping, the small brunette declared. Is this really how you shop? Zoro asked looking around the women's clothing shop he'd been dragged into. Just going into every store? Only when there's no marketplace. Luffy nodded. How do you find all the things you need if you don't look? If Zoro didn't know his captain was completely serious he would think it was a prank. He suddenly understood why Luffy was so happy to let everyone else do the shopping. Usually shops sell one kind of thing. You look for shops that have what you want displayed in windows or on their signs. Really, he bounced a little as they wandered out of the shop. That's so smart. I usually just shop for food and you can sniff that out easy. Let's catch back up with Nami and Usopp, yeah? They can show you how it's done. He gave his captain a fond smile and wondered again about how and where he was raised. Having met two of his brothers and a grandfather, Zoro still had no clear picture of Luffy's past. It didn't matter though. His captain was the kind of man he'd follow anywhere. including, apparently, women's clothing shops. XXXXXX. Setting out from Syrup was a very different experience. It seemed like the entire village turned out to see Usopp off. His heroics had captured the goodwill of the villagers, but even more came by with send-off gifts and stories of Usopp's childhood. The Mary was well provisioned and Nami spent the evening before talking deals and discounts that Luffy didn't care about. The villagers cheered and played music while the Straw Hats sailed out. Usopp had already taken the time to paint their flags. He had the paints ready to do the sail later if the weather permitted. Luffy sat in his special spot and listened to the send-off as Nami called orders and took the helm. "Let's go. We're off to see Sanji." His crew scrambled for a few minutes until the sails were set and Nami was slipping the ties on the helm. Luffy hopped down and gathered the crew around their large den mushi. Someone had decorated over Arlong's mark with a stylized sheep head and given the snail a little hat. Luffy adored it. "So cool. Nami, let's do it. Give Sanji a call." "A call?" Usopp questioned. "He has a snail? He's in the restaurant." Nami yelled at him. "Oh yeah, they take reservations by transponder snail, don't they?" Usopp looked thoughtful. "Idiots." Nami snapped. "Just call already," he urged. "I'm calling. Purupuru. You've reached the DMN restaurant, you filthy BSTRDS, want a reservation?" "Oh. Yes, meat." Luffy was already drooling. "Actually, we wanted to talk to Sanji first, please." Nami cut in quickly. "Is that Miss Nami?" "Oi boss, it's Miss Nami." "Shut up you BSTRDS, I'm talkin' here." "It is so good to hear from you Miss Nami," the chef shouted most of this directly into the receiver. "Right." Nami's sweat dropped. "Now tell me, hey." "Hello, Nami-kun," a different voice picked up the phone. "Who is this?" Nami asked frazzled. "I'm looking for Sanji. This is his boss, Zeff." The man took over the call. "I presume you are calling because you are finally free to visit our fine establishment?" "Why yes, sir. I was hoping to speak to Sanji." "Sanji can come to the phone in a minute. I hear you're a navigator." "That's right." She looked at Luffy for advice. He grinned and gave her a thumbs up. "I'm going to put my navigator on the phone to give you our coordinates and heading. I expect to see you very soon." The man spoke with an edge of threat. "We'll be there." She answered firmly. The receiver traded hands again and a third man was on the line rattling off a string of nonsense numbers. Luffy glared at the snail. Nami was gaping and making a strange noise. Luffy glared harder. The snail began sweating even as it rattled off more gibberish. "Are you sure that's accurate?" she asked in a strangled tone. "Teach your grandmother to boil eggs." The man snapped. "Did you get all that, girlie?" Zeff returned to the call. "I believe we can meet you tomorrow, for dinner. Possibly breakfast the next day if the weather turns in the east current." "You think so?" The chef sounded non-committal. "I know so." Nami snapped back. "If your navigator gave me accurate coordinates I'd bet on dinner. You have any availability? You show up and you'll get a table. You can expect 4 of us." Nami declared. We'll be waiting. "Can we speak to Sanji now?" Luffy interrupted impatiently. There was a strange laughter, and the receiver was passed again. "Please hold you shitty customer. If I don't hear Sanji's voice soon," Nami threatened. "Sweet Nami Swan. You're so wonderful when you are threatening people." "Sanji-kun." Nami returned with a smile. "Sanji." Luffy called. "I'm coming to get you." "I'll be waiting, Luffy." Sanji promised. "Sanji. Usopp. It's great to hear from you. How are things back home?" "Messy, to be honest. I have so many stories for you. Let me tell you about the time." "Not now." Zoro interrupted. "Watch your back you shitty cook. I hope you're packed and ready. We'll be getting there sooner than we thought." "Mind your own business moss for brains. You can DMN well wait if you need to." Luffy laughed. XXXXXX. Zoro was on night watch, keeping an eye on the horizon for unfriendly ships or uncertain weather. Being in the East Blue was strange. He was expecting frequent checks with the log pose and random bursts of hail or candy tornadoes. Instead Nami had all but guaranteed the weather and temperature. He was just circling the deck to check the aft view when Luffy came up from the boys' dorm with a big blanket. The teen gave him a nod and wandered to the bow of the ship. Zoro made a quick check of the aft view, listening carefully for a splash if the captain fell in. He circled back around absently checking the lines and lifeboats. Everything seemed to be in order. He made his way to the front of the ship and found Luffy tucked against the hull instead of out on his usual seat. "Evening, Captain." "Zoro. How's watch?" "All clear." "That's good." Luffy sounded tired. "You good?" "It's too quiet. Too many people missing." I keep listening but I can't hear them breathing, so I look to check and it's empty hammocks. Luffy shivered and tugged at the brim of his hat. Yeah. Zoro knew there was nothing else to say. He moved forward a few more steps so he could sit on the rail with his legs against his friend. Before he could do more, Usopp was peeking out of the dorm. The full moon lit the deck like daylight and the sniper easily spotted them. After a moment he disappeared back inside. Luffy gave a heavy sigh, but before he could speak Usopp was coming back out with his own blanket and 2 pillows. Zoro smiled and waved him over. It seemed like a good night for stargazing. Usopp began, unable to approach quietly. I see you had the same idea. You know, I once sailed the entire length of the East Blue using only the stars to guide me. Really? Luffy was instantly enthralled. Zoro scoffed but grabbed both pillows, arranging them at his feet. Luffy shifted to lay down and Usopp took the other, feet going the opposite direction. Usopp wove an increasingly ridiculous tale that involved sea kings, fishmen, and a princess. Luffy encouraged the story at every pause and dramatic turn. The two were laughing when Nami stuck her head out of the cabin. She took one look at the boys and turned around. He wasn't entirely surprised to find that she was gathering her own bedding. Nami joined them without comment, tucking herself on the other side of Luffy with Usopp's head between them. When Usopp's tail faltered, she began naming constellations and sharing stories about them. As her voice grew tired, Zoro took up a tale about a famous swordsman who traveled with a shadow dog whose coat was made of stars. When all three were sleeping lightly, Zoro gave the ship another check. He watched them stir uncomfortable as he returned. Without a thought he took up reciting a list of sword techniques, commenting on application and practicality. The three settled quickly. Zoro returned his gaze to the horizon and talked. His crew were safe and sound while he stood watch. XXXXXX. It was a good day. Nami woke up snuggled warmly between the boys on deck. The weather was clear and the wind driving from behind them. They would reach Sanji tonight. Possibly for the early dinner seating. Luffy and Usopp were running around the ship trying to make it into their home again. Settling little touches around the ship like the nails for their coat hangers and a mat in the bathroom. The sail with their mark was full and proud. She had a new Climatact baton, which was a serious downgrade from the one with dials or weatheria technology, and she missed having her loyal Cloud Zeus to supplement her attacks, but it was far more capable than she thought possible without those. Usopp surpassed himself once again. She was thrilled to practice with it after they collected Sanji. She closed her eyes listening to the waves against the ships and the wind rustling her tangerine trees. The warmth of the sun against her skin was the perfect temperature. A loud snore made her laugh and look around. Sure enough, their swordsman was sleeping against the mast. Luffy had tucked all 3 blankets around and under Zoro after breakfast. Because you couldn't join the cuddle puddle doesn't mean you can't be surrounded by the family. Zoro had gone pink and Usopp had protested the term cuddle puddle, but as with most of the captain's whims, Luffy got his way. Seeing Zoro sleeping soundly, Nami approved. She'd slept better last night than in the last 3 weeks. She hummed softly and wondered if it was the ship or the company. Either way, she wanted another deck pile soon. Usopp dashed out on deck, running up the stairs and shouting about something. Luffy chased after him laughing. Zoro peeked one eye open before slouching further and apparently going back to sleep. Nami checked their heading and gave a smile. This is going to be great. XXXXXX. There was no sudden appearance of marine ships or cannon fire to interrupt their arrival. Luffy fidgeted impatiently as Nami docked them neatly with the floating restaurant. Zoro hopped down to tie them off and Luffy pulled Usopp and Nami into his arms to disembark with a jump. Wait, Luffy. Nami protested even as she grabbed on and lifted her feet obligingly. They smiled up at the fish-shaped restaurant. The baratai was mostly empty with only 2 other boats docked. Luffy couldn't contain his excitement anymore. He set his crew down on the deck and made a dash for the front door. The door slammed open. Sanji. Meet. The restaurant seemed to freeze. All eyes turned to him. One of the waiters fumbled a tray. Luffy didn't care about any of them. His eyes stayed on the kitchen as he approached in a slow walk. He barely noticed Zoro pulling Usopp and Nami to a table, sprawling casually. His eyes were locked on those doors. A blonde burst from them, plates in hand. Captain, joy and wonder on the young-looking chef before he covered it with a stern look. You're late. I'm never late for dinner, he protested immediately. Luffy moved in to grab Sanji in a spinning hug, careless of the plates in hand. When one of them wobbled, he caught it easily, dumping the pasta into his mouth in a single go without releasing his chef. Sanji, he stepped away smiling. It's good to see you. Good to see you too, shitty captain. Oi cook, let's go. Food Sanji. Luffy pulled him to the table to pass out the other plates. The restaurant burst into motion again as the few occupants began gossiping and a waiter followed Sanji over to take their order. Chefs at the window seemed split between sharpening their knives and cooing over Sanji's little friends. "Back to work, you lazy bastards." Zeff snapped. "Yes, boss," they chimed. Sanji swept back into the kitchen, placing a dozen order tickets before the cooks and heaping portions of soup and rice into bowls. "You can't actually expect them to eat all this," Carne protested. "They absolutely will," Sanji affirmed even as he swept back out the doors with full trays. Zeff watched the group of youngsters interact. If he had any doubts about Sanji's tale, this scene would have dashed them. They moved with familiarity. Sanji dodged long arm grabs as he delivered each meal. He exchanged barbs with the green-haired swordsman. There were casual touches and invasions of personal space as they passed the food around the table. The curly-haired boy actually tossed the empty breadbasket from the opposite end of the table and Sanji caught it with the ease of practice. The group was loud and irreverent, but Sanji fit right in. The red-headed girl offered Sanji a bite of fruit just before he left the table for the kitchen. His little eggplant took the bite and hummed softly as he made his way back to gather another round of meals. The chefs worked quickly, chopping, sautéing and filleting. The order amount was obscene, but he knew his boy wouldn't dream of over-ordering. There wouldn't be leftovers at that table. Zeff hopped on the line, moving from one station to the next as he ensured a seamless flow of food. Sanji had chosen well with the list of dishes. Most of it could be cooked quickly and in bulk batches, and a majority was matched to what was already partially prepared that evening. Fast and fresh was the key, and his cooks whipped up a feast in short order. "Who are these people?" "That little one is a demon. Did you see him eat that entire salmon? It wasn't deboned." Sanji called that one captain. "Captain? What the hell? He doesn't call Zeff captain. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. I would definitely remember feeding him." Did they meet at the market? Even if they did, how quickly did they get to know each other? "We go to a different market each month." That curly-haired boy just dumped extra hot sauce in his ramen without even tasting it, and Sanji didn't blink about it. "What? He's always flipping out on customers about not appreciating the flavor before applying condiments. Seriously, who are these guys?" "The redhead is Sanji's Nami. Did we ever figure out how he knows her? It's still a mystery. I know she never came here though. I'd have noticed a redhead Sanji's age. Is it just me, or does that guy look like Pirate Hunter Zoro?" "What? No way. They came in a pirate ship, didn't they? He does have 3 swords. Don't give me that sheet. Anyone can carry 3 swords. There's no way Sanji is associating with a bounty hunter." "DMN right. Are they still eating?" "Only the kid with the straw hat. He just keeps going. It's a good thing that we didn't have a lot of customers tonight." "Is Sanji seriously waiting that table? He's practically fawning over them. This has to be a weird joke, right? How did he meet these guys? Why don't you ask Sanji? Clearly nobody here knows shit about where he met these guys." "Shut your DMN mouth, it was just a bloody question. Don't you think there are more important questions? Like, why is there a crew of child pirates pulling Sanji out of our restaurant?" "What?" The chefs ran to look out of doors and windows at the scene. Zeff checked from his vantage point. The green-haired boy and the little captain were still at the table eating and drinking. The other 2 were pulling on Sanji, who did not seem to be resisting in any way. "Back to work, idiots. They're not kidnapping him, and if you burn those tartlets, I will flay you patty. You lot have work to do." He gave the slower chefs punishing kicks. "Yes, boss. These guys are going to be docking with us for the night. They are Sanji's friends, so I expect you to do them the courtesy of not starting any fights." "Do you know these guys?" Patty asked. Zeff raised an eyebrow and stroked his mustache until the pastry chef looked away with a blush. The others got the hint and began to look busy cooking or cleaning. Zeff nodded in satisfaction and walked out to the main restaurant. The kitchen doors barely closed before he could hear the voices start up again in a low murmur. Clucking hens, the lot of them. He visited the 2 tables lingering over dessert for polite courtesy before stomping heavily over to the last table, still eating like it was the last food they'd ever see. These were the Straw Hats. The captain and first mate of a crew Sanji claimed for his own. They looked like children. Sanji still was a child, for all he claimed to be. The captain looked up, and suddenly Zeff could see it. Those eyes were sharp and dangerous. For all his pose was relaxed, Zeff could see that one wrong move could be his last. The kid blinked, smiled, and the threat was gone like it never existed. He didn't survive on the Grand Line for being a fool. That kid was making a deliberate show of power. It was a flash of fang and nothing more. He could respect that. The kid wasn't throwing his weight around. Just stating the facts. "I'd like to know your intentions with my boy," Zeff demanded. The captain set down the piece of meat he was eating and looked up to give him his full attention. The green-haired swordsman, yes, that is Pirate Hunter Zoro, although more pirate than hunter now, sat up straight and waited. I intend to have Sanji be my chef and sail away with me on my crew. Bold as brass, the kid showed no doubt or hesitation. You think you can make him go with you? Zeff doubted there would be any stopping his little eggplant. The swordsman snorted, but the captain frowned. I won't force anyone to join my crew. Sanji will come with me because he wants to. Because we need him. He needs us. Sanji will come with us because I need the best chef to become Pirate King, and I won't accept anyone less. He will come with me to chase the all blue and find it. I won't be making anyone do anything. He is free and he always will be. He made a little sound. Of course, once you're on the crew you don't just leave. Zoro snickered at the complete contradiction. Straw Hat picked up his meat. Both looked at him for a response. Well then. I suppose I should know the crew my boy thinks is so great. I am Zeff, known by some as Redleg Zeff, now head chef and owner of this fine restaurant. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I am going to be king of the pirates. Your food is delicious. I can see where Sanji learned it. He made the soup tonight, right? He did. Zeff was a little stunned, the boy could tell, or maybe it was a lucky guess. It tastes like Sanji. I don't see how you could taste anything the way you're shoveling it down. The swordsman needled. I am Roronoa Zoro, Straw Hat Pirate, and someday they will call me the world's greatest swordsman. You will stay the night. Zeff said firmly. Your ship is welcome to stay docked with us for as long as you wish. We can stay the night. Luffy agreed absently. Sanji deserves a proper send-off. After that though we have other people to see and other places to be. We can't just stick around here, even if the meat is delicious. That's fair. Zeff agreed. Chapter 10 Farewells and Adventures at Sea. Chefs could throw a party. The music was loud and enthusiastic. No one was spectacularly talented, but there was little restraint in the way they sang and played the hand drums and guitars. There was plenty of booze and juice being passed around. Zeff had raised the fins to keep the party outdoors, making the sea and stars their backdrop. The best part, Luffy decided, was the games. The Baratai attracted the rough and rowdy type of chef. They were excited to gamble with new faces. There were drinking competitions, contests of strength and skill. They played the knife game, although Zoro refused to let Luffy play that one. Bets were placed as they competed to swim laps, to balance spoons on their faces or knives on their fingertips. Luffy loved the way his crew relaxed and settled into the fun. Little Nami was in the middle of a drinking competition and looking much tipsier than she usually would be. Zoro was standing perfectly still on one foot, looking somewhere between bored and determined as a chef stacked cups and plates on his head and outstretched arms. Sanji was playing a game that involved 3 ball and several mismatched nets, his hair still damp from winning the swimming race. Luffy wandered through the brightly dressed men nibbling absently at the plates of food. There was Usopp, sitting with a group as he spun tales. Every now and then one would toss something in the air and Usopp would fire his slingshot. From the sounds of the watchers, there were bets going around about when he would miss or lose track of his story. Luffy laughed. They clearly didn't know anything about his sniper. He bounced around the party, checking on his crew, dancing, eating. Luffy smiled brightly. This was a proper pirate party. It was a good send-off for Sanji. His chef deserved to see his special people laughing and happy like this. He hummed softly and then went to see if he could carry a cherry on a spoon long enough to get it in the cup on the other end of the deck. XXXXXX. Sanji looked over the room he shared with 3 other chefs. It was a good room. He'd really missed this place. His first time leaving home, he'd been all but pushed out the door on his adventure. He hadn't really intended to say yes until the moment he did. This time around it was like salt water in a paper cut. He knew he was going to miss this place the same way he knew he was moving on to bigger things. It was a small wound, but it hurt so badly to leave. Sanji grabbed his single duffel and headed for the kitchen. He would have to pack his knives. He passed the doorway where he'd measured his height each year until he was a teen and, too old for that, he ran his fingers over the banister, noting the changes in wood from each time it had been shattered in a fight and replaced. Sanji looked up at the chandelier, picking out the slight bend from when he'd tried to swing off it. There were walls he'd helped paint and stories in every inch of this place. He'd seen this place grow from the beginning. From an empty little ship with a lame cook and his inexperienced brat to a bustling business that attracted famous marines and pirates alike. No one went hungry in the Baratai. Are you packing? Patty demanded as Sanji moved around the kitchen. It's time for me to go. He smiled and nodded. What the F dash? Simmer slammed his cleaver loudly. I'm heading out to sea with Luffy. He's going to help me find the all blue. He explained with enthusiasm. I talked it out with owner Zeff. I'm going to be a straw hat pirate. He smiled softly. I've really enjoyed all the time I worked with you guys. Sanji was starting to tear up. What? Are you serious? You don't even know these losers. I know they're better than you assholes. Suddenly furious Sanji kicked out at the critical chefs. Good riddance, I say. Carne chimed in. I've gotten tired of dealing with your shitty cooking. What did you say about my cooking? Sanji spun and pressed into the man's personal space. I said it is crap and I'm done with it, and you, the man pushed back with a snarl. You're not as good an actor as you think you are. My cooking is better than that swill you serve, and you know it. Sanji huffed. I can't believe I have to leave this place to you incompetent BSTRDS. You'll likely drive this place to ruin and scare off the waiters to boot. No one is forcing you to leave. Simmer cut in snarkily. Unless they are, someone piped up. The kitchen went eerily silent. Sanji looked around in confusion before played back the conversation and realized they were waiting on his answer. Anger dissipating, he gave a small shake of his head. No one is forcing me anywhere. He assured them in a gentle tone. This wasn't an easy decision, but Luffy is an amazing captain and I am so excited to be a part of his crew. Who the hell is Luffy? That bumbling kid lost almost every competition he was in and ate enough to feed a small army. Did you see that chopstick dance he did? He's funny as hell, but you can't be serious. Luffy is my captain. He is a man who will travel to the ends of the earth for a friend. He will take this world by storm and he will become pirate king someday. He is my friend. The chef scoffed and stared at him. Are you taking drags? Patty demanded. I know teenagers experiment with these kinds of things, but I thought we got it through your head that. Shut your mouth, BSTRD. Sanji slammed a foot into the pastry chef's gut. I'm not on any shitty drags. Are you guys even listening to me? It's just that you're not making any sense. Carne defended. Yeah. These guys just came out of nowhere. When did you even meet them? They're all kids even younger than you. I didn't even know you were considering leaving. Didn't you always shout about staying until the old man kicked it? I did want to stay, but then I realized what I actually needed is to go. To follow my dream. To follow my captain. But like this? No warning, no planning. So what? He was getting impatient. This wasn't how his goodbye was supposed to go. It's not like you really know these people. Of course I know them. You can't think I'd just hop on the first ship to sail by, he growled. I already told you. You haven't though. Sanji gathered his knife set and walked out. He gathered his bags and loaded the Mary. Luffy was trying to talk Zeff out of supplying their ship with fresh meat. Sanji smiled. Zeff would grumble and protest, but they would definitely be leaving here with a full fridge. His old man was a softy at heart. Zeff, I will never forget the debt that I owe you. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for being there for me all these years. I will never forget you. We will meet again someday. Sanji. A real man does not part like this with tears. Little brat. What are you doing? Zeff was weeping openly. Just go. And Sanji, don't die. Sanji laughed through his tears. You can't repay a man for saving your life by dying. I'm going to live. Live well then, Sanji. Go and find it. The all blue. I will. I will find it. Be safe. The chefs were all gathered at the rails, teary and waving handkerchiefs. Several were shouting, but Sanji couldn't make out the words over the flapping of the sail as they turned the ship. The sea was calling. The restaurant would survive. He would come back someday, sailing with the king of pirates most likely, and repay his debt with tales of the all blue. These men who had raised him, who taught him his most valued lessons, it was good to see them again. As hard as this time disaster was, Sanji was grateful to have spent 3.5 weeks with the men who were his family. Surrounded by his crew, Sanji smiled and waved. His nakama were the best people in the world, certainly. These cooks were the next best. XXXXXX. It's amazing being back like this. Sanji grinned, cigarette hanging from his lips as he leaned over the rail. On the Mary, in the East Blue. It's like a fever dream. I know what you mean. It's kind of horrific, being like this and without the others. At the same time, it's just so wonderful. Usopp sighed from his spot in the rigging. He held the netted rope and leaned out over the water daringly. I don't know how this came about, but I don't want to waste a moment of it. Says the guy just lazing about. Zoro grunted from where he was lifting his makeshift weights. I'm exercising my observational haki, actually. Usopp chided. Zoro gave a nod of acknowledgement and an apologetic noise. Not everyone needs to train constantly like you anyways, idiot. Sanji couldn't resist. Some of us actually intend to get strong enough to face the Grand Line, lazy cook. Shut your mouth. We've all been training hard. Just because we weren't together doesn't mean any of us could forget what it's like to face the enemies we have coming. I just want to also enjoy the time we have sailing this beautiful sea and being together on the Mary. I missed this ship. I missed eating yellow barracuda. There's a lot to love about being here and now. Can we have barracuda, Sanji? I have steaks prepped for dinner, Captain. Sanji confirmed with a smile. You guys don't find it difficult being back on the Mary like this? Nami questioned with a small frown. What do you mean? It SCKS being 17 again, but being on the Mary is the best part. Sanji questioned. Aren't you excited to be here sailing her again? It's just hard having her back when we know she's going to die. Nami explained, her tone apologetic. Everyone sobered at that and Zoro set his weights down with a quiet clink. Mary's not going to die. Luffy slammed his fist down angrily. Luffy. No. We can change things this time. We will. We can be more careful. Do better repairs like Franky showed us. We can protect her more, better. She could take less hits, not let her crash as much. We can do more maintenance and hire people along the way if we need to. Whatever it takes. Mary's nakama. She's not strong enough to go all the way with us, but she can get us to water. She can retire there or something. She won't die this time. Not again. I refuse. He looked around at his crew, all bright-eyed. Usopp was dripping with tears and snot as he nodded vigorously. Zoro was rubbing a hand over a rail possessively. Nami looked apologetic and resolved. Sanji was hiding his smile poorly by lighting his cigarette as he leaned against the rail. Aye, Captain. Zoro responded with calm acceptance. Retirement sounds lovely. Nami agreed. How does a ship retire? Usopp questioned. I don't want her dismantled. Of course not. No one wants that. Old ships can be repurposed as homes, on land or in the water. She could be used as a restaurant. Or a casino. Wait, go back, a houseboat? Like with a family? Zoro interrupted, looking intense. Why, yeah. Sometimes they pull boats on land and brace them like houses, but lots of harbors have places where people can anchor semi-permanently to live on their boat without sailing it. That's a thing, he demanded. A family, like, with kids, could just live on a boat like that? Hey Zoro, do you know a family with kids in Water 7? Luffy asked with a tilt of his head. Maybe I do. He mumbled, eyes shifting away. The crew stared. That would be nice. Usopp redirected loudly when he didn't continue. I think the Mary would like little kids. It would be a good retirement. She would be taken care of. Good. It's decided. Luffy beamed at them in relief. Listen up, this is important. Everyone settled, looking serious. We're on a mystery time adventure and it looks like there's no going back. Things are going to change. We can change some bad things, and that's good. He smacked his fist into his palm. But we might also change some good things too. Everyone looked properly sober at that. We're not heroes, we're pirates. We're out to chase our dreams and live free. I refuse to have a boring do-over adventure. I don't want to relive all the things we've already done together. I won't. Even if that means we mess some things up. I want you to think really hard and choose what you think is important. We'll decide together what to do. Take some time today. We are headed to Logtown before the Grand Line, and that's a few weeks away. Our nakama are my first priority. After dinner we can talk. Maybe more times after that. I don't know. But everyone should have a serious think. I'll be in my special spot. He walked away before anyone could ask questions or throw out ideas. This is not the time for talking. Not now. He closed his eyes and pictured Kobe, a pink-haired coward trembling but inspired enough to hit Luffy for his dream. He pictured that boy swearing to be an admiral and promising him to get strong. That boy in a snail recording shaming everyone into a standstill on a battlefield and helping to end a slaughter. Kobe wouldn't even be on Evita's ship for another year. He'd be on who knows what island in the East Blue being an idiot and a coward. What would he be without Luffy? What kind of friend would he be to abandon Kobe just because the pink-haired boy wouldn't remember him? He sighed and watched the sea. XXXXXX. Hey, do you guys recognize that flag? Usopp asked. What flag? That flag there. With the hourglasses. He pointed to the sail in the distance. Where? Zoro squinted in the distance, making out a white blur and not much else. It could be a ship, maybe. Oh, yeah, that looks familiar. Luffy came up beside them with a spyglass. Pass that here. Zoro held out a hand. Luffy hummed another moment before passing the tool. Zoro took a look as Usopp shifted from one foot to another. There was something about that symbol he should know. It was clearly pirates, but no one he could recall had hourglasses on their flag. It's Don Krieg. Zoro grinned. Through the glass he could tell it was actually several ships with more appearing on the horizon as they sailed closer. Don Krieg? Don Krieg? Why do I know that name? Luffy scratched his head. Don Krieg. Usopp covered his face, resigned to his captain's irreverence. As in, ruler of the East Blue, pirate fleet admiral, foul play Krieg, that guy who had 50,000 men? He tried to take over the Baratai after Mihawk kicked their buttes in the Grand Line. Oh, that guy. The one who attacked the restaurant after the cooks fed him. He was really rude. Hey Luffy, let's take them on. Zoro suggested. Huh? Their captain frowned. Should we really? Sure we should. Usopp hated when Zoro gets that devil grin. It never leads to anything good. I want to test myself before we get to the Grand Line. These guys are supposed to have a fleet of 50 ships. Hawkeye wiped them out easily. We should be able to take them. If I remember properly, they were fairly weak, relying on numbers and fancy weapons with no real skill. You and Sanji took on 100 of them with only a few cooks for backup. Yeah, that's right. It would be a good test. Plus, these guys are JRKS, so I wouldn't feel bad at all kicking their butts. Hey Nami. Point us towards that ships, let's see how many are in the fleet. Usopp, can you set the deck to protect the Mary? I don't want her taking heavy fire if they have fancy weapons. Load the cannons and set your other weapons. Nami directed as she adjusted their course. On it. Actually, Luffy turned to them and Usopp stopped. Do you guys think you can handle them alone? Alone? Usopp questioned. You two, Sanji and Nami. If I stay on board, I can divert fire from the Mary. It would give you 4 more practice. Let's see what the fleet looks like. I think we can manage. Zoro affirmed. 50 ships are a lot. Usopp tried to argue. Sheer numbers really do put us in a bad spot. We can do damage, but they could overwhelm us. Well, whichever way may be right. Let's see how it looks. Zoro, you want to pick this fight to compete with Hawkeye, right? So you're in charge of this one. He grinned widely. I'll back you up from the ship, but don't expect me to help if you don't need it. Thanks, Captain. Zoro grinned back, taking his bandana and tying it on his head. Usopp, you're the sniper, so you're going to be the best at identifying targets from a distance, so we have a few minutes to plan strategy before we engage. Let's set the deck. I'll go fetch Sanji. Tell him to hold lunch but bring some pre-battle snacks. Luffy called. Usopp ran to adjust cannon angles, loading and preparing fuses. He secured the loose fishing poles and stored the sun chairs. Doors were latched and portholes closed. He listened to Nami as she shouted directions for hauling the sails to change their heading. By the time he was repositioned in the crow's nest, Nami had her climatact in one hand and was guiding the helm with the other. Zoro and Sanji were both on deck doing stretches. Usopp called it out, "What do you see?" He took a deep breath. I am a brave warrior of the sea. Captain is counting on me for a fair assessment. No exaggerations this time. He thinks we can do this because we are strong. We are New World pirates, even if no one knows our name yet. These guys couldn't survive in paradise. He gazed at the fleet, counting and assessing. I only see 39 ships, not heavy artillery on all. The flagship is of course armed to the teeth, but I see some kind of specialized cannons on the outside ship's port and starboard. The red and black ones. Actually, these guys look like they color-coded their ships. All the red ships with black trim are carrying heavy long-range weapons. Those should be our first targets. The ones with green trim all have really shiny decks like a protective coating. I'd watch out for some kind of fire or chemical weapons from those, but I don't see an obvious launcher. Those should be your secondary targets. The others are too hodgepodge to see any patterns. The flagship is definitely Don Krieg's. I can see the gold armor from here. He let his Haki focus, pulling his vision even closer as he looked for weapons and threats. They're arranged in a wide formation, but it looks like they're moving in closer to each other now that they've spotted us. 10 ships in front, then lines of 8, 6, 8, 4, and 3. It looks like those ships are preparing to maneuver, but it's too early to tell if they want to form a line or box us in. Luffy? Zoro offered. Right. Anyone thinking we can't take them? Usopp swallowed but didn't voice objections. Honestly, if it weren't for the numbers, this would be an easy fight. No devil fruit users or any fighters that even matched Sanji or Zoro's level. Okay. Luffy tugged his hat low as he got serious. Kick their butts. Sanji, how's your Jeppo? Zoro asked. I can manage some high jumps or extend the distance I travel, but I can't manage a proper skywalk or hover yet. He apologized. Got it. I can get enough speed to handle long jumps, and I can manage several flying attacks and my dragon twister. I'm not up to my usual range, but as long as we can end this quickly, I should be fine. If this draws out, my endurance is not what it was. I would be stuck on a single ship. Zoro assessed honestly. The two of us will go take those outside ships and work our way through the fleet, targeting the red ones like Usopp said. It will take us away from the ship, so focus on your own fights. We can look out for each other. I want to have a signal if we run into trouble. Ideas? Take a smoke flare. Nami suggested. Right. So Sanji, you can get the red ones going out and the green ones coming back. Aim to disable or sink them quick. You can practice your close combat fighting another time. Today's challenge is fighting against higher numbers and coordinating our attacks. I want to see those ships sinking fast. Break masts, tear holes and move on. Don't get caught up in a battle if you can help it. I'll be doing the same on my side. Nami, do you have weather to work with here? I could do a lot with this air, but I don't want to set off a tornado if you boys are ship hopping. Save that then for if everyone gets tired. Stick to lightning or whatever. Usopp? How are our weapons? Armed and ready. Nami, if you can pull up with the bow to the enemy, that would be best. Then I can manage the forward cannon. The Mary only has one cannon per side, so we minimize our target area this way. It makes us a little vulnerable to doubling pincer attacks, but if Luffy is staying on board to catch cannonballs, we benefit more from starting small. I need to be below deck to fire some, but I will show you and Luffy where I will be traveling between, so we don't trip each other. I'll start with the flagship and the unknowns, so I don't mess with your patterns. Usopp gave a nod. Good. Zoro smirked in satisfaction. Here they come. The fleet had moved to make one long intimidating line with columns of ships lined up behind one after another. It was probably intended to be intimidating. Zoro only saw it as convenient stepping stones. A glance at Sanji showed he was thinking the same. Those masts are just about the right distance, the cook used his suave casual voice, taking a drag on his cigarette. How generous of them. They're practically inviting us over. Let's not disappoint. Zoro smirked, readying himself. Luffy, you want to give us a boost? You are approaching the fleet of the Don Krieg pirates. Surrender now, and if you can pay the fine, we might just let you live. Someone used a speaker system to call out to them. Not a chance. Luffy hollered back, his voice cracking across the water. My name is Monkey D. Luffy and I'm gonna be king of the pirates. You are a lousy pirate, a cheat, and a bully. We're gonna kick your butt. Gum bazooka. Zoro was launched neatly to the furthest left ship. He had to reach out and catch the mast to avoid overshooting. The loud crack told him he'd damaged something. Smirking at the startled sailor in the crow's nest, he pulled his 3 swords. Santoryu Hyakuchi pound ho, he was kicking off to the next ship before the flying slash even cut into the deck. Startled screams as the ship split down the center rang in his ears as he flipped himself over to the next ship and cutting it in half. He passed over the next ship to reach the red ship on its other side. Karasuma Raven Hunt. This ship was the first of one of the lines of ships, so Zoro changed directions, hopping through the ranks, slicing whenever he landed on either red or green. Flying slashes took focus and energy, so after a while he switched to his flaming sword attack. He jumped from the burned-out ship and began slicing his way through the pirates trying to stop him. They were shameless in their tactics, attempting trips and traps and firing at his back like cowards. Zoro didn't bother taking them all on. He just plowed a path, dodging the bullets he could, and moved to the next ship. The gas masks were not a good sign. Zoro maintained his momentum, trying to hold his breath or breathe shallowly as he cut the mast and sliced through the few crew attempting a confrontation. Most seemed to want to let the yellowish fog to do their work. He had no intention of sticking around that long. 7 ships down and they were starting to anticipate him. Pirates were climbing the rigging or aiming their guns at their own crow's nest. Blood roaring in his ears, Zoro aimed a dragon twister at the last ship in this line and looked to the next line of ships. It was 2 ship lengths from him, but he didn't want to run back to the front and down again. He dropped to the deck of the ship he was on, as his twister dropped men and ship parts behind him. He chopped the mast, kicking it in the direction he wanted, ran, sheathed his swords, and jumped. He made it nearly to the next line of ships and easily swam the last length to the nearest. Using his swords to create hand-holds, he tore his way up the side. The idiots on deck just gaped open-mouthed. Great Buddha chop, he brought his sword down. Zoro didn't wait around for them to pull together and retaliate. The next ship was easier to reach and he sliced his way through the ships at the back of the fleet. The line of ships was moving forward steadily. He hopped to the next ship, taking in the horrified faces of the Don Krieg pirates as the last ship exploded dramatically behind him. He smirked, eyes flashing, and brought his sword down in a slice. The ship began splitting in 2 down the length. He followed the cut as he ran from stern to bow and hopped over to the next ship. Careful jumps put him back at the top of the main mast and he sent a series of flying slashes down towards the ship, throwing himself onto the next one. 2 down, 4 to go. This bunch hadn't learned from their friends and he managed to take down 4 of the 6 in this line before someone started aiming up. Adrenaline and willpower carried him forward as he reached the front line and could see what was happening. The Mary was still floating proudly, although one of her sails was badly ripped. Several ships were burned husks and others were slowly sinking even as they moved out of formation to advance on the Mary. He could see in the next line of ships over, Sanji was knocking down a mast and smashing the hull of a ship. Beyond him was another line of ships trying to move towards the Mary in a pincer move, although it was partially in shambles. He'd taken out all but 2 of the ships in that line, and Usopp had clearly landed some serious hits and stalled them in the water. One was even on fire. Sanji was aiming to take out the other half of the pincer, and even as Zoro watched, he moved up the line of ships towards the Mary. To one side was floating scrap and the other side was the fleet command ship. Don Krieg was staring at him in fury. His golden armor stood out in the soot and sparks surrounding them. Sanji was slamming his way through the ships on the other side of Krieg. There was an explosion ahead and a flash of lightning to the side. Zoro could hear the pounding of his pulse and the laughter of his captain. He hurtled towards Krieg's ship, swords in motion. He cut through rigging and crew. Most of the crew cleared the deck as they made room for a fight. 2 familiar faces stepped forward. A man in a weird round armor getup, bubble, ball, pearl, something like that, was trying to intimidate by making loud noises, banging the 2 arm plates together. Meanwhile, the first mate, Jin, was swinging his ball-on-stick weapons. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know how long it took to gather these ships? I suppose I should be grateful you exposed how pathetic and weak these men were before I tried to take them to the Grand Line, but I am still going to have to kill you. No one makes a fool of Don Krieg. Krieg was shouting. Pearl, Jin, show them what a real Krieg pirate can do. With pleasure, Captain. Jin ran his tongue over his teeth and charged forward. No one has ever injured me in a single battle. Pearl bragged. Zoro heaved a sigh and focused. Santoryu Onigiri, he sliced through the oddball weapons, but Jin dodged away holding the broken metal handles. Don Krieg played dirty, firing his pistol from the sideline, but Zoro was already moving before the shots were close. Pearl gaped at the action and began banging his shields together. Danger! 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 He shouted and promptly caught on fire. Zoro just stared as he caught his own ship on fire as his fellow crew members tried to calm him. Jin launched himself back into the fight. Zoro rotated his blades rapidly. Santoryu's secret technique, 3,000 worlds. With all the power of his 3 swords, he cut through Jin and continued on towards the captain. Guns popped up from all over the armor and fired from shoulders and sides. His technique allowed him to block most of the shots, although 2 of the weird spear bullets grazed his side. Jin dropped behind him, bleeding. He was unconscious or dead. Pearl screamed again. Zoro ignored him and continued facing the captain. Bull Demon Courageous Talons. He lunged forward with the swords pointed towards Krieg, armament Haki coating the blades. Krieg laughed. This armor is the strongest. The golden armor shattered and Zoro felt no pity as his blades skewered the pirate. The men around him were screaming and staring. Some jumped overboard. Pearl lunged at him. Zoro smashed him with the flat of his blade, shattering the round plate of his front armor. The man fainted. Zoro blinked in surprise. He looked around. No one was coming forward. A few raised guns, but he barely lifted his blade when they dropped the weapons and dove away from him. He looked around, but the fleet was sinking around him. There were no ships nearby. He gave a shrug and decided to stay on the ship instead of sinking it. Hey, you, he turned to the cowering pirates. Got any sake? Yeah. Excellent. Bring me sake, also any treasure and meat you have on board. Meat? One of the men questioned. My captain likes meat. Zoro emphasized. All right. Of course. Right away. They scrambled. Zoro looked around. Most of the men were cowering or scrambling around. The deck was still on fire, but no one seemed to care about that. With a sigh, he used a flying slash to wipe out the flames, leaving blackened deck and sails behind. Satisfied, he wandered around the deck to see how the battle behind was going. Off to one side, a giant tornado whipped through ships heading away from him. On the other side, it was pure wreckage. Nothing seemed to be intact enough to sail away. He continued wandering and came across a pile of treasure and food. He couldn't figure out why they would bring it all here instead of the bow of the ship, but then realized the figurehead had moved. With a shrug, he accepted the bottle of sake the trembling man passed over. XXXXXX. Sanji was launched to the ship furthest left. He used the momentum of the toss to take out the main mast of the ship he landed on. As the men screamed and scrambled, he launched a kick to their second mast, letting it smash through the aft deck as it fell. He looked around and launched himself to the next ship using it as a launch pad and moving on. The third ship he reached was a red ship, and he slammed his Haki-covered leg down on the giant gun sitting on the open deck. The metal bent and formed a small crater, rendering the gun useless. Sanji flipped on his palms and kicked out at the men rushing him. With enough breathing room, he ran to the aft deck, blurring out of view and leaping for the next ship. This was not one of his targets, so he continued moving at high speed. None of the men seemed skilled enough to track his movement. He leaped for the next ship. This one was green and Sanji was pleased to slow enough to kick men overboard and cause some destruction. He kicked over both masts and shattered the doghouse before moving onward. The next ship in the line was another red and he enjoyed kicking their giant guns right through the deck. The new twin holes were rapidly flooding from below and Sanji enjoyed the panicked reactions as he moved to the last ship in this line. He missed Skywalk. Even more, he missed his diable jam techniques. He was not strong enough to maintain the stress of those attacks yet. His armament Haki was not his strong suit either. Sanji watched as the line of ships to his right sailed forward in formation, presumably attacking the Mary. These ships were pathetically unprepared, and the pirates slow to react. Clearly, they were used to intimidating or tricking their opponents. Like bullies confronted with a real challenge, the lot of you have turned into a blubbering mess. He criticized in a low tone before flipping over to the last of the moving ships to his right. It's pathetic. He kicked midair, gaining a bit more distance, enough to grab the ship rail and flip himself forward onto the deck. Moving fast, he dropped a match into the barrel of gunpowder sitting out by a cannon and continued onward without giving the pirates time to even see him properly. He ran straight off the bowsprit and lunged for the next ship. Behind him there was a massive explosion. Ghost. Spirits. They're invisible. It's teleportation. Sanji smirked and continued his high-speed destruction. The plan was to take out the ships without fighting individuals. Sanji found it immensely satisfying to use speed and stealth to just wreck everything. He didn't even have to show himself for more than a few moments at a time. He dealt silent blows and flitted around to weak points. XXXXXX. Usopp launched a volley of cannon fire as soon as Sanji was launched away from the ship. Nami was startled by the speed of it. The Going Merry didn't have any kind of auto-fire or cannon feed, so Usopp was hand-loading the cannon, adding powder and lighting a wick fast enough that 3 rounds were fired before the first shot landed. She was less surprised to see the ship immediately floundering as a cluster of shots cut a hole just at the waterline. The ship listed port and knocked into the next ship, tangling their masts. "Yeah, Usopp?" Luffy cheered. "Incoming," she warned, twirling her sword as the 10 ships facing them all tried to fire at the Mary. Gust sword, she batted at a few of the projectiles and sent others careening off course with a burst of wind. She cursed when it only took out half of what she was aiming at. Those dials made a difference. "I've got it." Luffy punched at the incoming fire. Because of course he did. She sighed and twirled her baton. Time to test this beauty. The ships were laid out in AT formation with a long wall of ships facing the Mary and a dense trunk of their fleet in neat rows behind. Thunderbolt tempo, she launched the attack at the bulk of ships, bypassing the front row of ships where Zoro and Sanji were visibly demolishing the enemy. The strike hit the second row of ships, perfectly in line with the Mary and just behind Don Krieg's own ship. Pleased with the control, she aimed 1 row over and 1 ship back on Sanji's side. The lightning struck the mast she designated with precision. The sails caught fire. "This is great, Usopp. I love the command," she smiled devilishly. It didn't have the destructive power of the previous, later, models, but Nami could do damage with the fine control. Next to her, Luffy inflated like a balloon and sent the cannonballs flying. She watched the line of ships in front of her. Only 3 minutes into the battle and 6 of the 10 were collapsing or rubble. Zoro seemed to be cutting ships in half while Sanji was snapping masts and making holes in the decks. Usopp sent another volley of shots to the last ship standing on Sanji's side. She didn't see the hit, but she saw the way the ship buckled and started taking on water at the same time a sail shredded. Refocusing, Nami flipped the climb attack. Thunderbolt tempo. She struck down a 3rd ship. "Gum gum jet Gatling," Luffy shouted near her ear. She looked over to see something more like spears coming from Don Krieg's ship. Luffy's wind attack sent them flying in all directions, including one that angled upwards and ripped through their own sail. "Careful." "Sorry." She sent a gust of wind to intercept a barrage of smoking canisters. Usopp was slowing down his speed but still landing blows against the front ships. He managed to sink a 3rd ship just as 2 lines of ships began advancing. Don Krieg remained stationary, but the ships on either side began sailing towards them. It was clearly a pincer movement designed to pin the Mary and destroy the small ship. They clearly weren't anticipating Usopp. Most carvels, including the Going Merry, were designed with a stationary forward cannon. It was able to fire directly ahead with little to no range of motion. Usopp was a master inventor and sniper with years of experience modifying their sea weaponry. He'd done something with their cannon to give it an unbelievable range. Anyone who had paid attention would have seen this when he fired on first the left then right side of the enemy line rather than attack the heavily armored command ship. Directly ahead. Obviously, their enemy were idiots. Usopp adjusted his cannon and fired blasts at the incoming ships. One of the ships went up in a fiery explosion as the sniper hit something that caused a reaction on board. On the opposite side, the first ship was sinking rapidly as it tried to limp towards them. Nami tossed more lightning at the lump of ships further back, but it was getting difficult to track her crewmates. She sent blasts of wind instead at the already floundering ships, tearing them further apart and fanning flames. Luffy was shifting back and forth next to her. She could tell he wanted to join the action. She knew he would never say so. Luffy was resolved to protect Mary. He would not allow her to be damaged when he had promised his personal protection. Instead, he seemed to have decided the best way to handle this urge to fight was to catch the cannonballs bare-handed and chuck them back at the nearby ships like he was playing catch. Nami resolved to ignore this bit of madness. The fighting across the water was winding down. The Krieg pirates were decimated. Sanji appeared to be working his way up the line of advancing ships, and Zoro had just appeared on the deck of the command ship facing off with the leaders of the crew. Nami looked around and spotted a grouping of 4 ships Zoro had missed in his path of destruction. She smirked. Perfect. Tornado tempo. Unlike her first climate act, this did exactly what Nami anticipated. The wind changed direction at her command. Warm air pushed through the denser cold air pocket and the updraft began to spin faster. A funnel formed and extended towards the water, skiing up the warm air. As it hit the water, a spout formed and Nami watched satisfied as it grabbed and pulled at the closest ships. The boats spun like toys and slammed into each other, as well as all the debris from the other wrecks. Luffy cheered her on and bounced around the ship looking for enemy fire. Sanji waved them closer as he balanced on the sinking remains of one of Usopp's victims. No other shots were coming, and from the looks of things they hadn't left much for these men to even sail away in. Luffy would probably find a lifeboat or two on that command ship for the survivors. Zoro hadn't completely sunk that one. "Hey Captain," she called up to him. "You ready to go pick up our men?" "Yosh. Let's do it." She took the helm as Usopp emerged dripping sweat. They exchanged high fives. She directed the boys to let out the sails and eased over towards the wreckage. Sanji didn't wait for them to get close, instead propelling himself towards the Mary as soon as they were in range. She adjusted the rudder and moved over to Zoro on the command ship, slightly more cautious. "Captain," Sanji called out and gestured subtly off to one side. Luffy dropped to the deck beside them. "I saw them, but if they don't want to fight, I'm ignoring them," Luffy declared. "Who?" she asked, trying to see. "Marines," Usopp explained. "They've been watching," Sanji confirmed. "That's too casual," she shouted at them all. They exchanged confused looks and she sighed as she pulled over towards Zoro. That idiot was already relaxing against the main mast. The pile of treasure and food at his feet was impressive. Oh, meat. Good work, Zoro," Luffy congratulated, jumping over and slapping the swordsman on the back. "Thanks for letting me run this one. It was boring, but you guys did great. You guys are so cool. And you even got us treasure. Luffy, let's clear out. They're gearing up to do something." Sanji was focused on something in the distance. "Who's that?" Zoro questioned, looking around. "The Marines' shitty swordsman." "Marines?" The pirates around him shouted. "What did I say about quiet?" Zoro demanded. "Sorry sir," they whispered. "If you can move this over there, we will let you go and fish out your friends." Zoro gestured. "Not there. Into our boat." "Here." Nami growled, waving and gesturing. The pirates looked between the two. "Eh? What are you doing moving the boat around for which?" "Whatever. Treasure goes on our ship." He gestured again. "It's here," she corrected again. Chapter 11 Travels and Traumas. Marine Captain Pudding gaped at the scene before him. This was not how he was expecting his day to begin. "Kamiko," he shouted, "is someone using the Kamekos? Get visuals, recordings, images, anything." He'd been tracking the Krieg pirates all week, trying to find an opening. He'd been specifically ordered not to engage unless fired upon, a frustrating fact. Pudding did not see the value in letting a pirate like this build up steam, especially a former Marine bringing disgrace to their name every day he escaped justice. He did understand that Krieg had some kind of chemical or biological weapon that they were unfamiliar with. The Marines could not lose face by trying and failing to capture Krieg. They would need a decisive victory. He was hoping to get a good read on Krieg's destination so they could set up a trap or call in reinforcements. He had never imagined witnessing the Krieg pirates fall to a rival pirate fleet. He certainly never expected this. "Do we do something about pirates fighting each other? Policy says no." He peered through his binoculars and watched as Krieg's mighty fleet fall ship by ship. He could just barely make out the twin forms of the men jumping from ship to ship. "What kind of monsters are they?" one of the men at his elbow whispered. "I saw a cipher pole unit do something like that." "Maybe they're undercover," a young Marine asked hopefully. "We would have been informed if they were to cross our paths directly like this." Captain Pudding denied. I protested this mission enough that if there was something like this in the works it would have been noted. We have snails recording? Captain, several voices called from along the railing. A quick glance showed every available man holding snail or scope as they observed. Some were just staring open-mouthed at the scene. Does anyone know that Jolly Roger? A straw hat on classic crossbones? It rings a bell. Something in the Arlong report. Cut the chatter. Our job here is to observe and record, you can speculate later. Yes, sir, his men responded appropriately. Sheet is that lightning, almost immediately breaking the focus. Storm clouds were gathering directly over the fleet. Directly over. He watched as forks of lightning seemed to target specific ships, hitting the sails rather than any rods designed to catch that kind of thing. For ships were struck. For ships were burning and shattering under electrical blasts. Where did that storm come from? On the deck, that woman is directing it. He turned his binoculars to the little ship where the little red-haired girl twirled a rod and brought it down. A thunder crash followed. Did their cannon just take out that ship in the front? How does it have that kind of field of fire? They're in a caravel. Tactically that was improbable. Ships just weren't built for that kind of weapons maneuverability. It would take a great deal of ingenuity and a lot of care to manage any real range of motion in a forward cannon. More likely you destroy your own ship trying. He watched the caravel take out a ship on the opposite side with a cluster of shots that he would have sworn were impossible. That has to be a devil fruit. That kid just swelled up like a balloon. The little boy with the straw hat was showing impressive physical ability as he single-handedly defended the ship from a full fleet of weapons fire. Literally, as a giant hand threw punches at the cannon fire, and actually knocked them out of the air. Holy smokes, that ship just caught on fire. They're all on fire, idiot. Or in pieces. Is that a tornado? Can't be. Men and pieces of ship were tossed into the air in a spiral of air that could, indeed, have been some kind of miniature tornado. The green-haired swordsman was moving off that ship and on to the next. Pudding didn't think that ship would last particularly long either. He tried to focus on the whole battle instead of the individual parts. It was a clear and decisive victory. None of Krieg's ships were in position to flee, surrounded as they were by the debris of the battle. Any still standing were sinking, burning, or both. That green-haired guy is fighting Don Krieg. He has 3 swords. Like the pirate hunter Zoro? I heard the pirate hunter turned pirate. Chatter, he reprimanded again. That's a waterspout, another man pointed out the obvious. Pudding twitched. The entire engagement lasted less than 30 minutes. 39 ships and the infamous Don Krieg destroyed. By 4 individuals. He watched a sweat-stained kid emerge on deck and high-five the red-haired girl. 5 children. He watched as the devil fruit boy with the hat, likely captain given their symbol, point to the 2 men. The redhead took the helm and sailed by to collect their crew. The blonde showed off more of those acrobatic skills, jumping from the floating debris to his own ship. The 4 appeared to greet and congratulate each other with more high fives. Did they just loot Don Krieg? They just decimated the Krieg pirates and you're worried about looting? Isn't that what pirates do? I mean, sure, on land, but this was an ocean battle, and no one surrendered really. That ship is actively sinking. Who says, actually before I leave the ship I'm going to take your treasure? Pirates, do you idiot, how long have you been a marine even? I'm a little more upset about the girl who controls the weather, thanks. Do you think she has a devil fruit too? Gentlemen. Captain Pudding snapped. Get as many images as you can. I am contacting headquarters immediately. Prepare to engage. The men around him blanched and focused instantly. He didn't like the thought of going into battle against such powerhouses, but they were trained marines. They were not unprepared. As strong as those pirates may be, they did just take on an entire fleet. They had to be a little tired from that. Probably. He stepped into his office for privacy. His sense of justice would not allow him to ignore the threat these pirates might pose. He would make sure HQ knew about this before he engaged, just in case. He regretted his call immediately, of course. His mission was recon, and he did not have the forces to engage. He was to hold his position unless the Straw Hats acted aggressively. He was not going to pout about this. Marine Captain Pudding watched as the Straw Hat pirates put 3 lifeboats in the water, evacuated the ship, tossed off life rings and floats, then set the main ship on fire. As the surviving pirates collected their companions, the command ship and its weapons were destroyed. He watched as the 5 children circled each other on deck, sharing backpats and eating snacks. The tall blonde came out of the interior with a pitcher and cups. They were drinking water. They're just kids. One of the men beside him echoed his thoughts perfectly. Horrifying, isn't it? What kind of monsters are they going to grow up to be? Another commented in a hushed tone. They took the time to lower lifeboats. They could have let those men drown, or even just left them for us to fish out. Speaking of, let's go capture some pirates. Captain Pudding suggested mildly. We were ordered not to chase the Straw Hats, but no one said anything about letting these men just row away merrily. His crew cheered and moved to ready the ship. At least they could capture someone. XXXXXX. Nami loved the simplicity of the East Blue. It was so relaxing to be able to set a course and gauge the weather and just know that it would remain as predicted all day. There were no minute checks on the log pose. There wasn't an hourly timer set to remind her to check the currents or weather. She didn't even have to stay on deck during her leisure time to watch for random phenomena. She hadn't realized how much pressure she was under until she was relieved of it. Nami knew she was the kind of person to thrive under pressure. It was the reason she'd survived Arlong without breaking. She became more determined with each obstacle in her path. It was the reason she joined a group of pirates to see the world instead of traveling with merchants or scientists or bounty hunters. She'd accepted the thrill of adventure and was willing to put her life on the line for the friendship of this crew. She loved the constant awareness required to sail the Grand Line, and the way the crew would jump to trim sails or change course at her direction. They had complete faith in her intuition. There was a difference, however, between working under pressure and constantly working under pressure. It seemed like someone had just relieved her of a heavy burden and she was left limp and empty. It was a strange feeling. So she left the helm to the boys and was determined to have a day to herself. Looking around the elegant room, she stared at all the boxes she had to sort through. Sea charts and maps were stacked alongside treasure. There was a single sake box, mostly empty, with the cash her sister insisted they take. Nami had wanted to leave behind all the money, but sailing off in a small raft was apparently less convincing than a flagged pirate ship. The fact that Zoro had personally acquired nearly half of it helped convince Nami to keep one of the cash boxes. She ran her fingers over the crate with a smile. She still couldn't believe he'd shown up like that. She could believe it though. Zoro understood honor and what it meant to fulfill a personal ambition. However foolish, she had always wanted to buy back the freedom of her village. She turned to the newest pile of treasure to be counted and sorted. Don Krieg seemed to be a tasteless cad. He favored gold and large gem pieces, impractical for most uses, and none of it matched well enough to sell in proper sets. She found a handful of proper artifacts, old enough to fetch collector prices. Coins and cash all went into their proper boxes. She found a nice quality jewelry box and used it to sort the loose gems and pearls she found in various coin purses. She found the familiar weight of treasure, the calculations and recalculation of value, very soothing. Lulled into a comfortable pattern, it was a punch to the gut when she opened a box and instead of treasure found her own charts. Nami swallowed hard. She looked at the neat piles of treasure arranged around her. She would have to finish this task first. Finding appropriately sized bags and boxes to keep the treasure meticulously organized didn't take half as long as she hoped it would. Nami was back to staring at her chart sooner than she wished. These are mine. They are mine. I drew them myself. It was my time and my blood and my skill that went into every one of these. In a different life, Nami had slowly redrawn many of these charts from memory. She'd proudly crafted maps of the East Blue and begun to archive them to reference and keep as her collection so that one day she would map the whole world. In this life she'd had to walk into that chart room again. She'd had to sit with his hand on her shoulder like something out of a nightmare as he spouted details about currents and depths that she translated into a chart. She'd created new sea charts and realized that it was impossible to recall this amount of detail years later. She'd forgotten more about the topography of the East Blue than most cartographers would ever know. In the weeks she'd lived in Arlong Park, she'd taken the time to look over some of her old maps. Some of them were embarrassingly blank or missing key aspects, but most were good quality, good enough to archive. Sitting at her desk with her blood-stained mapping pens, she was determined not to redo this work a third time. So she'd asked Luffy. Her captain had, of course, delivered. Years of work. Years of harsh punishments for any mistakes. Years of tears and study and gritting her teeth as they belittled her efforts as good for a human, when clearly if any of them could do better they would. Nami had demanded every inch of respect she could get. She'd worked her mind, honed her body, and claimed her position as part of the crew she hated. She'd refused to be a SLV. It hadn't stopped the reality. Sitting at that nightmare desk and smiling at the man who haunted her nightmares, she'd hated the way he laid claim to her hard work. The proprietary way he declared her efforts as part of his empire. She reclaimed what was hers. Now she had 6 years of her own maps and charts. Books she'd studied over the years. Boxes and bags of random things that were in that room she now had to sort through. With shaky fingers she lifted the first chart. She would just focus on organizing them today. There were so many of different sizes, sections and scales she had no idea what was worth keeping and what regions had too many duplicates. It was like the treasure. Neat piles. Just sort and organize. She could do this. XXXXXX. Usopp took one look at Nami's pale face and decided to tell a cheerful story about rescuing kittens at dinner. Nami of course wasn't listening, and somehow his story had been egged on by Luffy, and he found himself talking about lion cubs and a harrowing dash to freedom from an evil circus master. Slightly confused by the turns of his own tale, Usopp concluded quickly and complimented Sanji on their fish dinner. I think we all missed the taste of the East Blue. Sanji agreed. There are so many delicious dishes in the Grand Line, but each sea has its own distinct flavor. It's delicious. Luffy agreed. Amen, Zoro hummed, chewing. It should be a clear night out tonight. Nami commented out of nowhere. Oh? That's good. Usopp looked around at the others. They seemed to be just as hyper-aware of Nami's odd behavior. The stars should be nice. Then. Sanji agreed. Yes. The stars. Nami smiled at Sanji a bit too wide. I think I'm going to watch the stars tonight. Sanji looked startled at her level of enthusiasm. That sounds fun, Nami. Let's bring blankets and make it a party. Luffy smiled at her, reaching past to steal Sanji's bread while he was distracted. Yeah. Usopp hastily agreed, thinking of their last night under the stars not so long ago. A quiet party though. More of a sleepover. Stargazing should be nice, like what we did before. That sounds good. Nami seemed to relax when they didn't question her motives. Before? Sanji looked confused. Cuddle puddle. We agreed not to call it that. Usopp protested. Zoro laughed and Nami smiled. XXXXXX. Marine headquarters stared at the panel of faces. Two were clear photos of smiling, cheerful children taken on an island. Monkey D. Luffy, a small boy in his early teens with dark hair and a single scar under one eye, flashed a grin and victory sign, while Nami, a slender redhead girl, was smiling shyly from an orange grove. Roronoa Zoro looked properly fierce in a photo taken a few weeks back for a news article about the bounty hunter. The older teen was wearing a bandana and had a blade clenched between his teeth. Two blurry pictures, one of a blonde, and one of a curly-haired brunette, were half-heartedly titled Hitter and Sniper. Each photo was matched with fuzzy battle images and a few after images of the destruction of Arlong Park. On the opposite side were bounty posters. Fishman Pirate Sawtooth Arlong 20 million bellies, Foul Play Krieg 15 million bellies. There were smaller tags underneath each of these with additional bounty numbers for each individual crew member with a bounty, although the pictures weren't included. This is a problem, I think you all will agree. It is beyond what can be handled by our branches in the East Blue. This crew has taken out two of the largest and most powerful pirate crews in the East. The Arlong pirates were destroyed with a precision strike. There was minimum property damage and no civilian casualties. While Krieg has a slightly smaller individual bounty, these pirates took on an entire fleet with their one ship and were the victors. The Krieg pirate fleet of 39 ships, over 40,000 men last count, were decimated. No ship was left standing and Krieg himself was killed in the altercation. In this weak sea where bounties average 3 million bellies, both men exceed the 15 million mark. These Straw Hat pirates came away from both confrontations unscathed. This first conflict with Arlong occurred with only a fraction of their already small crew present. It is confirmed that the captain has eaten a devil fruit. This woman, Nami, has some kind of weather control, although it is unclear if this is technology or another fruit. These two are still a mystery to us. Their movement has been unpredictable, and we have not been able to trace their path or predict their next possible target. If these people were bounty hunters, I'd be congratulating them. Unfortunately, they have repeatedly declared their intent to pirate and fly a Jolly Roger. The captain has made it known he intends to seek the One Piece. We cannot let such unpredictability go unchecked. The next fleet they take down may very well be one of our own. I think it is imperative we place a bounty on this captain immediately, and I would consider placing bounties on these two as well. Let us stop this villainy now before it has time to grow. I suggest starting the captain at 30 million bellies. It is completely unprecedented for a starting bounty, but I think you can see that this must be stopped before the crew can grow. Agreed. Can we get photos or names of the other two? We have a branch on that, sir. Let's start with just the captain then. We can release bounties on the other four if necessary after they make their next move. The captain should be the priority. Shut him down. Agreed. XXXXXX. It's called the Spires. She explained over breakfast. This set of 3 islands. They're interconnected by bridges, but the land itself is basically freestanding pillars. The locals have some kind of technique for carving out the stone facing and have built their entire community on the sheer rock face. It's our best bet to trade some of this treasure in for cash before we get to Logtown. I know you want to go there as fast as possible, but it's risky trading the treasure there because of the marine base. The traders know it too, so we're not going to get great trade deals. They get plenty of pirates looking to offload loot and restock before the Grand Line. Nami pulled out the map of the East Blue, showing Luffy the route. If we want to go here, we have to head a bit more north, otherwise we cut west for Logetown and the entrance to the Grand Line. How much time will it add to our journey? Luffy looked at the map curiously as he ate an apple with large bites. Only about 2 days, 3 tops. It's not far from our current location and it shouldn't take long to find traders and do a little shopping. It's still too far from the Grand Line to do a full provision. We're about a week out from the Red Line and we want to stock up well in Logetown. It would be easier to do that with cash. We could make it work with the treasure though. We have enough, even a few bad deals would still get us well provisioned. Nah, let's go here. It's a new place. We won't stay long, but it would be good to have a fresh adventure. Luffy made a wiggly gesture with his hands that she couldn't interpret, like overdone pasta. I don't know what that means. I'll set the course for the Spires. Yash. Let's go. He hopped up from the table and exited. She watched him head for his special seat before the door swung closed. She exchanged a look with Sanji. He lit a cigarette. Captain's right, as ridiculous as he is. We're all under a lot of pressure and close to falling to pieces. We all want to charge full speed towards our friends, but there's a million problems with going at it like that. Our physical strength is one, practicality, but there's also the fact that we're supposed to be on a journey to achieve our goals. I think Luffy is struggling more than any of us with that. As captain, he has always felt responsible for our dreams too. He hates how we're passing opportunities by and he hates not having our nakama here, and he is constantly fighting between the two. 3 days is a small thing when it will take months, maybe a year before we make it to Thriller Bark and get our crew. That's assuming Jinbe can join us at some point and Brook is the last. Right. Nami looked down at her place. It's easy to forget how much he pays attention to. Sometimes he's so childish, it's easy to think he's empty-headed. Oh, our captain is a brainless idiot for sure. Sanji laughed. He's just also the best kind of man to be a king. She smiled because that summed it up nicely. XXXXXX. The spires were 3 tall rocks sticking straight up from the sea. Each rock was tall and steep, too narrow to be properly called a mountain and too tall to be considered less. 2 of the 3 tapered to a point while the third was flattened with a cherry tree and greenery visible from a distance, the only spot of color in an otherwise formidable-looking place. Luffy ogled the land and admired the spiral stairs that twisted up each spire. He could see doors and windows carved out of the flat rock face at irregular intervals going up the stair. Long bridges connected the 3 towers at different levels, swaying visibly in the breeze. Complicated pulley systems hauled white baskets from ground level into the sky. He marveled at the brightly colored dots, surely people as they moved up and down the twisted roads. As they pulled in closer, Nami directed them to haul in sails and he hopped around hauling the lines while Zoro, Sanji and Usopp tucked and folded and tied all the delicate ties to hold the sails in place. He slid up to Nami as she manned the helm watchfully, a chart in one hand. Why not go there? He pointed to the dock off to their port. This whole region is full of shallows. Those 3 spires are technically one island, it's just mostly submerged. We have to be careful coming in or we can run aground. That's why there's buoys all around this area. They are markers. Shishishi. You're so smart, Nami. I'm glad you know this stuff. He squeezed her shoulder and bounced away. Usopp. Hey, check it out. Did you know this is all one island? He pulled his friend over to the edge so they could peer into the water and see the rocks. He couldn't see much of anything, but it was fun to have the wind in his hair and Usopp at his side. He bounced a bit. He needed to be there. He wanted to climb to the top of that rock and shout to the world just as he did when he was a kid, that he would be the king of the pirates. The impulse surprised him, but it felt like a thing he should do. He pointed the rock to Usopp. I'm going to the top of there. I want to go to the very top. Wah? Okay, Luffy, just don't fall. You'd go right into the ocean. I won't fall. Usopp looked doubtful but resigned. Luffy grinned at him. Are you going to come with? Usopp paled. I think I have some particularly important shopping to do with Nami today. Sorry, Luffy. Ask Zoro. Usopp darted away. Zoro, who was wandering around the deck, looked over in confusion. Luffy waved him over and pointed out the rock. Zoro shrugged and agreed it sounded like a good hike. Nami shouted at them to adjust the sail again and they jumped to do so. It was a good day for an adventure. Nami carefully navigated the marked channels. She could see fishermen watching them warily and eyeing their flags. None of them spoke to them, either to offer help explaining the navigation or to warn them off. This was a test of her skills as a navigator. She could track the path of buoys and see where a few larger ships were docked, so she knew there would be a way through. She followed the trail, calling out directions and even having the boys grab oars for a few minutes when they needed to move at an awkward angle to the wind. The docks radiated out from each spire like spokes from a wheel. Each spoke was painted a different color, faded by sun and weather. She took a minute when they got close and one of the fishermen pointed out the blue dock. Finally, they were docked. Sanji appeared at her elbow like magic, offering fresh juice and sandwiches. A man was already strolling up the dock to greet them. "Thank you, Sanji-kun." She took a bite of the cucumber salad sandwich, enjoying the cool refreshment. "Anything for you, Nami-san," he replied cheerfully, already turning away. She frowned at his back, but her attention was pulled to the man who was almost to their ship. She stepped over to Luffy, allowing the captain to speak. "Ahoy, ship." The man was broad-shouldered and tall. He wore simple clothing, although the colors were startlingly bright blue and orange. He was square-jawed with a dark ponytail beard that matched his long ponytail hair, both showing just a hint of silver at the edges. "Hey!" Luffy greeted back cheerfully. "I am the local harbor master Dubray. Can I ask your business in the Spires today?" His gruff voice was polite but firm. "Sure. We had a bit of trade to do. I am Monkey D. Luffy and this is Nami, my navigator." Luffy gestured to Nami. "Yes, trade, and some exploring too. We've never been to this place before." Nami smiled fondly at Luffy's enthusiasm before she gave a brief nod in agreement to the harbor master. "We don't tolerate trouble in these parts," the man warned, "but you're welcome to explore the paths and shops. Docking fee is 300 bellies a day. A day is dawn to dawn, so you get the night so long as you're sailing early. For an extra 200 we can set a man to restrict the dock so only your people may pass." "You get lots of thieves in this area?" Nami asked curiously as she pulled out the coin purse. "Nah, curious children more like. They'll swarm most visitors like little locusts." He backtracked with a look at their flag. "Although they will likely give you your space, I'm sure. They're harmless. We don't mind kids, but best they stay off the ship. It can be dangerous on board." She smiled sharply and passed over. "We don't know how long we're staying. Where can we find you if we stay longer?" "I have an office there." He indicated a door at the base of the spire. "My boys Pike and Ike can also take payment. You get a ticket." He scribbled for a moment and passed over a little blue paper that was dated and had a quick sketch of the Mary's figurehead. He pulled out a small book and scribbled in that a moment as well. "Any questions about the town you can ask a guide." He stuck his thumb over a shoulder, a gathering of brightly dressed men and women. "This is for you." He passed a small bag over to Luffy. Luffy and Nami peered inside, finding bright blue painted rocks. "What? Those will identify your crew and any you want to pass the guard." He made a hand gesture and tall man in red and blue began cordoning off their end of the dock and setting up a small chair. "You can also give them to any porters you hire to bring your packages down to your ship." Nami smiled and thanked him. "That was easy," Luffy exclaimed. "They probably get a cut of the porter and guide fees. It was way too cheap to dock here." "Well, you can take the extras. Zoro and I are climbing to the top. Have fun. Usopp and I are shopping. Sanji too, I think." "Oi Sanji. Are you shopping today, or you want to climb to the top?" Luffy questioned loudly as he bounced his way to the men's dorm. "I'm shopping for you gluttons. My kitchen is woefully inadequate. How did I ever work like this? I need at least 3 more mixing bowls, not to mention." "Okay, Nami has the gold, bye." Luffy slammed back out with a laugh at Sanji's curses. "Sanji is shopping. You guys have the treasure. Nah, Zoro, did you get a pretty rock?" Luffy held up his own. "Yup. Then we're off." The two men hopped off the ship, not bothering with a gangway, and strolled down the dock. The guard hopped out of his chair and lowered the rope so they could cross easily, pulling it back in place after them. Luffy gave him a little wave as they passed. "Do you have a challenge of the day?" Zoro asked. "A what?" "I've been setting little training challenges when I fight or go into a town. Sometimes speed or strength, or to use only one kind of move." "Ah. Like when you set up against Krieg and you said to destroy fast and cooperate." "Coordinate." "Yeah, like that. It helps me train to set clear goals. Today is about reaching the top. That's what I want." Luffy touched his chin. "I guess that's not really a challenge for either of us, is it? It's not like we can just climb straight up, that would be challenging." "No, we really can't." Zoro looked at the spiraling staircase. "Speed is probably a bad idea. Someone might fall." Luffy didn't mean either of them. "And we don't have the supplies to carry weights or anything like that." "Haki? Haki? Yeah, we can do that. I can keep my feet coated in armament the entire way up," Luffy said after a moment. "Holding it is much more tiring than it used to be. It takes physical and mental energies to manifest. You have to work on strengthening those like you strengthen your muscles. Zoro explained. I'm going to do my feet in boots. Holding 2 boots is not too different than holding 2 swords. Sounds good. Luffy focused for a moment and coated his feet in the black armor as Zoro did the same. They marched up the first set of steps with purpose. Usopp smiled fondly as Nami haggled with a group of guides, each offering a tour of the island spires. She had them dropping prices right and left and promising to show them the choicest spots. He had to admire her ruthless technique. He was a fast talker himself and could usually spin a tale to get a discount, but Nami went right for the throat and had no problem walking away if she didn't get exactly what she aimed for. Right now she was aiming for someone to show them around to the best traders. Sanji was tapping his toe nervously on the deck. Usopp knew he preferred an open market to enclosed shops. He didn't know how the cook would handle the strange geography. He nudged his friend and smiled at Sanji. What all do you need for the kitchen? It looked pretty well stocked to me. Sure, if I were cooking for a normal group of 4, but not for Luffy-sized portions. Sanji laughed. What we need are industrial-sized pots, pans and bowls for preparing large amounts of food at once. As our crew grows, so will our intake, so we have to be prepared. I'm already using almost every dish in the kitchen to prepare every meal. Last night's soup alone had to be cooked in 3 separate pots. We just don't have the right equipment. I didn't even think about that. Usopp nodded apologetically. Not your job, sniper. Sanji ruffled his hair. Hey, knock it off, I'm not a kid. Suddenly reminded of his embarrassingly small stature, Usopp blushed and batted at him. Sanji laughed and pulled at one of his curls before twisting away. Usopp grabbed after him. Oi, boys, we're going. Yes, Nami, they chimed in sync. Usopp looked over and stuck his tongue out as he followed Nami and a pair of twins with colorful mohawks down the dock back to their boat. One was purple and the other green. Both looked like athletes of some kind with plenty of muscle built for stamina, not just looks. We're going to the gem traders first. These 2 have offered to carry some of our bags. From the faces the 2 made, Usopp doubted offered was the right word. Still, it saved him from hauling all of it uphill, so he had no problem passing the heaviest bags over to their new guides. With all 4 men laden with goods, Nami grabbed her small purse and urged them onwards. Usopp smiled at their guides and began peppering them with questions about the island and its inhabitants. XXXXXX. Let's cross here. Luffy suggested. Eh? I want to climb that one. He gestured across the bridge to the tallest of the spires. I thought we were on that one. He frowned at the path they were on. When did we switch? Nami sailed us into the other tower, silly Zoro. Right. Zoro still looked confused. You sure this is the bridge you want to cross? Luffy looked over the swaying structure with wide gaps as it made a creaking noise. A sign was posted warning about maintenance and declared, cross at your own risk. Yep. This is the place. After you then, Captain. Zoro agreed easily. Luffy adored his first mate. He took off with careful hops. It reminded him of some of the bridges on Dawn Island. Those tended to crack every couple years and Sabo and Ace would replace ropes or planks to keep from falling. Luffy could never remember which he was supposed to skip over and had nearly been crocodile food more than once. He laughed at the memory. This place was the best. Cracking sounded behind him and the bridge swayed suddenly. I'm fine. Zoro called before he could even spin fully. Luffy peeked back to see his first mate with one arm hooked over the bridge's hand rope and both heels on the next plank. The plank that should have been under his feet was hanging in pieces. As he watched, Zoro pulled himself from his odd position into a safe stance. He gave his friend a close look and then nodded. They carried on easily. It wasn't a hard climb. It was about 5,000 feet in elevation, but it was cleverly designed with stairs of stone and wood. Perhaps for someone with less physical stamina it may have been intimidating. Even at 15 and 17, Luffy and Zoro were fit. Luffy was used to running through the woods all day and fighting beasts 4 times his size for dinner, while Zoro was making his rounds of the East Blue, challenging any swordsman with any skill or fame. They passed people going down who cheerfully welcomed them. They passed people making their way up more slowly who wished them luck or chuckled about youthful enthusiasm. They made it past colorful shops and fragrant restaurants without stopping. The higher areas seemed to be more residential and more prosperous as they continued upwards. The doors were spaced further apart, and the walls contained more stylized decorations. A few places even had colored glass window panes that curved around with the stair, they were so long. Holding onto their haki was a chore. After the first hour they could feel the strain. Luffy continued to follow the narrowing stair as it wound towards the peak. About 50 feet from the top, the stair turned into hand and foot holds. So cool. Luffy grinned as he reached for the first set and pulled himself up the rock face. Careful now, the winds are strong up here. Zoro advised even as he grabbed his own holds and followed easily. Luffy grinned and climbed. The wind was in his ears. His skin was damp from the Haki exercise and climbing the spire. He could hear the bustle of a city and the jingle of bells. Looking down, the sea was a swirl of blues, brighter over the rocks and reefs, darkening in the deeper ocean. From this vantage he could see how the entire area was spotted with shallows and rock beds. His pride and admiration for his navigator swelled, making him feel warm and glowy. Nami was truly the best. He finished the climb, finding the space at the top just flat enough for both of them to sit a moment. Someone had bolted down a telescope and he immediately sat next to it to peer down and find the Mary. His ship sat proudly in the water, unscarred and flying pristine flags. Her sails were neatly tied and she looked clean and neat. "Look, Zoro," he held the device in place as Zoro arranged himself on the narrow surface to see. "That's one fine-looking ship." Zoro smirked. Luffy laughed and stood, suddenly full of energy. "I'm going to be king of the pirates," he declared, shouting his ambition to the wind and sea. It echoed around the spires for a moment and faded off. He closed his eyes and held his hat to his head. He could feel the warmth of his first mate. He could practically taste Sanji's cooking, hear Usopp's battle cry. His memory brought him Brook's music, Jim's steady voice, Robin's helping hands, and Franky's super inventions. He opened his eyes and could see the patterns in the sea that his navigator guided them though. It was brilliant. They were all brilliant. They were all his. "DMN right," Zoro quietly affirmed. "Who's there?" Luffy blinked at the sudden voice and exchanged a look with Zoro. He peered over the edge, on the opposite side of where they'd come up. A pale face blinked up at him. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Future Pirate King." "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm Mike." The kid answered. He was small, maybe 6 or 7, with a bright yellow shirt and orange pants. "What are you doing down there?" Luffy asked, eyeing the blood on those pants. It was freshish but not enough of it to be dangerous. The spot didn't seem to be very comfortable, but he didn't look stuck. In fact, it looked like he was sitting in a protected pocket carved deliberately to take advantage of the view. Zoro was peering over too, taking in the situation. "I'm waiting for my big brother," the kid explained. "He's coming back." "Oh, okay." Luffy settled back on the rock, thinking. "When's he coming?" Zoro asked softly. "Soon," the kid answered sharply. "So, you better not mess with me." Zoro hummed softly and sat on the rock as well. They exchanged small frowns. They hadn't seen any big brother types coming up or going down. They hadn't seen anyone at all in hours. Zoro reached into his bag and pulled out his pirate lunch. Luffy brightened at the sight of food and dug into the bag for his own. "Hey kid." Zoro called without looking down. "Yeah? I got an extra sandwich if you can tell me about this place," he offered. "Sandwich first," the kid demanded. Zoro leaned over the edge and shared a sandwich. Luffy leaned over as well and watched the boy devour the thing in large bites. "What do you want to know?" the kid asked as he licked his fingers. "I've never been here before." "What's it like?" "Boring," the kid answered quickly. Luffy snickered. "Come on kid, gimme more than that," Zoro teased. "It's all a big stone tower. There's nowhere to go and nothing interesting ever happens. Kids aren't supposed to swim or sail without grown-ups, so there's either the gym or the theater and both are boring." "There's a gym." "Ugh. It's this big training gym inside the Grump Spire. Lots of runners and groggy ring players practice there. There's a whole thing for gymnastics too." He waved his hands in little circles. "It's big if you like that kind of thing. 3 stories tall and all in the inner tower, so you can train all winter and even in the storm season." Luffy and Zoro exchanged looks, wondering how winter or storms stopped people from training. "We're not really into sports. I was hoping for some kind of dojo," Zoro admitted. "Nothing really unless you want to join the guard. They have training dojos, but they're restricted." "We're pirates," Luffy reminded him. "Right. What's the Grump Spire?" "It's that one over there." He pointed. "If you look at it from the garden, it looks like a grumpy old man. This spire is called the High Spire, which is boring, just because it's the tallest. The garden, the Grump and the High Spires, HMN. Yup, sounds boring." Luffy agreed. "There's nowhere to run or hunt or fight outside?" "Nah. You can run inside the gym or do some climbing on the inner paths, but there's never anything new to see. The traders are boring too. It's almost always the same people." "You guys are new," the kid smiled at him. "But I bet you won't stay." "No one ever stays. Because it's boring." "Is that why you climbed up here?" "Yeah. Me and Max were going to watch the fishermen try to take on the big ones." His face fell at the reminder. "Is Max your big brother?" Zoro prodded. "Yeah. He looks after me. He's coming back soon." "When did he leave?" Zoro pushed. "None of your business." I told you about the towers. Go away now. The kid folded his arms and faced away from them, snuggling deeper into the niche. Ah, don't be like that. Luffy complained. I wanted to hear about the big ones. Luffy. Zoro snapped quietly. No, the kid pouted. I have juice. Luffy offered. I guess I could tell you a bit more. Mike conceded, looking up and chewing on his lip. For some juice. Zoro made the trade and they watched the kid drink the juice in fast gulps. The big ones are the giant fish that come here. We think they come from the Calm Belt or the Grand Line, but every year they come for 2 months to breed in the reef pools, he pointed out to sea. See the 3 circles of black surrounded by light blue. It's really deep there but protected by the reefs. There's about a week after breeding when the fish jump the reef to head back to their home, and you can see them from here. They are so big. You still have to use the scope, but you can see them. They're bigger than a ship. Almost as big as a sea king, but they're not. The fishers all work together and can usually catch 1 or 2. The scales are really valuable, and the craftsmen make all kinds of trade things with the bones and meat. That part is boring too, but the catch is awesome, and we were going to watch it this year. Mike sniffled. I have a big brother, you know. Luffy hummed softly, eyes distant. 2 of them. I know that they'd always come for me if they said they would. Always. Yeah. Mike sniffled. He said. What did he say? Zoro prodded. He said he'd get lunch. He said to stay right here, and he'd come back. He said I wasn't allowed to climb out by myself to the scope, even if the big ones started jumping because the wind is tricky, and Mama would kill us both if I fell. Mike sobbed. He said he'd be right back and to stay. It's too early for lunch. Luffy stated blandly. How long have you been here? 2 days, almost 3. Mike hiccuped. He's coming back. He wouldn't leave me. He promised. Luffy felt like his chest was being squeezed. He clawed at it, trying to find the source of the pressure. He couldn't breathe properly. He could see the gray rock in front of him, but it seemed to get darker as he scratched and gasped. I promise, Luffy, I will never die. He couldn't move. He needed to say something or go somewhere. Luffy scratched, and then suddenly there was a sharp tug on his scalp, and he was looking into green eyes. Zoro. His swordsman, his first mate, his friend. Zoro was pulling him close, and instead of green eyes he had a face full of shirt and a nose full of sweat and the metal tang of sword polish. Luffy coughed once and gripped the warm shirt, twisting the white material in his fists. His ears stopped ringing and he could hear the low-voiced reassurances. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I'm here now. You're okay. Zoro rocked him gently and Luffy came back to himself. He snuggled into his friend for a moment, wiping tears and snot into Zoro's shirt. Then he sat up and refocused. It's not okay. He should be here, not you. The small voice below them jolted them both. Luffy went pink, realizing the child thought Zoro was reassuring him. Zoro gave a small shrug and half smile. Well, with that attitude you could be sitting there for a while. Zoro called back. Did you want to go find your brother or what? Find my brother? Mike sounded shocked. Sure, kid. We'll help you get down and the 3 of us can go look for your brother. I'm supposed to wait. Mike protested half-heartedly. I thought you weren't supposed to climb alone. Luffy chimed in. You're not alone if we're together. Max is coming back. Then we'll see him on the way down, won't we? Zoro pushed. Why, yeah. We can see him. Mike was looking up at them with tears. I kind of hurt my knee, climbing down here. Max was going to grab some rope when he got lunch. No problem, kid. I can get you. Luffy braced himself, anchoring against the rock. Gum gum. The kid screamed when Luffy gripped him with a large rubber hand and pulled him to the top of the rock. Zoro looked exasperated as he untangled the 2 of them and stopped the kid from bolting over the edge. Relax, kid. We're not going to hurt you. Luffy can just stretch. I'm a rubber man. You're a monster. That too. Shishishi. Luffy smiled at the kid. Let's go. To find your brother. Mike looked frightened but gave a small nod. Here. Climb on. Zoro knelt and gestured, offering a piggyback ride. Mike hesitated long enough for Luffy to start to offer the same. He climbed up on Zoro, hooking one leg around his waist. The other hung awkwardly. Zoro gave a quiet huff and twisted an arm around to hold the boy securely. Let's go. Luffy held the rock and bounced over the edge, no doubt landing safely on the path. Zoro climbed down slower, using one hand with a shivering child clinging to his shoulders. They wandered down the path, keeping a sharp eye out for anything amiss. They were making good time down the stairs when Mike pointed. We cross here. Here? We live near the garden. Max would have crossed to get lunch. Yosh. Let's do it. Luffy turned and started across the bridge. This bridge was well maintained with sturdy wooden planking and clean chain handrails. The bridge swayed slightly with their steps, but it was a gentle rock. Mike didn't seem bothered by the height or the misty cloud they walked through. We gotta go down. Max pointed. No, down. This way, Zoro. Eh? He turned on his heel and followed his captain. Luffy laughed as they descended at a rapid pace. When they circled around to a wider section of stairs, they started to see more people bustling up and down and entering shops. Is that Mike? Someone called. The whole path full of people seemed to stop and look around. Mike. Flower-Asen. Mike peeked over Zoro's shoulder. It's Mike. Someone fetch Matilda. Mike. Zoro and Luffy were suddenly surrounded by pedestrians and herded into the nearest shop doorway. Mike wiggled to get down as they were pressed backward. Who are you? What are you doing with him? Mike, are you okay? What happened, Mike? Where have you been? Your mother has been frantic. Who are these people? Oi! One at a time. Zoro snapped as he glared at the handsy crowd. Gimme some space. The crowd backed a few steps at the glare so Zoro was no longer being shoved into a table of flowers. He twisted to set the kid down. You know these people? He asked, one hand on Mike's shoulder. Flower-Asen works with my mom. He seemed nervous by the attention. The old man pushed forward, kneeling by the boy. Mike, I'm so glad you're okay. Where have you been? I was waiting on Max. He said he'd come back. The kid burst into tears again and threw himself at the old man. Luffy was watching the crowd and saw hands go to mouths and eyes shift away. He swallowed. Many of the crowd suddenly looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. They knew something. Something bad. He swallowed hard and focused on the sweet smell of flowers. It was an unfamiliar and distracting smell. He took a deep breath. Where's Max? Oh honey. One of the women approached and knelt beside them. Your mom should be here soon. I want Max. He's at the doctor. The old man held up a hand before Mike could continue screaming. He slipped on the stair. He slipped? Mike looked frightened. Max doesn't slip. Mike, it's okay. He's with the doctor. Mike, a distant voice called. Mike. Is he here? Mike. Mike, a disheveled woman in a bright yellow dress pushed into the shop. From the way the crowd pressed back to make room, Luffy could guess. Mama. Mike flung himself into her arms as she broke down crying. We owe you boys thanks. The old man looked up at them. Where did you find him? We searched for days. He was at the top of the big spire. The talls? The heights, Zoro corrected. DMN. What the blazes was he doing there? Why didn't Max tell you? Luffy demanded. He hasn't woken. He hit his head and it was a while before someone spotted him. The old man shook his head. Doc says he should recover, but it may be some time before he can wake up. When we couldn't find Mike, he sighed. We all searched. It's been days. We hoped, but when he didn't come home. It wouldn't be the first time someone has taken the big fall. His mother was beside herself. The woman was still sobbing and rocking the boy as neighbors offered comfort or cleared out of the shop. Mother and son clung to each other bruisingly tight. Mike was offering apologies and asking about his brother. Luffy shifted closer to Zoro. The swordsmen slouched against the table, knocking their shoulders together. Luffy looked away from the scene. Zoro's blackened boots caught his attention and he realized he'd dropped his haki. He frowned in concentration and focused on coating his feet in a layer of protective armament. I'm glad they had a happy ending this time. Zoro nodded to the pair. We all are. The old man smiled brightly. We're not a small community, but we're not so big that this wasn't devastating. As I said, we owe you a debt for bringing that boy home. We didn't do much. Zoro protested half-heartedly. Luffy's stomach growled. The old man laughed. Let us at least treat you to lunch. Yes. Luffy accepted with a cheer. I warn you, the captain eats like a dozen men. Zoro smirked. He can eat like 3 dozen. The man assured them. You come now. There is a great little ramen shop just around the bend. Come. Bye, Mike. Be safe now. Luffy called cheerfully. We're getting lunch. Oh, let me. The woman tried to stand, wiping her tears. It's fine. Zoro ducked away from her. Just look after your kid. The lady followed them to the ramen shop anyways, boy in hand, as she tearfully thanked them and insisted on giving them messy hugs while Mike ate ramen. Luffy feasted, enjoying a variety of ramen flavors as he gorged himself on free food. Zoro was equally shameless, tolerating the cycle of people coming to gawk at them and thank them as they ate. Luffy somehow acquired a colorful scarf and Zoro a set of brightly colored wristbands. Empty bowls were stacked around them by the time they pushed away from the table and thanked the locals. The two took one look at the group of locals offering to escort them down the hill and took off at a lightning sprint. XXXXXX. Nami pawned their treasure at several different merchants. She was surprised at the excellent rates she was able to negotiate, although she put on a good show of her loss. Usopp hung close, enjoying the exchange and carrying their earnings easily. Sanji played bodyguard, hovering around and standing menacingly in doorways, chain smoking. He was acting very strangely, but the shock was affecting them all. She watched him swoon after a woman in a bright purple dress and brushed away her concern. He was still a lovesick idiot. She traded the last of their jeweled pieces with a handshake. "Okay boys. Let's do some shopping." Sanji, she passed over a pouch of bills they just earned, leaning close to speak softly. "This is 30 million for kitchen expenses and meals for the next week. You'll get a food budget in Logtown." "That's generous." His curly brows went up. "Whatever you don't need to spend can go to the Sunny outfitting. We're in a good spot right now and you should be properly supplied to keep us going." "Thanks, Nami-san. You're so bright and benevolent." He smiled brightly at her. "Take one of the guides. Usopp and I will be doing some shopping here and we'll meet at the ship. I'll be back in time to cook supper." He tapped the guy with the blue mohawk. "You're with me. Now Usopp, what did you need to shop for?" "I don't think I'll find what I need here." He shrugged. "I usually collect parts and pieces to salvage gears and parts for my inventions, but from what I've seen, these Spires use and reuse all their parts. I'm better off shopping in Logtown." "I was afraid you'd say that." She despaired. "The clothes shopping here is not what I'm looking for, and I don't think I'll find good shoes either. Do you know where we can find mapping tools or navigating equipment?" "You want to head to the Sailor's Twist on the other spire." He pointed over and down. "It'll be faster to go up to the Tavern Bridge and then back down, but we could also go down to the Waterview Bridge and then climb up from there if you want to do some sightseeing." "Let's take the shorter route." Nami smiled flirtatiously. "This way," the guide said quickly and turned to guide them up the stair. The winding stair seemed to have a pattern. There was a section of shops and restaurants, followed by a residential district, then a bridge connecting one of the spires or a pulley for one of the ground lifts. Nami admired the view from the bridge, pointing out the passageways their ship navigated. "You did that fine sailing this morning?" their guide questioned. "Nami's our navigator," Usopp said proudly. "She's the best of the best in any sea. I've certainly never seen anything like it. Usually new visitors need to wait for a guide ship and follow someone into port. When we first saw you, we figured you'd just bash yourself against the reefs. Most pirates just try to sail straight in. Ike was saying that you must be one of our old trade partners gone pirate, but when you got close, we could see you proper and no one had seen you here before. You guys were awfully friendly to a bunch of strange pirates," Nami pointed out. "No reason not to be." He shrugged. "This place is just as hard to leave as it is to enter. Troublemakers can't get far before we can target them with cannons or fire. It's not like we're a wealthy island. We get most of our trade because it's such a safe port for merchants to rest after a long travel. Safer than a marine base the way it's formed here." "That makes sense." Usopp nodded. "No point in picking fights when some folks like you just want to do a bit of trade. It's good for everyone that way." "I see," Nami agreed. Sailor's Twist was a nautical shopping district. It seemed to be geared towards fishermen, but the 8 shops on the row had a decent variety. Nami examined a sextant and looked over a variety of protractors. "Don't you have all this?" Usopp asked, looking at the tools. "They need replacing." She answered stiffly, shoulders going tense. Of course she had these. Arlong had bought her a master-quality set of mapping tools. She had a dozen mapping pens. She didn't need. "Of course." Usopp slapped his forehead. "I bet just any old tools wouldn't do. They have to be exactly right for your hands and have the right aesthetic. You're an artist, Nami, it only makes sense that you choose the perfect tools for you." If Usopp weren't sweating a bit and waving his hands like he did when storytelling, she might have bought his little speech. She was grateful the sniper was so tactful, but sometimes she wished he weren't so observant. She didn't need him worrying that she couldn't work with a stupid set of tools. She wasn't weak. Nami almost left the store, but the shopkeeper was bustling over and presenting a full tray of technical compasses and offering to let her test each one. With a sharp smile she took him up on the offer, determined to make Usopp forget he was covering for her and regret all his life choices. XXXXXX. Dinner on the Mary was lively. Nami was proud to show off a whole collection of mismatched tools and inks. Sanji had a collection of pots and pans he was thrilled to present as he prepared a small feast. Zoro and Luffy looked worn out from their little hike but would only talk about the delicious ramen shop they found. Usopp showed off a blue hand drum painted with grinning skulls he thought Brook would enjoy. They slapped at Luffy as he tried to steal food and laughed over Usopp's retelling of their day. It felt like coming home. Chapter 12, Known to the World, Luffy's Bounty. Nami woke the boys just before dawn and navigated out of the shallows. Sanji cooked a light breakfast and they all lounged around half asleep on deck. The sight of a bird had her popping up and digging for coins. The news crew delivered the paper with a squawk. She flipped through the paper. Looks like there was an explosion over in the Yotsuba Islands. Axehand Morgan was promoted to captain and assigned to the region. Ugh, I hate that guy. Luffy made a face. The Navy is bragging about the capture of 2,000 Krieg pirates. Nami snorted, flipping the page. A couple sheets dropped out. Oh, new bounties are? Luffy. The boys all sat up and looked over. She picked up one of the 3 bounties and held it up. You're out. 30 million bellies. She waved the page, releasing it when a rubbery hand stretched for it. Yes. Same as before. Yeah. Luffy. We're real wanted pirates now. Usopp gave a cheer, spinning with Sanji. Zoro grinned and looked over from his nap spot. We'll have real bounty hunters after us now too. It will be a good workout. We'll have to be careful in Logtown. Usopp reminded them, looking nervous, and Nami nodded frantically. They'll be looking for us now. That's no problem. Luffy waved that away. This is so cool. We should hang it somewhere. Zoro suggested. In the dorm? Luffy tilted the paper at an angle, thinking. Sure. We can have a whole wall. Sanji agreed. Take it seriously. Usopp pleaded. Nami pat him on the shoulder and picked up her paper. It might only be East Blue news, but it was important to stay up to date. XXXXXX. Syrup Village, East Blue. Mary. Mary, look, she waved the paper as she ran through the manor. It's Captain Luffy. Oh. Already? Those kids are making a name so quickly. The sheep-like steward looked over the page, his eyebrows raising at the bounty. Do you think they're being safe? Kaya chewed on her lip. I'm sure they are. Mary reassured. They are very strong. Usopp is working to fulfill his dream. He's on his journey and getting strong. She looked out the window and watched the leaves dance. I miss him. I do too. He is a very brave young man and has chosen a difficult path. He will have to overcome many obstacles. I'm sure he can do it. She turned to Mary, eyes shining. He'll become a brave warrior and return here one day, just as he promised. I'm sure of it. He agreed. Miss Kaya, there you are. You're late to your lessons. An older woman walked into the library. I'm so sorry. I was distracted by this. She passed the bounty poster. Is this young Usopp's captain? She asked, looking surprised. It was only weeks ago they left here. What have they been up to? The 3 crowded around the paper again, looking at the detailed print. XXXXXX. Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. Oh, that boy. Looks like he didn't stop here. What boy, Sheriff? That boy who ran off with our Nami. Look. Monkey D. Luffy. He's gone and gotten a bounty already. Luffy's wanted? Now they'll be hunted. Do you think Nami will be all right? Just look at those fools. Taking on Don Krieg. Sheriff Genzo snorted, shaking the paper. No. Nojiko covered her mouth, leaning over his shoulder. Are they all right? Not to worry, my girl. Reading between the lines, they did just fine for themselves and likely took them down as easily as they handled Arlong. Those boys are strong, and it looks like they met up with the rest of their crew. Anyone who can take on those monster fishmen have nothing to fear in this sea, another man agreed, patting Nojiko. Oh, they chose my picture, one of the women cheered. That's a good one. See how happy he looks. Oi, give that back, the sheriff protested, but the poster was already being passed. Others with the newspaper were digging for the bounty poster, waving their copy. We should celebrate, someone shouted. There was a cheer and people headed for the pub. Oi! It's 8 in the morning. Don't be a stick in the mud, Genzo. Aren't you happy for Nami? Her crew is doing well. I'm glad to hear from her. Nojiko pulled him along. It's not a letter home, it's a bounty poster, he argued. They stepped into the bar and were passed mugs. To Luffy, someone shouted. To Luffy, everyone chorused. Sighing, the sheriff clinked glasses and drank. It was good to have a reason to celebrate in this town. His people looked happy again. It was thanks to that boy. He'd drink 100 toasts to his name. But maybe not all today. It's 8 in the morning. Why are you all drinking, you hooligans? They laughed in response, and he resigned himself to dealing with hangovers by noon or another block party. Preferably the latter. XXXXXX. At sea, the New World. The Red Force sailed along slowly. They weren't in any rush to get anywhere. At any rate, most of the crew were still asleep when the news crew swooped in to deliver the paper. Ben was at the helm, lazily picking a course to avoid the darkening waters, indicating some strange New World weather phenomena. He tossed a coin in the little pouch and took the paper from the bird. The ship remained blissfully silent as it worked itself away from the small knock upstream, the rest of the crew sleeping through the occurrence. It was several minutes before he felt comfortable enough in their heading to actually read through the news. He hummed as he carefully perused articles and debated the validity of the information. Morgan's was a decent reporter, but the man had shadier morals than some of the pirates he knew. The Birdman would spin a story for sensationalism or for his own personal gain. There was always a grain of truth, but from his own experience nothing in the news was black and white except the printing. "Anything interesting?" Lucky Roo asked as he came out on deck. Ben accepted his breakfast with a smile and passed over a single sheet wordlessly. "Wah?" Roo choked for a moment on his turkey leg. "It's anchor." "Oi, Captain." Ben snorted as the heavy-set man stormed over to where their captain was tucked under his own cloak, sleeping on the deck. Their captain cursed and kicked out, but Roo dodged with ease of long practice. "Captain, wake up. You have to see this." "Shut up. It's too early," Yassop complained from the crow's nest. "It's anchor." Lucky Roo used his loudest voice. Instantly half the crew was awake and coming over. They rubbed at sore heads or bellies, but all were focused on Lucky Roo as he waved the sheet around. Everyone remembered the rambunctious youngster who had shadowed them. It was hard to forget the boy their captain had given his arm for, not to mention the rest of it. Shanks was awake and fully focused the way he could be when a storm struck or a crew member went overboard. 0 to 1,000, hangover or no. The redhead snatched the paper. One look had him relaxing with a laugh. Little Anchor did it. His first bounty, he laughed, and the crew cheered. Should have known the brat wouldn't wait until he's fully grown. We should be grateful he lasted this long. How'd he do, Captain? 30 million. In the East Blue. Would you look at this? Shanks was beaming, on his feet and waving the paper in people's faces like a proud papa. "Sake. We need to toast." "Let's party," someone agreed with a cheer. Someone puked over the edge of the ship to much laughter and backslapping from the crew. "Hair of the dog, LL fix ya. Look at Little Anchor making a name for himself. We need music. Wake the crew." Ben watched as the peaceful morning turned into a riotous affair. He smirked and held out a hand. Lucky Roo traded his breakfast platter for a tankard of dark ale. His favorite. XXXXXX. At sea, East Blue. The Baratai was packed with customers. It was a busy lunch rush with 3 marine ships, 2 merchant vessels and a handful of tourists come to gawk at the fighting chefs as they ate. The banging of pots and pans rang through the kitchen as did the chatter. The latest bounties had them all in a tizzy. Sanji had only left a week ago, leaving the restaurant with little notice. They'd all been confused, most of all by Zeff, who seemed neither surprised nor worried that the boy he'd raised just jumped ship with a bunch of nobodies. Now that strange kid who'd swept through was in the paper with a record-high bounty. At least a record first bounty for the East Blue. What's this about Arlong? That fishman was taken out a couple weeks ago. I'm more worried about that bit on Krieg. This poster makes it sound like he's slaughtering rival captains, but the paper also makes it sound like the Marines just cleaned out a bunch of Krieg pirates. I bet they just cleaned up the aftermath of a pirate battle. Any news on the Straw Hats? Were there casualties? Is Sanji hurt? Have a little faith. Zeff reprimanded with a swift kick. Sanji is just fine. His captain must be enormously proud of his bounty. Sanji joined up with a strong crew, don't you think? Yes, boss, they chorused, exchanging concerned looks. Back to work. Yes, boss. XXXXXX. At sea, New World. The Moby D often paid for several papers. With hundreds of crew on board, it was still a fight to read the paper first. Ace didn't particularly care. He got his news from his gossipier brothers like Thatch or Izo. They usually had useful insights to go with the news, so it was actually better for him to wait it out. He spent a relaxing day fishing, standing watch and sleeping in the sunshine. It wasn't until almost dinner when Thatch cornered him. "What is with you East Blue guys these days? Eh? Well, first you come tearing out of there racking up the bounties until you supernova your way into the New World, then less than a year later some kid starts breaking records over there. I thought the East Blue was supposed to be the weakest of the seas. Someone new? I hadn't heard of anyone making waves over there. Krieg was going for sheer numbers and scare tactics, but that a-hole isn't anyone I'd call a kid." Ace looked over interested. Thatch dug for the poster he'd held onto. "This kid. He's Dash. Luffy." Ace's screech stopped most of the motion on the deck as eyes turned to their spot at the rail. Ace did not seem to notice the looks he was getting as he waved the poster around. His shoulders caught on fire and Thatch was dancing around him. He was making inarticulate sounds as he gestured wildly. One of his brothers appeared and dumped half a bucket of water on the fire Logia, successfully gaining his attention while preventing the flames from spreading to the ship. "What's the matter, you are?" Marco asked calmly. "It's my little brother, Luffy." Ace sounded devastated as he waved the paper. "He in trouble?" Marco snatched the sheet. "With the Marines," Thatch cut in, "he's got a new bounty. He's only 15. Ace hummed. I'm sure he'll be fine, you are. This is a high bounty, but he must be pretty strong. He smiled in reassurance. It's not that. Luffy can take care of some marines. Ace waved it off, confusing his brothers. It's just that Luffy doesn't break his promises, and he said he would wait until he was 17 to set sail. He just got a bit eager with you gone, I bet. Thatch thumped him. No, you don't understand. He grabbed both brothers, giving them an urgent shake as he felt his panic rise. Luffy doesn't break promises. He's still a kid. No. Listen. Luffy does not break promises. Okay, I hear you, Thatch soothed. Your brother doesn't break promises. He must have had a good reason then. Oh my god. Ace looked even more panicked. Do you think something happened? What if there was another fire? Maybe Dawn Island was hit by an earthquake and is sinking. Marco, are there celestial dragons in the East Blue right now? Ace shook the 1st Division commander. You need to calm down, Yua, the blonde demanded. There's no reports of world noble movement in the East Blue, and the news would have reported large fires or island sinking events. Get a hold of yourself. Little brothers sometimes do stupid things. Marco looked at him pointedly. Ace missed the hint. He's always doing stupid things. That's normal. The one thing you can depend on from Luffy is that he keeps his word. Once he says he's going to do something, he sticks to it. No matter what. Ace looked desperate as he wrung his hands together. I can't imagine what could make him break his promise. Do you think he's dying? What? Ace, no. If he didn't think he would live until he turned 17, he would set out early. Ace sounded more certain and consequently more distressed. He's probably got some deadly disease and he wanted to be a pirate before it kills him. He burst into tears. Ace. Thatch tossed his hands in the air as he exchanged a look with Marco. I think it's possible you might be overreacting. My little brother. Ace sobbed and burst into flames. Marco picked up the bucket and dumped the remainder over the idiot. He reached out to slap out the remaining flickers as Ace looked up at him apologetically. Is everything okay, sons? A gruff voice interrupted. Pops. Thatch let out a thankful sigh. My brother's dying. Ace hummed. His brother appeared in the last round of bounty posters. Marco corrected, holding up the bounty in question. It's respectfully high for a first bounty. Ace is worried because his brother broke a promise to wait until he was 17 to turn pirate. Apparently this Luffy isn't the promise-breaking type. Gururara. It's only natural to worry about family. Whitebeard reassured. You can't focus on the worst-case scenarios, though, or you will never stop. Trust me on that. I worry about all my sons, but you have to have faith. I'm sure the next time you see your brother he will have a good explanation for you. Ace sniffled a moment before straightening up with a nod. Oh, he better have a good explanation for this one. He punched a fist into his palm. There you go. Thatch slapped his shoulder cheerfully. In the meantime, celebrate. Marco advised. Your little brother just earned an impressive bounty. He did, didn't he? That's so Luffy. Ace buried his concern deep at the calm presence of his new captain and crew mates. He reached out to look over the bounty poster again. He looks happy, doesn't he? Pops laughed and his brothers agreed. Ace could worry about broken promises later. Right now, his baby brother was making his debut as a pirate. It was his duty as an older brother to support him. Hey, did I ever tell you about the time Luffy challenged an entire Thieves Guild to a fight because they wanted his hat? Ace asked, waving the poster at Thatch. It started in the gray terminal. He missed the fond looks exchanged between Thatch and Marco but allowed them to shepherd him along the deck to the dining hall. Pops ruffled his hair with one large finger and Ace playfully pulled his hat on to stop him. He gestured wildly as he told the tale and happily shared Luffy stories throughout dinner. He couldn't believe he hadn't told his crew about his wild little brother. XXXXXX. Fuchsia Village, East Blue. She smiled as she served the cheerful crowd. It was so nice to see people supportive of little Luffy. She was ashamed of her earlier breakdown. When she first saw the poster, she'd all but collapsed. She hadn't realized that Luffy even left the island. Last she knew he was training in the forest and being looked after by Dayton. Makino was embarrassed to think how she'd gotten teary and panicked at the thought of little Luffy off being a pirate. She'd flashed back to Sabo and remembered what could happen to a pirate who was too young. The first cheers from the villagers had shaken her from that vision. This was Luffy. The boy who'd declared his dream at age 6 and never once wavered in conviction. Luffy who'd caught the eye of red-haired Shanks, who'd grown beside Fire Fist Ace and who was raised by the mountain bandit Dayton. Luffy will be just fine. She said aloud. Pa. The boy's grown up to be a criminal. The mayor sat down with a huff. Stop celebrating. He looks so happy. She pointed out his picture with a smile. There's nothing to celebrate in having a pirate come from our village, he disagreed. He's fulfilling his dream. It's what he always wanted. Humph. That family. Nothing but chaos and trouble. He sipped the drink she placed in front of him. This is madness. We are not celebrating Luffy. To Luffy, someone interrupted with a cheer. To Luffy, drinks were raised in salute. No one listens to me. Makino giggled softly and wiped down the bar. XXXXXX. Water 7, Paradise. Franky laughed as he tore through the town with his gang. They had no idea why he was celebrating, but it didn't matter. They were happy to dance through the streets and raid the local shops for cola and hamburgers. They would feast. It was going to be a super night. Ow ow. Shake those booties. Get moving, people. Life's a party and you have to celebrate it. Get out of here, pervert. Come on and join the Franky family celebration, he posed triumphantly as the music pumped. Yeah, the girls cried, backing him up with their favorite moves. Kick it off, boys, he shouted. They took their kings through the canals as they gathered supplies for an epic barbecue. If Franky also stole a picture frame in all the chaos, well, no one noticed. Chapter 13 Best Laid Plans. Chopper leaned over and vomited into the scrubby bushes by the trees. His small brain point form was the easiest to maintain while doing so, and he hoped no one could see him like this. He was exhausted and shaking slightly. He wasn't expecting to run Doctorine into town today. They were still living in her hidden treehouse and the old woman didn't make many trips out. They had already visited Jayasta earlier in the week. He wiped his mouth and straightened up. No matter, it happened, and he was not well. Are you sick? Doctorine demanded from behind him. Chopper jumped and spun. She'd just gone inside a moment ago. No, doctor. Don't lie to me. She snapped, coming forward and moving a thermometer in his mouth. You should have said something before we left. I'm not sick. He mumbled around the bit of glass. Oh? You just vomited because you are perfectly healthy? Perhaps you have decided to lose some weight? Self-purging is not a healthy practice. She snatched back the thermometer and read the numbers. It's just a normal physiological reaction to overexertion. Chopper responded bluntly, putting his hoofs on his hips. I need to drink some water and rest a bit. Doctrine looked at him sharply. Is running to town so difficult? Of course not. He huffed, refusing to meet her eyes. I am waiting on a good explanation, Chopper. We can go home right now. You have a patient, he exclaimed, distressed at the thought. We can't just leave. Hush you. Your health is especially important to me. Now explain yourself quickly or we can go now. I haven't started any treatment here. I've been working Gutan practicing my form I waste I read this morning gons who'd not be running. Chopper blurted out, hiding partially behind a tree. Tony Chopper, you will answer me properly. I've been working out and also exercising my devil fruit abilities. I overdid it a bit yesterday. I pushed myself into exhaustion this morning with the run, but I will be fine with a bit of rest. I'm not sick. Please see to your patient, doctor. HMN. You stay here in the cart and drink this. She moved a water bottle and blanket at him. We will talk more later. Chopper curled in the back of the sled, sipping at the water. His muscles quivered in an unsettling way. He stretched each limb slowly. He was not ready for any kind of discussion. His mentor had always been indulgent about his areas of interest, but she had strong opinions about some things. He didn't want to talk to Doctrine about any kind of self-experimentation. He didn't want to see her disappointment or judgment or worry. Most of all, he didn't want to risk saying something only his future self would know. He couldn't tell her about time travel or being a pirate. He didn't know what he'd do if she looked at him as if he were a freak, some kind of monster. He didn't want to know if she would accept him like this. He didn't think his newest project was something she would approve of. There was so much to learn in the field of medicine that as long as he could handle basic practice, his mentor had always been happy to teach. In another life, Chopper was interested in diagnostics and how to identify and treat both common and uncommon illness. With 5 more years of study and training he couldn't explain, Chopper had expressed an interest in surgery and rehabilitation after major injuries. He was able to point to seasonal logging injuries and the not infrequent mountaineering accidents as his source of curiosity. She jumped into teaching him with her usual bluntness. She hadn't seemed to mind him switching fields. Doctrine still expected him to continue his studies in other areas, and he enjoyed talking to her about her books. He thought she assumed he'd just been shy about his knowledge when they first met. Or maybe she assumed he was some kind of prodigy to just jump into medical discourse. He tried not to assume too much himself. She accepted him, pushed him to learn, and encouraged his interests. He didn't want to see her reaction to his latest blunder. Chopper couldn't lose his mentor. He wanted her to be proud of him, not ashamed. He lay in the cart feeling miserable. His whole self ached. He'd really done it this time. He just wanted to get back in shape. He knew that he could unlock his Zoan forms without the use of the Rumble Ball stimulant. He'd already discovered how to trigger the physiological reactions that allowed him to shift beyond the traditional 3 transformations. The problem was in holding the transformation for any length of time or reliably using the correct form. He'd been practicing holding his transformations yesterday. He kept documented notes on his progress. He was just finding it frustratingly slow. He remembered his progress before, and he was not progressing at the same rate. His calculations indicated that was because he was currently weaker and had used his alternate forms less frequently. Chopper was exhausted and sick of being so weak. He'd seen Luffy in the paper. His captain was on the move 2 years early. That had to mean he remembered too. Chopper sipped at the water and wiggled his nose. Luffy would come for him. He would be ready. XXXXXX. We're getting to Logtown soon and I want us in and out of there. I'd rather not deal with Smokey this time around. He's a great guy but I have things to do. I don't need him following me around. Luffy trailed off with a slight whine, tugging at his hat. I want to be sneaky. Sneaky? Can you do sneaky? Sanji, make sure we have provisions before any personal shopping. I know you do that anyways but make trips back and forth or have things delivered back here if you can. Nami directed as she passed around their funds. If we're trying to sneak in and out we should make this trip short. You should see if you can find some medicines or bandages. Chopper always had lots of those, and I don't want yelling like the first time. Luffy cut in. Nami, we need poses. We can't count on the old man to be so nice again. See if you can find an eternal pose for Drum or Alabasta while you're at it. Eternal poses? She raised her eyebrows. We need to get our nakama. I don't want to waste a bunch of time with adventures. We already had. Let's go straight to Chopper then Robin if we can. We can talk details when we know what you find. Right. Zoro, Usopp, you two stay together. Get Zoro's sword and the parts you need for your stuff. Then come back to watch the ship. No one even gets a chance to burn Mary. Captain. You're really planning this out, aren't you? Nami looked impressed. Unha, he chirped proudly. And what are you up to, Luffy? You aren't going on an adventure, are you? If we don't want any attention, then maybe Usopp started. I'm going the execution platform. I need to pay tribute before we begin. It feels right. He pulled at the brim of his hat. Of course it does. Nami said with a world-weary tone as they turned her face to the sky. Well, it was probably too much to expect us to make it through this port unnoticed. What do you mean? I just said we were going to do that. Luffy frowned and crossed his arms. I think she means that you attract trouble and going back to the execution platform is really just asking for something really bad to happen. Usopp chimed in. I'm going. Good. Zoro gave him a thumbs up. Usopp and Nami exchanged looks while Sanji smiled. Are we going to hide our flags? Nami questioned as they sailed closer. Of course not, why would we do that? Luffy looked confused. If this is a stealth operation. Don't be silly, Nami, we can't hide our flags just to be sneaky. We have to fly our Jolly Roger or no one will know who we are. But that's the opposite of dash. Just forget it, Nami. Usopp interrupted. Weren't you listening? This is more speed than stealth, in and out before we get caught up by the Marines. That makes more sense. She admitted. Oi! Luffy pouted as Zoro and Sanji added their agreement. There it is. Logtown was bustling in the early morning light. Nami watched Sanji hopped out and tied them off to the dock as Usopp settled the bumpers into place. This place was known as the town of the beginning and the end. It was not their beginning. Not even close. But it still felt like the beginning of something. She smiled and glanced at the building storm clouds. No one wants a boring adventure anyways. XXXXXX. Usopp led Zoro through the winding streets towards the familiar thrift shops and novelty stores. He tried to remember where he found his goggles the first time before he realized that model might not even exist. With a sigh he began scouring the stores. He had a list of gears and springs and gadgets he'd need to build some of his old devices and tools he'd need to invent new ones. He wasn't going to waste time with tourist junk this time, although he had been able to repurpose most of it into useful inventions. The Grand Line needed a special kind of innovation and Usopp was ready to outfit his crew with everything they'd need. We'll hit a couple of these stores then go find your swords, after we can do some more looking if we need. I have a whole stack of maps from Nami I can sell if we can find a vendor. He tugged on the swordsman's sleeve to keep him from going down a side street. The trick is to do this quickly without spending all our cash. I bet we can get in, out, and back to the ship before lunch. If you say so? Zoro nodded looking around the shops. Here first. Usopp pulled him into a hardware store. XXXXXX. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and tried to calm down. He tapped his toe rapidly against the cobblestone and looked over the selection again. What do you mean you sold it? He was done with this market. Every other stall was already sold out and those that weren't had embarrassingly small quantities. If you only wanted a few, I could sell, but Master Chef is doing the restock for the base today. He was here very early. The man looked apologetic even as he held up a platter of shrimp. Sanji twitched. Master Chef who? You have a DMN customer right here offering to buy and you have nothing on the whole dock front? It's the Marine Master Chef. The Marines are good to us here. He comes through and picks the freshest fish once a month personally. I can assure you we will have more fishing catch tomorrow. If this is not to your liking, the man tried to pacify him. Nearby vendors murmured in agreement and Sanji ground his teeth. Perhaps I can interest you in some redfin. The man in the next booth pointed to a fish Sanji could tell was not even caught that day. No, Sanji interrupted. That is not what I am interested in, and you don't have enough to feed my crew anyway. He shoved his hands into his pockets to keep from making fists and stalked down the line of fish merchants. He was really about ready to give up on fish. He could check back here later maybe. One more try and he'd go check out the fruit market instead. There had to be something worth buying here. He looked over the closed stalls and the vendors with half-empty platters on heaps of ice. With a heavy sigh he walked on. XXXXXX. Nami was homing in on what she needed. Finding a shop that sold poses was surprisingly difficult. There were several places claiming to sell them but were knockoffs. She was tired at looking over garbage that was being passed off to ignorant buyers. If she saw one more broken compass being sold as a log pose she might punch somebody. Thankfully, the last seller had seen her look and helpfully given directions to these shops uptown. She entered the first on the row and admired the beautiful sea chart hanging on the far wall. It was of Logtownport and was exquisitely detailed. She slid over to it, greedily memorizing the detail and mentally planning several possible entries and exit ways. It's a beauty, isn't it? One of the shopkeepers wandered over. I've seen few with such an eye for detail. She indicated an area with a series of shoals with clear depth readings throughout instead of a generic marker for the region. And the city line is mapped with as well. Most charts either show the sea or land. Few have such detail. You must have a taste for maps if you've seen similar. Only 2 cartographers I know of produce this level of detail in their measurements. Are you a collector? He lit up. Unfortunately, I'm not shopping for maps today. She dodged, hiding her surprise. Only 2? That can't be right. He must be trying to raise the sale value. I am actually looking for poses. Do you have any log or eternal poses here? Poses? Surely you aren't traveling the Grand Line. The shop owner looked dismayed. I'm pursuing a business venture there, yes. She smiled confidently. You? What is a young girl doing business on the Grand Line for? He looked down at her with an alarmed expression. It's a family matter. Nami sighed heavily, remembering her age as she began to dig for weak points to manipulate the seller. It's my grandfather. He's sick. XXXXXX. Luffy wandered through the streets trying to find the platform. He'd been there twice now, but he couldn't remember how he got there. He sighed, depressed. Running around town was fun the first time, but he really just wanted to get there this time. He paused, looking around the alleyway. This seemed familiar. He recognized this. His eyes fell on a certain bar and he grinned. This was exactly what he wanted. This is where I needed to be. He laughed and entered the Gold Roger. Like the first time he was here, the bar was empty. He wandered over to the wall, examining the wanted posters. He was surprised to find some of the posters were ages old. He ran his fingers over a familiar face. Red Leg Zeff was a Grand Line pirate of some renown in his day. That was a different era, before all the so-called pirates turned coward. The old barkeep came over, looking ancient with his sagging skin and age spots, a knit cap on his head. Old man Zeff is pretty cool. You know him? The man raised his eyebrows. Sure. He trained my chef. You're that new pirate kid, Monkey D. Luffy. That's me. Luffy grinned. What brings you here? I want to visit the place where the last king of pirates lived and died. The last king? Well, I'm going to be Pirate King. Luffy explained with a little wave. Ha ha ha. You say it so clearly. It's true. Ha ha ha. What ambition. I didn't know people in the world still live like this. Come have a drink. Eh? I don't drink alcohol. I've got something for you. The barkeep pulled out milk like before and Luffy grinned, sitting at the bar. A toast to the man who was king of the pirates. To Roger, the old man clinked glasses and drank. You say your chef apprenticed under Red Leg Zeff? Yeah, he leaned back on his stool. Sanji is the best chef in the world and he can kick butt too. Is that so? He laughed. It's true. He nodded. I've got the best crew in the world behind me. I won't accept anything less. Yeah? You have a big crew? I heard you took on the Krieg pirates and Arlong's crew. There's only 5 right now, but I'll have more before I reach the new world. He sipped his drink. Sanji is my cook. Zoro is my first mate, he's going to be the world's greatest swordsman. Nami is the best navigator in any sea. Then Usopp, he's my sniper and a great liar. A liar? Is that important to the future pirate king? He laughed. Yup. Luffy smiled back. He knew just how important Usopp's lying could be. You're something else, kid, the old man cackled. Luffy finished his milk, then took a harder look at the posters around the room. He popped back up, wandering the room and peering at the knickknacks around the room. Do you have any stories about Roger? What makes you think I do? Just a thought. Luffy tugged on his hat and smiled secretively. Ha ha ha. As it happens, I have a good one. XXXXXX. Usopp leaned on the counter as Zoro looked at the buckets of swords. He smiled at the merchant's wife as the man tried to talk Zoro out of his sword. Zoro won't sell that one, he said in a confidential tone. It's inherited and he'll carry it to the end of the world. Would you like a rice ball? He pulled out a snack to watch the entertainment. Are you serious? She barked at him. These were made by the best chef in the world, Black Leg Sanji. I guarantee you've never had better. He grinned. Impudent brat, snacking in our store like it's some kind of rest stop. She took 2. This is the one. Zoro declared, lifting a familiar katana. Good eye, Zoro. Usopp approved with a thumbs up. No, I'm sorry. I can't sell you that sword. Wha? Usopp startled. Shut up, you fool. His wife hissed. I'm sorry, you don't know the history of that sword. The man waved his hands. It's cursed. Zoro stated clearly. You know, the man demanded, eyes bugging out. Men who have taken up that sword quickly die a bloody death. Stories are told from all over of master swordsmen who have met their death after taking up a katetsu sword. That sword will turn on its owner. Just leave it alone. I can't sell it. I won't be responsible for you losing your life. I'm not interested in that, but I am going to have this sword. Zoro examined the familiar blade, feeling the spirit of the sword examine him in return. If something happens to you with that sword, the curse could come back to me. Just sell him the sword. His wife demanded. Zoro can handle it. Usopp assured them. Pick a different one, I said. I won't be responsible for selling that blade. It will kill you. My determination is stronger. But if it makes you feel better, let's test it. If I'm right, this blade won't touch me. If you're right, this curse will take my arm. He grinned, flipping the sword in the air. After a moment he stuck his arm straight out. Zoro, you show off. Usopp cursed as the merchant began panicking. That's not a game. That sword is sharp, not a plaything. You'll lose your arm, you fool. Don't. Your friend is crazy. The woman shook Usopp back and forth as the blade flew into the air. Whoa. Zoro's fine. Usopp protested, wiggling out of her grasp. Just look. Sure enough, as Zoro stood there, one arm outstretched and his eyes closed, the sword came down, sinking into the floor without so much as scratching the swordsman. Usopp shook his head as Zoro grinned devilishly. I'll take it. Impossible, the shop owner gasped. That must be some luck. I've never seen anything like it. You must be a true swordsman. Wait here. The man ran off, returning with a sword. Zoro looked startled. Usopp was twice as shocked when the man returned with another familiar sword. Don't tell me this happened before? Is that why he's been so flashy? He gaped as the store owner presented the sword with a flourish, detailing the design and features in an impressive way. I want you to have this. How much? Zoro asked in a low tone. I couldn't possibly sell you either of these swords. I'm sorry for trying to cheat you before. Please take these swords. He presented the blade to Zoro, who smirked and nodded. I'll use them well. What are you doing? His wife demanded. You can't buy me something nice, but you can give away our best sword? Hush. A sword like this belongs in the hands of a master swordsman. I have never seen anything like that before. Your heart is strong, and your luck is incredible. I expect to hear great things about your future. Zoro will be the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp grinned. Well, thanks. Zoro tucked the 2 swords in his belt and turned to walk out. Usopp scrambled to his feet, hastily following. Have a good day, he waved, ducking out as the woman berated her husband. What on earth was that about? I don't know. I think that guy just likes to give out free swords. Zoro looked at the sky. Last time I told him I was flat broke, so it was only a little strange. Not sure why he did it this time. Weird guy. I guess so. Usopp shrugged. I think that's it for me. I have a solid collection of tools and trinkets, and now that I found a good set of goggles, I should be all set. Finally. Zoro grumped. What? It's not even been 3 hours. I think we did that pretty quick. Now we can go dash. Usopp froze mid-sentence as he spotted a man in a long coat. HN? Daddy the parent. You looking for a duel? Zoro smirked. Nah, Usopp shook himself. Unlike some people, I don't need to replay my past. Let's get back to the ship. Luffy wanted us to look after things there. I can do some target practice from there if you want to test my skill. Usopp grinned at the swordsman. Zoro laughed in return, watching as the famous bounty hunter turned a corner out of sight. XXXXXX. Luffy hopped off his stool when the story finished and wandered around looking at the different memorabilia. He ran his fingers over the wall of posters, his eyes tearing up. What's got your attention, lad? Humming Brook, of the Rumbar Pirates? I haven't heard that name in quite some time. Those men disappeared before Roger ever made his name. They were wiped out on the Grand Line like many before them. I didn't know I even had that one. These older posters just give this place some ambience. You can take it if you'd like. It's not like anyone will claim that bounty. That's for sure. He agreed, gently taking down the poster. No one's going to catch him. HN? You're an odd one. Ha ha ha, the old man slapped the bar. Come, have another drink. Serving minors now, a man came into the bar with a slam. Luffy half expected to see Smokey in a repeat of before. Instead, it was an older fisherman with a yellow skin tone. It's just milk. Nothing to get riled up over. The bartender rolled his eyes. What can I do for you? A beer to start. The man frowned in Luffy's direction. He was well used to strange adults thinking he should stay out of bars and responded in his usual way. Luffy stuck out his tongue and pulled down his bottom eyelid, making a face. The bartender howled with laughter, which was a much better response than Makino's usual scolding. The fishman startled, then scowled. Luffy ignored him, exploring the wall of posters for any other gems. He drifted back to the one of Zeff, glancing at the bartender who was fixing a drink. Hey kid, why don't you get out of here? Ease up on the boy. It's fine. See ya. With a quick movement he gathered up the Zeff poster and bolted out of the bar. Hey! Not that one. Roaring with his own laughter and delighted with his bit of mischief, Luffy slipped the posters into his bag and ran through the town. He hummed softly to himself and considered how to get to the execution platform. The last time he was here he asked for directions from a marine and from Buggy. Both times he'd found the platform. It stood to reason he could just ask someone again. XXXXXX. Sanji had his foot half off the ground before he forced himself to stop. Thank you for your time. He ground out with a painful smile. We'll have more in tomorrow, the man assured him. Come by and see a better collection. Sanji gave a small nod, knowing they would be at sea tomorrow. It was not the seller's fault. Not any of the dozen he'd been to today. DMN Marines. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he tried to calm himself. Shitty luck. That DMN Master Chef had to choose today, of all days, to do their resupply. Twice shitty luck that Luffy wanted them in and out of town so quickly. Any other day and the sellers would have time to replenish their stock and at least have a variety of goods to sell. Leftover, C-grade, shitty garbage. He ground his teeth together, nearly running his cigarette. He moved away from the market, trying to clear his head. He couldn't even appreciate the lovely ladies with the pressure to stock the ship and no food in sight. He smiled wistfully after a pair of brunettes. He'd managed to successfully restock dried staples and skis, so that was something. Unfortunately, fresh foods were a problem. The meat and seafood were picked over, leaving only the off-smelling and the worst cuts available. The fruits and vegetables were nearly as bad. It irked him. Sanji knew that he could prepare delicious, nutritious meals with what was here. Only a shitty cook needed prime ingredients to serve good food. Still, he wanted to start their journey right. It was his job as cook to procure the best foods. DMN Marine BSTRDS. He cursed again, stubbing out his cigarette. He stalked back towards the row of butchers, resigned. He resisted the urge to shoulder-check the fresh-faced Marine recruits struggling with a handcart. Idiots. Wait. He looked over the clearly struggling pair of young men and the cart filled with fresh meats, fish and produce. Luffy would forgive me. He would understand. Sanji smiled brightly for the first time all morning and pulled another cigarette. He began to carefully stalk his prey. It's only causing trouble if I get caught. XXXXXX. Excuse me. Can you help me? Luffy waved at a familiar brunette woman in a marine uniform. He was pretty sure she was Zoro's friend from Punk Hazard. Oh. Me? She pointed at herself before getting a determined look. Of course, are you in some trouble? Nah, he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and smiled at her. Just a bit lost? Can you tell me where they kill people here? I'm trying to find the platform. He looked around just in case he missed seeing it nearby. Where they kill people? Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate for a kid your age? Huh? I just want to see the platform. He pouted at her brows furrowed. Is someone actually getting killed today or something? What? No, she turned pink waving her hands. I guess it's not that strange to want to see the platform. Kids are curious after all. Huh? Whatever. I'm not a kid. You could just say if you don't know. He sighed and began walking away. Oh. My apologies, she turned a pink color. It's just down this street here, 2 blocks then turn right. You asked for help, I am so sorry to take so much of your time. She gave an apologetic bow. You're funny. Thanks for the help, lady. He smiled widely and scampered off. She blinked at the straw hat bouncing on his back. That hat, she turned to her fellow Marines. Did that look like Straw Hat Luffy? The pirate, one of them laughed loudly. Pirates don't ask Marines for help. Of course not. She blushed. It was just some kid. Another nudged her. XXXXXX. Stop tugging at me. Zoro snapped as Usopp grabbed his arm. I thought we were done. We've been to like a million trinket stores. Sorry. We need to go in here. He pulled the swordsman into the small shop. Don't touch anything. Eh? You got something to say? Zoro snarled defensively. Can I help you gentlemen? The shop attendant looked them up and down, his lip curling. Maybe. Usopp eyed him up and down with just as much judgment. Are you buying? That depends on what you're selling. Scorn filled his voice as he faced them. Not everything that is old is an antique. Not everything collectible is ancient, he countered, carefully maneuvering to the front of the shop with his large bag. He set it at his feet and dug into the pockets for a moment before pulling out a hard tube. My crew was lucky to come across these charts. Our navigator has been looking for a collector who knows their proper value, he trailed off with a shark smile. This tube contained 3 neatly rolled sea charts that Nami considered a quality set. He had several others of lesser quality stashed to sell elsewhere if he could. He pulled them out and began to lay them flat on the counter, missing the startled look as the man first glimpsed the charts. Stop! Don't touch that, he exclaimed, throwing his hands out. Usopp pulled his own hands back, startled. The trader all but lunged forward, disdain gone from his face as he gazed at the maps. He pulled on some white gloves before beginning to unroll the maps again. He laid smooth weights at each of the corners, pinning the first to the counter. Usopp watched fascinated as the man began examining the sea chart. He hummed softly, pulling out a magnifying glass and looking over the scale and signature in the bottom corner. These markings here, EBONE, Q1.03, do you know what they mean? He sounded excited. East blue, northeast, the last bit is for lining up different parts of the set, but I don't. Usopp trailed off as the man gave an excited shout. He looked over to an equally unnerved Zoro. And these would be, he carefully shifted the other pages, unrolling and pinning them on different glass cases. The 3 charts looked splendid side by side. The charting paper was quality grade, and the lines were neatly drawn. Usopp could see why Nami said they were the best. This particular cluster of islands was detailed with depth markers, currents, reefs, and lighthouses. The whirlpool on the second map was lifelike and there were markers for sea kings in near one of the island passes. Usopp crossed his arms to keep from fidgeting as the man scuttled back and forth between the 3 maps looking them over carefully. He kept his face blank when the man went to a drawer and pulled out a chart of the same area. This one had a grid pattern to it and similar markings, but Usopp could see that Nami's map was far more detailed with depth indicators going much further from the islands than the other. The man hummed to himself as he compared the 2 maps. Yes, same depth here, and these are certainly comparable. Usopp couldn't hold back a smirk as the man verified the map's accuracy. He had no doubt Nami's chart was perfect. Seeing this other chart, he had to appreciate the level of skill. Nami was so talented at reading the weather and guiding the ship that he sometimes forgot her true passion was cartography. She dreamed of mapping the world. She was skilled enough at it to be recognized. 10,000 bellies, the man exclaimed. 15, Usopp countered automatically before his eyes went wide and his brain caught up. 10,000. The man made a noise of distress looking over the maps again, hemming and hawing for a moment. I don't recognize this cartographer's signature. I'm afraid I can't go more than 12,000 each on an unknown artist. The man turned and tried to look firm as he pointed to the 2 interlocking NS. Deal. Usopp nodded quickly. Each. He rang a bell and a woman appeared at the bottom of the stair. I need to cash out 36,000 bellas to these men. Can you run to the bank? He looked at them. We don't keep that kind of cash in the shop. Now, can you tell me where you got these? The man demanded as he began carefully gathering the maps and placing them in a flat drawer. It's an interesting story, really. Usopp began weaving a lie. XXXXXX. Luffy smiled from the top of the tower. Hey you! Get down from there, a man shouted. Luffy looked down at the small group of Marines and pointed to himself. Yes, you. That's government property and restricted. Remove yourself immediately. He laughed clear and bright. It was just like last time. There would be no execution this time though, and hopefully no battle with Smokey. He stretched his arms to the sky and considered a moment. I said, get down from there. Who do you think you are? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, he declared loudly, unable to resist such a setup. I'm the man who would be king of the pirates. Shishishi, his words echoed around the square and citizens fell silent looking up at him. Whispers broke out. Luffy tugged his hat into place, waved cheerfully at the Marines and then took a leap off the side of the platform, reaching and swinging himself up onto one of the buildings to his left. He shifted into second gear for speed as bullets flew at him and the Marines shouted for backup. He was halfway down an alley, strolling casually as chaos erupted behind him. A group of Marines barreled down the path and he stepped aside, letting them swarm past towards the commotion. As they rounded the corner, he put on another burst of speed to avoid getting caught. I am totally stealthy. I can do sneaky. He laughed to himself as he turned the next corner. It's Straw Hat Luffy, one of the Marines pointed to him. Aw man. You ruined my fun. He pouted before throwing a punch and knocking back the 5 of them. Stop, pirate, one of the men lifted a large gun-like weapon. Oh. I remember those. He shot an arm out quickly and pulled it to him. Mine now. He knocked out the Marine still conscious and jogged away quickly looking at his new thing. He could feel the sea stone inside of it just holding it. Frowning, he used the strap to sling it onto his back. He would have to be careful carrying this. With a bounce to his steps, Luffy picked up the pace using second gear, racing nearly invisibly along the tops of the buildings. He found the port and raced to the Mary. No one was close to following him, as his Haki confirmed, but it wouldn't take long. He smiled to see all his crew present on deck. He slowed his pace as he approached the ship, catching his breath and walking up the gangway in a stroll. Captain. Nami grinned and bounded over to him in excitement. I'm sorry to say we're very broke at the moment, but, she smiled wider, I managed to procure 1 eternal pose to the Drum Kingdom. Luffy cheered and lifted her in the air, spinning. Careful, careful, don't break it now. Zoro snatched the fragile item out of her hand before it could fall. Shishishi. This is the best news. Good work, Nami. I knew you could do it. Luffy bounced in excitement. I promise to find you a nice big treasure soon. If it makes you feel better, we're not completely broke. Usopp added as he settled his oversized backpack on the ground and dug for his wallet. Here's what we didn't spend. Nami blinked down at the stack of bellies in her hand. She lifted it several times testing the weight. She frowned and started counting. Usopp, did you guys rob a bank? She demanded, counting a second time. No, he looked confused, exchanging a look with Zoro. This is more money than I gave you to start with, she flailed a bit. Well, we did sell some of those maps you gave us. Usopp defended. But, she looked at the massive bag of goods and Zoro's swords. Usopp and Zoro did good shopping too. Luffy was pounding them both on the back roughly. Thanks, Luffy. Usopp returned, ducking away from further blows. How was your day? We might need to set sail. Those guards will probably catch up soon. The crew looked at their captain, hand on his hat looking sheepish. Then they scrambled. Casting off. Sanji shouted, jumping to release the ropes and lifting the gangway on his return. Anchor set. Zoro hauled the last of it up. Bumpers up. Releasing the main. Usopp pulled the bumpers in the ship on his way to the rigging. He quickly released the ties holding the sail. Nami cried out orders and directions to set for optimal speed as they could see the rush of Marines as they approached the port. He spotted a familiar white smoke rushing down an alley. The Going Merry was already away from the docks and rapidly leaving the island. Luffy gave a friendly wave. It's been fun. Fair winds, he laughed. The Marines grumbled, shaking fists, and yelling threats. A few fired some pointless pistol shots, but they were rapidly moving out of range. Good work, guys. Luffy congratulated, looking proud. Next time start with the warning, they shouted back. But Nami had good news to share. Luffy pouted. Nami sighed, resigned as the boys tried to argue common sense into their rubber-headed captain. She laughed once and shrugged. Luffy grinned over at her laughter. Let's sing. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Success and adrenaline buzzing pleasantly, she just shrugged once and joined in the first verse of Bink's Sake. After all, pirates sing. XXXXXX. Once I had the card, it was easy to get back here. I know you didn't want us to start any trouble, but I was careful not to lead anyone back to the Mary. Sanji finished up, shifting guiltily. Shishishi. What are you talking about? You got us the good meat. It all worked out. Good job, Sanji. Luffy waved his bite of steak. And Nami has more money back. I can't believe you all came back with money. Nami looked dazed as she stared at a distant point. I thought we were broke, but we saved thousands of bellies. Luffy took a bite of the delicious fish in lemon sauce Sanji prepared. He hummed in appreciation and devoured the remainder in quick bites. His crew were finished and just picking at their plates to ensure no food was wasted. Luffy let his hands roam, picking off any leftovers. He grinned when Usopp pushed the last of the dinner rolls into his reach. Food finished, he stopped Sanji with a wave. The cook settled back, dishes set aside. Ah, so good. Thanks, you bottomless pit. The blonde lit a cigarette and raised a curly eyebrow. So listen. When we're on the Grand Line, I want you to look out for Seastone. He gave a little nod. I want to collect a bunch of it before we reach Sebedy. Seastone? Nami questioned. You can't even touch that stuff. Why would you want it on board? You can use it to cross the calm belt. He explained, sitting forward so he could see all of them and adjusting his hat. The calm belt? Sanji looked surprised. Yeah. He confirmed. We talked about the important things and the others will have their own things. One big thing though is making sure we are strong enough to enter the new world. We're going to rise fast because they won't be expecting us. We have knowledge and talents that it took us years to build. We can't waste time with our nakama waiting. It took us a year last time around to cross paradise. I want to have Brook with us in less than 6 months. Nami can give us better guesses when she does the maths for the shortcuts the drum pose will give us. If we can avoid distractions and keep moving forward, we can have all our nakama gathered quick. That puts us at a big disadvantage though, because that kind of speed will draw attention from pirates and marines both. I want to cross the calm belt and spend some time building our strength. You want to circle back to the East Blue? Only if we get bored. He grinned, sharing his idea. Let's go to the South Blue. We've never been there before. We could have all kinds of adventures and surprises while we do some training. Plus, it would help Nami. Nami? Zoro looked to the redhead. Me, she looked equally confused. Your dream is to map the whole world, right? He leaned back smiling with all teeth. You can't do that if all we see is the Grand Line. I thought we'd see the other oceans after I became king, but this surprise was perfect. Now you can make more sea charts and we can all get good training. Wow, Luffy, that's like a real plan. Usopp pointed at him looking surprised. It's really well thought out too. Sanji agreed. Zoro scoffed. He's looking out for Nami's dream. Of course he thought about it. Shishishi. You guys seem really surprised. How did you know about the sea stone? How does that work? I've never heard anything like that. You haven't? Luffy sounded surprised. I learned about it when I stayed with Hancock. It's how Navy ships avoid sea kings in the calm belt. Some mystery trick. Right. Nami massaged her forehead. You never mentioned any of this. Ah, I forgot. Luffy paused a moment as his crew made funny faces. It all worked out though. What made you think about it now? Zoro raised a brow. That net gun had sea stone, so I remembered. How did everyone steal something today but me? Nami cried. Hey! I told you we didn't steal that money. Usopp protested. You didn't steal anything? Luffy asked, looking confused. I might have lifted a wallet or two. She admitted. Yeah. That makes sense. Anyways, we'll gather up a bunch of sea stone between here and Sebedy. I remember there being a ton of that stuff in Alabasta. Crocodile kept surprising you with it. Or maybe that was, Usopp trailed off into muttered calculations. Thanks, Usopp. I knew I could count on you. I guess I need to plot a course. We have one more stop before the Red Line. Assuming we hit Drum at the quickest speed, there is probably at least one island between that and Alabasta. I'll do some calculations based on the islands I remember and try to figure out how long it would take to reach water. We'd need some time there for building a new ship and then off the Florian Triangle. If we calculate the time of the calibration and, she trailed off into a mumble and stood. The men watched as she left the room already planning. I better take the night watch. I think the witch forgot she was on tonight. Zoro volunteered with a sigh. Well, our captain did just assign her a nearly impossible timetable to work on with no warning. Oops. Come on, Usopp, you've got dishes with me tonight. Sanji reminded. Luffy grinned as his crew moved into action. These guys are the best. The winds picked up just after dinner. Usopp was forced to fetch Nami, who woke the remaining crew in time to tie safety lines and prepare the ship. They laughed together as the storm roared. Are we really doing this again? Usopp asked without much hope. Who crosses the reverse mountain in a storm and then decides to do it again in a worse storm? Technically this is a small hurricane. Nami winked. Here. Sanji braced against the wind, pulling a barrel in place. Tradition is tradition. Luffy pulled himself over, one hand firmly on his hat. Rain pounded across the deck in walls of water. Sanji steadied Usopp as the wind pulled him off his feet a moment and both boys steadied the barrel between them. Luffy nodded. He wrapped his free arms several times around Zoro and looked at each of his nakama, braced but ready. To be king of the pirates, the freest man alive. To become the world's greatest swordsman. To find the all blue. To see the world and map it. All. To become a brave warrior of the sea. 5 heels came down smashing the barrel in one blow. Nami and Usopp cried out and hit the deck as bits of broken barrel were picked up by the storm and tossed around. Luffy picked up a bigger chunk and tossed it overboard casually. He ignored or didn't notice the way it was caught by the wind and blown off in the opposite direction. Lighthouse, he pointed out racing forward. His safety line wasn't long enough to reach his special seat, but he stretched forward to place a hand on Mary's head. I'll keep you safe. Zoro, Sanji, on the rudder, gently this time. Nami barked. Usopp, port brace line, Luffy starboard. The crew fell into positions listening to Nami holler directions and corrections. Don't force the rudder, just ease it a little as you can. We're going to angle the ship for a moment and the change of pressure should let you get the rudder locked in place. Ready? Let's do it. Luffy shouted, tugging at his line. The ship swerved, the rudder slipped into place, and the wind pulled at the ship. Quick, Luffy, back the other way or we'll come about too far. Nami called out. They fought the wind and currents, straightening the ship. Keep our heading 270. We should see the water gate soon. They rocked with the ship eyes peeled. There it is. The reverse mountain's entrance to the Grand Line. Let SSS Gugu. Luffy threw both fists in the air as they angled towards the narrow passage. We're doing perfectly. Nami called. Keep her steady. Got it. Sanji and Zoro grinned at each other as they braced the rudder. The ship bobbed violently in the storm as thunder bellowed and lightning cracked. They were in the current and being pulled fast towards the rock wall of the Red Line. The ship tilted upwards, gliding neatly under stone gateways as the current sent them climbing up the mountain. Nami peered through the limited visibility, calling Usopp to the helm so she could move forward. Luffy couldn't keep the smile off his face, and from the slightly hysterical laughter, neither could his crew. Ready and waiting for the moment anything goes wrong, he was surprised to realize they were at the top, breaking above the clouds to beautiful midday sun. They exchanged smiles. Safety check. Zoro called as they went airborne, checking his own line as lightning snapped below. They spun midair. Luffy stretched out both arms to pull them into position, guiding them neatly into the proper canal. Brace for fall. Nami followed up just before Mary hit the water with a splash. The plunge was swift. The rain charged the current into a fast rapid and sent them tearing down the mountain. Lightning flickered for a moment around the mast, but then they were past the storm. Nothing was blocking the entrance to the Grand Line, and the crew had a moment of relief as the channel dumped them out and they could slip smoothly into open water. In typical Grand Line fashion, the weather was warm and calm. Cheers rang out and Luffy untied himself, bouncing around deck, pulling his crew into hugs. He moved to Mary's head, looking into the water for Laboon's shadow. Let's anchor, he pointed at the lighthouse. His crew ambled easily to the lines, easing out the mainsail as Nami turned the helm and repositioned the ship. Luffy was proud of the experience shown in the deft movements and ease his crew handled their ship. Mary seemed to glide up and settle next to the rock face without bump or scrape. Usopp scrambled to tuck and tie the sails as Sanji disappeared into the kitchen and Zoro handled the heavy anchor. Luffy took one last look at his crew, gave Mary a pat and hopped off the ship. Several minutes of pounding on the lighthouse and the rest of the crew caught up to him. Most of them had changed into dry clothes, although they still looked windswept. His nakama were so smart. Looks like the flower guy isn't here, he explained with a frown. He must be in Laboon. Our course is set. We can leave at any time. Nami looked over the empty building. We can't leave without seeing Laboon. Luffy denied. Looks like we're staying the night then. Zoro gave a nod. Camp out. Woo-hoo. Luffy threw his arms in the air. Let's build a bonfire. We do have a crossing to celebrate. Nami agreed, exchanging a wicked grin with Zoro. I could handle a barbecue. Sanji nodded as he lit a cigarette. Straw Hat Party. Usopp cheered. Let's do it. XXXXXX. Crocus had seen many things in his years as a pirate and many more in his years at the Twin Capes. Surfacing with Laboon just after dawn, he was greeted with a most unusual sight. A small group of teenagers were dancing around a gigantic bonfire. A small but cheerful caravel bobbed by the shore, nearly dancing itself. Any other place and he would assume teenage shenanigans were afoot, but this was the entrance to the Grand Line. He watched open-mouthed as the kids broke off their singing with a laugh as one of the boys started running from the only girl in their group. It was playful and free-spirited and painfully young. What were these brats doing? Did they think this was a game? How did they even make it over the line? He looked over their ship which seemed unharmed. He'd seen pirates with years of experience shred their ships on the trip over. "Oi look," one of the boys pointed at him. "Hey old man. Over here." Then they started singing. They started singing Bink Sake. These baby-faced youngsters chose that song of all shanties and were bellowing it at the top of their lungs. Laboon let out a cry and swam closer, bobbing to the tune and nearly toppling him. Crocus leapt down onto the rock and stared. These young idiots were staring past him at the whale with bright smiles and clapping out the tune. The two black-haired boys were shirtless and half covered in paint. The green-haired boy was swaying drunkenly and holding a bottle while the blonde was hovering as if to catch the equally swaying young woman. All five had rushed to the water's edge and were singing to Laboon, who was dancing happily. "Ack! What happened to my lighthouse?" He nearly toppled over as he got a look at his home, which was now liberally graffitied instead of a pristine white. The 5 teens jumped at his sudden shout and then as a group toppled over, laughing loudly. The giant fire snapped and popped, drawing his attention. "What is that fire? Did you cut down my only tree?" he gasped. "It was pretty small, we're almost out of wood. It's a good thing you showed up. Can you tell me if your chair has the bad paint on it?" "Nami said we can't burn it because it might make us sick," the straw-hatted boy asked, not moving from the tangle of bodies. "Don't say it like that," the girl yelled, shoving at him. "You want to burn my chair?" He gaped at the kids, blindsided at the brazenness of it. "Well, we can't let the fire die," the same kid explained as he picked his nose. "It's a campout." Crocus was aware he was making a noise, but he wasn't sure how to stop the slow whine. The kids stared at him, obviously waiting on an answer. His lighthouse was a riot of colors. His tree was chopped down. There was a half-dozen small children who apparently just crossed the red line and were drunk on his lawn. He contemplated climbing back into the whale and hiding, but was terrified what other furniture they might decide to burn instead. There was also a not insignificant chance that Laboon might refuse to dive and decide to sing, with these hooligans leaving them access to his hatch. He shuddered. "You okay, old man?" The blonde had worked his way out of the tangle. "I have some warm bread here if you'd like a bite. Are you feeling all right? You wrecked my lighthouse, cut down my tree, and are threatening to burn my chair." It sounded even worse out loud. "I thought we agreed against the chair," the green-haired boy questioned. Crocus stared, blinked, then aimed his harpoons at the group. "You hooligans can get off my DMN lawn. Move. Party pooper." The dark-haired boy pouted without moving. None of the teens seemed remotely concerned by the very sharp weapons he was aiming. Crocus snarled and fired a warning shot. None of them so much as flinched or looked startled. They were still sprawled on the grass. The blonde, who was standing off to the side smoking, gave the harpoon a sidelong look. "I suppose we are intruding on your space. All the same, I don't recommend attacking my crew." It shouldn't have been intimidating watching a teen literally blow smoke, but Crocus spent years dealing with some of the most dangerous people on the seas. This blonde registered as a threat. "Are you the captain then?" He raised an eyebrow, staring hard with just a touch of Haki. The group fell into giggles, pushing at each other as they started to sit up. The blonde merely smirked. "Sorry. Just the cook." He scked on the cigarette. "I'm the captain," the small brunette from before declared. "Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be king of the pirates." "You can't be more than 12. Crocus deadpanned. "I'm 20 years old." 15. The redhead corrected. "I'm 15 years old," he declared without missing a beat. Crocus stared at the group for a long minute, waiting for them to catch his point. They stared back. Laboon gave a warbling cry. The small child crew immediately turned to coo and laugh at the whale, dismissing him. The retired pirate was tempted to shoot at them again, but he had an uneasy feeling about doing so. Instead, he glared hard. "I'm going home. If you come into my lighthouse, I will shoot you. If you hurt that whale, I will kill you." "We're not going to hurt him." "Why would we do that?" "How dare you?" "We would never." "What kind of people do you think we are?" They all spoke at once in a general outrage. It was with complete disbelief and a sense of surrealism that he walked up to his newly painted lighthouse. Maybe a few hours of sleep would make this make sense. It wouldn't. XXXXXX. Nami woke with a raging hangover. "It's not fair. Where's my tolerance gone? It's not even like we were drinking hard." She nibbled at the plate Sanji offered. The blonde cook had an excellent hangover cure and was pleased to offer it in complete silence. Luffy was awake and sitting with Mary, seeming to have a conversation with Laboon. Nami wondered if they were actually talking with that voice ability or if this was another case of incredible animal intelligence. Given the stories about Laboon, it could be either or both, and her stomach was churning too much to really care. If that thing blew snot water on her food, she was going to lose it. Seeming to read her mind, Sanji appeared and set up an umbrella. He wandered off, still silent, before she could even thank him. Nami got that uneasy sense something was wrong with Sanji. She looked around to see if anyone else noticed. Usopp was snoring sprawled by their smoldering fire. Zoro was unfairly unfazed by their consumption and doing one-handed handstand push-ups. The smirk he gave her made her acutely aware it was completely intentional showing off. She was sorely tempted to start throwing things, but this small cape was nearly devoid of throwable rocks and she didn't have the energy to look for one. You must not have been drinking for long. Zoro replied. Still a lightweight, huh? Shut up. You weren't holding your liquor much better. Who was it that decided we needed to climb the lighthouse? I wasn't even drinking then. That doesn't make it better, she snarled. Whatever. You're feeling better already, so stop whining, witch. He pushed off the ground, flipping to his feet. Nami would have yelled more but realized she actually was feeling better. Sanji could work miracles. Not that she planned to tell him that. Settling back with a sigh, she mentally charted their route. It would be a challenging couple of months, but with a little luck she might be able to shave more time. One step at a time. They had to talk to the old man and get going. Worrying again? Zoro walked over, wiping his face on his shirt. About Brook mostly. It's not fair he is at the end of the line. She chewed on her lip. I'll get us there as fast as we can go. No, you will. Zoro looked at her with all seriousness. We have to trust our nakama to know their own parts in this too. You focus on navigation. Your best will be enough. Shut up. Flustered by the unexpected assurance, she looked away. You don't know anything. It's the same as it's always been. He waved one hand dismissively. We do our part, we come back together, we stand united against our foes and they fall. He shrugged. Simple. We're doing our own parts now, but we'll come together. Our captain won't accept anything less. Nami blinked at him. Zoro made it sound so straightforward. Like a battle plan or one of their adventures. It wasn't that simple. Was it? You parasites are still here, a voice boomed out. Zoro turned to look at the old man. What's his problem? Who's that wo? Usopp startled from his sleep, slingshot in hand, and aimed perfectly at the geezer before his eyes were even open. Easy. Zoro advised, slouching over towards the sniper. Usopp relaxed his arms but didn't tuck the slingshot away completely or take his eyes off the old man. You're trespassing. Get out of here. I want you kids off my lawn and out of my cape. Yeesh. Relax, old man. The captain is just finishing his chat and we'll be on our way. Nami interjected. Your captain seems very interested in Laboon. The old man accused gruffly. You say that like it's a bad thing. Sanji emerged with a tray of drinks and presenting the first to Nami. Who are you kids and what are you doing here? Rude of you to ask our names without giving your own. Zoro smirked and Nami could practically see him forming a plan. True. I'm Crow Dash. We're the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro interrupted breezily. I'm Roronoa Zoro, this is our sniper Usopp, Chef Sanji and Navigator Nami. I'll kill you, the old man growled, literally steaming at the interruption. Nice one. Sanji chucked in surprising solidarity, offering Zoro the next drink. Nami had a flicker of memory that their first introduction with this old man might have gone similarly. She remembered Sanji and Zoro both riled up by some bad jokes and the old man toying with them. Before she could think on it too long, the old man was talking again. He's a very special whale with a strong heart. An island whale found only in the West Blue. Listen closely and I will reveal to you Laboon's tragic story. That's okay, we dash. I said listen closely, he snapped, a crackle of force in the demand. They shut up and listened as the old man recounted the familiar tale of the Rumbar pirates and their promise long overdue. Nami was instantly enraptured as he spoke with familiarity about Brook's old crew. They sounded fun. It made her heart hurt to realize so many friends had passed, leaving their musician behind. Brook didn't often speak of his old crew or their adventures. Then he got to the part of the tale where he claimed his friends had turned coward and left the Grand Line. Nami bristled. How could he say that? The Rumbar pirates were wiped out. Even dying, they recorded a song for their friend so that Brook, who ate the revive fruit, might fulfill their promise someday. How could this old man be so certain they just left? Why would he tell that tale? Oi, shut up! Usopp snapped, eyes full of tears. You don't know that. Why would his friends just abandon him? There are plenty of deadly things on the Grand Line, and sure, some people would go mad from the insanity of it and cower away, but you can't just decide that's what they did. You don't know their story. Nami looked over at her friend as he jumped to his feet, fists clenched. She bit her own lip and shook her head. Zoro and Sanji looked ready to fight and were barely hanging on to their tempers. I'm sorry to say that it's true. He said again. Don't say it like that. Usopp argued. A bond like that isn't so easily broken. I don't believe that even if they left the Grand Line, they wouldn't make their way back here for Laboon. Not that I think they left the Grand Line at all. You can't possibly claim to know they did. Zoro reached out and squeezed Usopp's shoulder. Sanji chewed on his cigarette and Nami bit her lip until it bled. Hey Laboon. Luffy spoke up from his spot on the ship. Nami flinched. She thought he was too far away to listen in this time, but she recognized that serious tone. Join my crew. He offered with the utmost sincerity. What? No way. Crocus protested. Nami blinked in shock then stood up with a laugh. Her heart was racing. Can you imagine Brook's face if we showed up with Laboon? Usopp was punching the air in excitement and the boys were exchanging stupid grins. I didn't ask you, old man. Luffy stuck his tongue out. What do you say, Laboon? You're bigger now. The Grand Line is still a very dangerous place. There's marines and other pirates and even sea kings. But if you travel with us, we will help you stay safe and fight with you. You can join us and travel around the world. We can look for your old crew and make some new adventures together. Join us. Be our nakama. Laboon blinked a giant eye as it filled with tears. A long mournful cry filled the air. Are you sure? Luffy asked, seeming to have no trouble understanding. The island whale gave a shorter chirruping cry. It splashed as it dipped below the surface then re-emerged nearer the lighthouse. I see. A promise is a promise. You're a loyal friend. Luffy gripped the edge of his hat in a salute. I'll make my own promise then. I promise to come back here when I make it around the Grand Line. I'll come back to see you and share with you all my adventures. When I do, I'll ask again. If you ever change your mind, you know you have a place with the Straw Hat Pirates. This time the cry was clearly joyful even as the whale wept. Crocus gaped at them as Nami reached over to high-five the boys. We'll be happy to see you again, Laboon. Just wait, next time you'll want to join us for sure. We'll bring you back a surprise. Luffy laughed at their antics standing tall on Mary's head with the sun at his back. Nami couldn't be prouder to sail with her captain. She'd expected another fight but should have realized Luffy wouldn't just go through the motions. Seeing him there, despite his youthful appearance, she could all but see him standing as a king. He looked wild, powerful, and completely in charge. A look over her shoulder told her Crocus could see it too. He had that open-mouthed wonder folks got when Luffy declared himself king and they believed he could do it. I'll give you the mark of our friendship and our promise. Luffy hopped down onto the whale, a bucket of paint in one hand. Luffy, I could, Usopp started to offer. I got this. Luffy cut him off. The crew exchanged resigned looks and smiles. Let's pack it up. Zoro indicated their sprawled belongings. Nami left them to it, wandering over to talk navigation with Crocus. The old medic was a moody JRK, but he'd given them good advice in the past. Maybe he had a map. She'd drawn one from memory but it was rough. She acutely missed the one she'd hunted off Buggy before. It had been an excellent map even if it wasn't fully accurate. All aboard, guys. Let's set sail. Nami called out commands as they weighed anchor and pulled away from the coast. She was completely unsurprised when they broke into song again. She lifted her voice in another off-key version of Bink Sake and Laboon hummed along with them in an echoing song. They really needed to get their musician. Nami froze at the helm as the thought rang through her mind, an echo of their captain's frequent lament. Shaking it off, she faced the horizon and listened to the winds. A storm was brewing. She grinned.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.